Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I
between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. And this is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know. Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
The Sex Masters 2020 Finals is finally upon us here in the land down under. My name is Xenox, and of course joining me is international superstar Dev Marta, who's on the correct time zone for once.
Yeah, fantastic to be here and finally going back and doing some ANZ stuff. I'm really hyped to cast you, Xenox. We've had so many playdays all leading into this. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, I mean, this is the culmination of what was a very long, drawn-out season full of great plays. Of course, down below, keep up to date with all of the socials. You can let us know how you think the finals are going to play out for Six Masters. But we've had a bit of a break, Dev, between, of course, the regular season and now these playoffs. And for maybe some teams, a blessing in disguise. Others have been probably itching to get into these matches.
Yeah, definitely. And we've had a few changes in that time as well. Globally, there's been a map pool change, a few operators. We've got Steel Wave released. But for the most part, things are pretty much the same here in ANZ. The operators that have come into the meta elsewhere, the Void Edge operators, Yana and Oryx, they're still not being used here. And we still have Border in the map pool instead of Oregon. So it's a little bit of a throwback and maybe a last hurrah for kind of the old Siege as well.
Yeah, 100%. And throwing it all the way back and have a look at the standings as they were for this season of Six Masters. Of course, the top four made it through to these playoffs. Wildcard, Sinister, OKAMI, and Pittsburgh Knights. And for those who maybe don't remember, Dev, they weren't expected to make the top four. They were sort of the least likely of, say, LFO and Team Ferox. They did make it through in the end, though.
Yeah, overall, it was a pretty crazy season to culminate in that last play day. Well, it was Knights, LFO, and Ferox, and we were like, which team is going to make it? And we thought that Knights had completely lost that chat, so they surprised us. It was crazy that it came down to that little mini-league point difference, and it was nuts. But overall, fantastic season from teams like Wildcard and Sinister. OKAMI as well really did well. I think the surprise here is Elevate not even making it to playoffs and sitting in that second last spot, which is a big surprise after coming second in the Pro League last season.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll obviously look at the bracket because for now, the top four is really all that matters from here on out. It's the playoffs for a reason. OKAMI will be playing Sinister for our semi-final number one. And then, of course, after that matchup will be Wildcard versus the Pittsburgh Knights, who kind of just get thrown into the fire, don't they?
Very much so. There's huge stakes here for these teams, and Pittsburgh Knights, they're the one team here that's kind of an outlier. They're the ones that really we weren't sure would make it through, but the rest of them have solidly earned their spot. And I mean, well, Knights earned their spot, of course, as well, but I think they're going to have the most troublesome run here through this double in bracket.
Of course, they are going to be playing for a prize pool that they would hope can be taken in first place. $50,000 in total, $15,000 for first. That's going to be sort of the eye on the prize for these teams. For those who didn't make the playoffs, at least, Dev, they did get a consolation prize.
Yes, very much so. And this is a huge prize pool for ANZ. Like, this has never been topped locally in Rainbow Six and ANZ. This is joint highest prize pool we've ever had for a tournament with last year's Six Masters. So there is so much to play for here. On top of the fact of how the Oceanic Major has been announced and how that starts to work means there is just so much on the line here for these top four teams and so much to fight for.
Not just even Rainbow, but for the region as a whole, this is a very substantial prize pool. So a lot on the line for these teams. At the end of the day, though, prize pool's one thing, but then you've got pride as well, Dev. And for these teams, it's about winning. It's about being the best team in the region as well. Beyond that, you look at a team like Wildcard, they're going to want to finish first, not just for the prize money, but because they want to show that they're now the best team in Oceania.
I think that Wildcard is a great one to talk about because they have been one of the most prolific teams in the ANZ region for a long time, but always in the shadow of Fnatic, who's now kind of leaving that ANZ scene to go and play in APAC North. So everyone's looking at Wildcard. They had such a poor performance in Pro League. Finally, they look like they're in form here and potentially could be our Six Masters champions.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. We do have our schedule for today. I did mention semi-final number 1, semi-final number 2. Well, number 1, first up, will be OKAMI LFO versus SINISTER. They will be first on our screen. Best of 3, of course, where the regular season were best of 2s. So for the first time, we'll be jumping into the best of 3 format. Wildcard and Pittsburgh will then follow after. So we've got a very long day ahead of us, Dev, which is awesome. Lots of rainbow action.
Oh, yeah, and 2 fantastic matches as well. It's seed 2 versus 3 there, and the second one, and seed 1 versus 4. But looking at this first match, OKAMI versus SINISTER, this should be a fantastic one, and I'm really keen to get going. It should be really tight.
It really should be. OKAMI's lineup, they've been solid this season. I kind of predict them to finish everything off at around that 3rd place position. Their best probably suggests a 2nd place finish would be amazing. But if they don't bring their A game, there's a chance they could drop to, say, 4th as well. They are a bit of a wildcard team coming in here, not obviously wildcard themselves. Census the coach and what has been an amazing roster throughout this season of Six Masters.
Yeah, look, these guys actually had a really good run through the Pro League last season, but they have been kind of cursed in that 3rd to 4th spot season after season. But into Six Masters, yeah, coming in at 3rd place so far, there is a chance here to take it to Wildcard and SINISTER, who is obviously their big challenger today. But in particular, Cutie, I want to say, has been performing and outperforming this season. Really a stand-up player on top of Ippy Style, who's the man that we usually would see going for those aggressive plays and really making a name for OKAMI as well.
Yeah, 100%. They've been a highlight reel package themselves this season. OKAMI has Ippy Style leading that way. Typically, if this team does well, it means Ippy Style's done well. That, in essence, though, could be their downfall as well.
Yeah, very much so. And if you do rely on one player, and not that OKAMI necessarily do, but if you're always looking to one player to make a big play and step up, then it's a matter of shutting that player down. And we have seen that from happen to Ippy Style in the past. For example, while OKAMI had a really good run through the season, a 2-0 over Elevate, they traded maps with SINISTER. They also were dumpstered by Wildcard 0-7 in the final playday that they played and ended up losing the series 2-0. So we have seen some great things from OKAMI, but we've also seen from some weaknesses that they will have had to work on in the meanwhile.
We're going to have a look at their opponents for today. SINISTER, who will be definitely fighting for that top spot. They, in my eyes, are the team that's going to be able to challenge Wildcard the most for best team in the region, for at least trying to get that 1st place. No coach anymore. Sarome gone, and it's just the 5 guys.
Yeah, but this roster really is a bit of a fairy tale story. Season after season in the Pro League, they've been in fear of relegation in those bottom spots, but finally, in the last split of the Pro League, they had a flawless run. Coming into Six Masters, they look better than we have ever seen them before. The new addition of Derpe in particular has been insane. There was a and in fact, he came from Wildcard. So Derpe, the most experienced player on this roster. We also saw some fantastic stuff from players like Vinny, really just showing other teams how to use this IQ. In particular, in the very first playday of Six Masters, he went absolutely nuts on Clubhouse. So I've just been super impressed by this roster as well. A lot of highlight reel moments.
Yeah, and they look. I mean, I already said it. They are probably the more likely of the 4 or of the 3 other teams to challenge Wildcard for that top spot. They've shown they could really mix it with them without, actually taking a result away from them. The last time they actually played Wildcard was a long, long time ago. But the last time they played OKAMI, Dev, was actually a 1-1 split. In fact, OKAMI was the last team to take a map off of SINISTER. So that might just be in the back of their minds coming into the series.
That's a great point. You know, Sinister have looked almost flawless, except for that first week against Wildcard, and then that one against OKAMI as well. But there's still an opportunity here, I think, for Sinister. They're in top form right now. They've just looked so good. They've sorted out most of their issues. I think they're definitely the favorites to go into this game.
Definitely the favorites for me as well as we head into sort of the map veto, the map predictions. Both of these two teams have got map bans that they usually like to bring out. Consulate for Sinister has been banned every week of the regular season. I don't think that's going to change really coming into the playoffs here. And for OKAMI, Theme Park is typically the map that they ban out as well. So look, maybe it'll be Theme Park Consulate, but at the same time, do you expect at any point throughout not just this matchup, but the whole of the playoffs to see some things shuffled up a bit? I'm not expecting Sinister to start not banning Consulate, but this is a time where maybe you just bring some new strategies into the playing field.
Yeah, I agree. And look, you mentioned OKAMI there. They've been avoiding Theme Park, as you said, but last time they played against Sinister, they actually banned out Clubhouse, which is one of Sinister's best maps. And since we're in a best of 3 format here rather than the best of 2, so there is that decider map that you have to be cautious of as well. I have a feeling OKAMI might let Theme Park get through at least the first set of bans, maybe just get rid of Clubhouse, try and avoid Sinister getting on their favorite map. But I don't know, anything is possible. I would be surprised if Sinister goes and leaves that Consulate in there, because it's a great one for OKAMI as well. But they're going to do it. Okay, so Clubhouse being banned by OKAMI, that's more predictable. But yeah, I like that.
I mean, I'm actually feeling really good that I brought up the fact that Sinister have been banning Consulate like non-stop throughout the regular season. And then they now bring out something different. The border ban, which in my eyes is a bit surprising considering we actually haven't seen OKAMI play on border at all this season. They only banned it out once, never picked it, of course, and never played it. So potentially, you know, we've had like 2-3 weeks since the regular season. Things might have shuffled, changed in that time frame that Sinister feel less comfortable going into border.
Yeah, both of these teams have had pretty good performances on border. In fact, they both, Sinister beat Elevate on the map. And if you scroll back through OKAMI's results, it's not one that they've played really much, which actually does surprise me a little bit for Sinister to ban this one out, because it's kind of, I guess, a dark horse map from OKAMI's side. Like, there's not much to go off, so maybe just don't want to take it there at all. And Sinister, obviously, there are VODs on that map, so maybe that's a good play from Sinister. Difficult to tell because it's a bit of a no info ban from them.
In terms of picks, though, OKAMI usually are a team that has a wide variety in the map pool of what they sort of want to pick and what they want to play. We see Cafe coming out for their pick. This has probably been their best performing map for the season of 6 Masters, so not a surprise there. For Sinister, they're going to choose Villa, and of course it is a best of 3, so this will be an extended pick ban phase dev, so there will be a deciding map. But the Villa pick I don't think is surprising at all either for Sinister's sake, because they're 2-0 in the regular season on Villa, and OKAMI themselves actually have never won on Villa this season, 2 losses. So I think both picks here are solid for both teams. It does feel like this is almost 1-1 at the moment if we go by where we expect things to play out. The bans will continue on. There does go Consulate, although it's from OKAMI, not Sinister, and Theme Park will be our decider, which I would not be surprised if we get to Theme Park.
No, I think it's definitely possible. Now, you mentioned the Cafe and Villa. What's funny is these were the maps that these teams played in the best of 2 in the 6 Masters previously, but Sinister previously picked Cafe, and wait a second, let me double check this. Yes, indeed, Sinister picked Cafe and OKAMI picked Villa. I had to triple check that because I didn't want to be wrong. And like, that is so backwards, right? You go from, what was it, playday number 8 in the league, and these guys played on these maps. Like, Sinister won Cafe, OKAMI won Villa. Like, they won their own map picks, and now they come into the finals and they pick each other's map picks. The teams that they lost to each other on their map picks, and then they picked. I'm so confused.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. That just shows the confidence from these teams, right? That Sinister is like, okay, we lost to OKAMI on Villa last time, but we think we can beat them this time. Let's pick it. And that shows a lot of confidence from both of these teams.
Well, and also for Sinister, right? If we look at their entire season as a whole, 6 bans of Consulate, 1 ban of Theme Park, and yet they didn't ban either of those 2 maps here. Now, fortunately, OKAMI were the ones who actually banned out Consulate. That in itself is also surprising, right? When you look at sort of the stats, because OKAMI had never banned it in the regular season, yet they picked it twice, performed admirably pretty well on it, and we all know about Sinister's lack of playtime on Consulate too. So definitely from what we've seen here, there's been some things shuffling around behind the scenes.
Yes, and that's where our kind of analysis starts to become conjecture, because we can say, oh, well, last time these teams played each other, it was Sinister who picked Cafe, and then they lost that to OKAMI, and then vice versa. But I don't know. It's,
Almost like a loss for words there, Dev. We do have the poll vote, though, for this matchup. Best of 3, of course, so there is no draw potential. Someone has to be pushing forward. And I'd say it's a pretty good split, 67% favoring Sinister here. And I'd say it's about right. That kind of insinuates a 2-1 series win to Sinister, which is where I can see this going. But I could also easily see OKAMI taking it 2-1 or even Sinister taking it 2-0. Something we discussed sort of off air, though, Dev, is you don't think OKAMI have got the chance to take it 2-0 themselves.
I think it's unlikely, but perhaps possible. But yeah, I definitely think Sinister are looking more in form as a team. I think it was a good pick from OKAMI to get rid of Clubhouse. Aside from that, looking at the maps we're actually playing here, Cafe, Villa, both of those can go either way. Like we're talking about, like I was saying, in the regular season, Sinister lost on their map pick, OKAMI lost on their map pick, so that can go either way. Here we are into Cafe.
Well, the Six Masters playoffs, it's been a few weeks since the regular season, but everything that you want that's good, you do have to wait for. OKAMI, Sinister to Cafe to begin, to kick us off here for the playoffs. Into the band phase we go. And for OKAMI, their map pick, their first up. Dev, if they don't get off to a good start, I'd have to say Sinister could very well take it 2-0 if they do win here on Cafe.
Very much so. We're looking at OKAMI now to hold their own here. This was the map pick that Sinister picked during the season, and OKAMI won. So Sinister are the ones that need to, I guess, step it up and take it to OKAMI. Well, let's jump into this ban phase. OKAMI going to get rid of the Capitao, and Sinister to get rid of the Thatcher. Both very common bans here in the Six Masters and the meta overall right now. Keeping in mind that Kali is still in the game, so that can be used as a substitute to Thatcher, and it's not something we've really seen much in the Six Masters or in ANZ so far, because that Steel Wave update that gave her that buff, gave her that SMG and a buff to the Lance, that wasn't quite there last time we were playing in this league. So perhaps we'll see a little bit that in there. And the Capitao, well, I guess just a little bit of area denial, flushing out those choke points, key positions like Pixel. OKAMI really like to play in Pixel, so getting rid of the Capitao maybe makes that a little bit easier.
And something that has become a trend is the ban rate of Ying has also gone substantially down towards this back end of Six Masters as we head into the playoffs. That seemingly hasn't really changed. The Maestro being banned out, pretty decent as well, because it just denies a bit of that presence over in Cocktail, for instance, which is predominantly becoming not so much for the third floor defense, but actually the second floor defense, how strong that can be. So Maestro, take it out, just makes that less secure.
Yeah, and first bomb site being chosen here by Sinister is in fact Kitchen Service Cooking, with an unusual setup for this map. It looks like we're playing Clubhouse or something. This is what you would call an SSG roam on Clubhouse, Castle, Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, all that information denial, trying to slow down the roam clear. But this ain't Clubhouse. I know Sinister wanted to go to Clubhouse, but no, it's here on Cafe for a bottom floor. So my theory here is that we're going to see Sinister probably spread out vertically across a few floors with a lot of information denial. Or maybe it'll just be horizontal. Hard to know so far. A lot of the utility going down on the bottom floor, and Jack Daddy spots out where that bomb is, rather, with his drone nice and early. So that gives plenty of time in the prep phase for OKAMI to decide how they want to take this.
Sinister also known typically for sort of their verticality as well, and while Cafe is all about verticality, and if you can control it well and get really good quick map control, then it can be a map that snowballs in your favor. Typically, we see attackers starting to perform a bit better here on Cafe, maybe more so than we usually saw prior to the start of Six Masters, where, a lot of the thought process was that this third floor Cocktail bar, really hard to take, Kitchen Service, really difficult to take as well. But attackers have been more prominent here on Cafe. So OKAMI, very well, if they do get off to a good start here, could continue that trend.
Indeed, it'll be difficult for them to engage this roam clear and start applying that vertical pressure that you mentioned and that is telegraphed in their operator picks, in particular the Buck. No doubt Jack Daddy probably has breaching charges as well to engage that. And, well, for a start, it is a bit of a split push for now. The attack's forming up for a bakery side push. That is Mangoes to get things started there. Likely to use the blowtorch and open avenues onto site. Very nice early aggression here, control of bakery, while the rest of OKAMI starts to clear that roam upstairs. But I don't think that roam will be cleared very easily with that heavy investment from Sinister, including those castle barricades from Nico.
I think the biggest thing you don't want to do in this first floor is funnel in too many players from bakery into kitchen. It can backfire pretty quickly. Fisher guy as well with the shotgun can easily take out one or two. Get the refrag if possible, up close if needed. You mentioned though the roamers are going to make this a bit more difficult in the second floor too. Can buy a lot of time here. Still a lot of time remaining obviously, first round, and well, kind of doesn't always set the tone for the series as well. I think that needs to be noted, especially this season of Six Masters in particular. First 1-2 rounds, Dev, didn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
But how's the progress now for OKAMI? They had that very early control at the front, but they haven't actually opened a full breach onto the bomb site, and they also haven't cleared these roamers. Joker is very cautious of a flank, but he's not actively trying to pinch these players. Starts to peek into reading. Of course, the Vigil can't be droned out, but he has a feeling that Vinny's over there, and indeed, Vinny gets the peek first, whiffs his shots for a second, and sees Jack that as well. But Jack not able to get this refrag just yet, cautious of the roamer over on train as well. Sinister off to a good start with that pick.
Good start to find the opening pick, but long way to go. Eventually, after a couple of seconds, the refrag comes out. Still 40 seconds left on the clock, a lot of time. Vince, of course, roaming here in the Vigil, still second floor in reading. It could be the thorn in the side of OKAMI as they elect to start to push towards kitchen. Got at least this advantage back to an even number at 4-4, but time is now of the essence, and this 22nd minute is about to take place. Depe finds one, he finds a second one, and in the end, time was of the essence for OKAMI, and well played to Sinister. Megos gets the plant down, but really nothing to come from this.
He got the 1 kill on site, and he got the plant, but not got anything else in the tank, and there you go. A nice, unusual hold from Sinister to heavy roam. Got the first pick, and then, well, I guess OKAMI just wasted too much time, filed in at the last second. With Mangoes the sole player to push into sight. No support and no chance there for OKAMI. Great stuff from Sinister, starting strong here, Xenox.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, you say that they came in at the last second, but I don't even think they came in really at the last second, because really for most of the regular season, 15-20 seconds was usually the timer that we saw teams funneling if they were taking their time clearing utility or trying to just clear out roamers, for instance. It looked like there was still a good 30-40 seconds left on the clock there, but it was more so Sinister's positioning was in a more aggressive manner. They were able to catch OKAMI off just that little bit earlier. We head over to Reading and Fireplace now for the second round. Good start here for Sinister, and this is the bomb site that I suspect will not be easy to take for OKAMI. Very well could be looking at a 2-0 start for Sinister.
Yeah, indeed, this Reading Fireplace bomb site, despite being kind of the latest to be adopted here on Cafe, is definitely appears to be the strongest from results that we've seen. And yeah, indeed, OKAMI are going to have to ensure that they have a really strong clear of the top floor, which is very frequently a point of heavy contention for the defenders, as we see Sinister reinforcing up here. Actually a rotate hole rather than reinforcing both walls at blue there. Kind of uncommon there, but I expect with 2 deployable shields and a bulletproof camera for Sinister, they'll try and have some of that utility to assist their I guess roamers. They're kind of the heavy roamers who are anchoring off-site at that cocktail spot.
Intriguing to see how Sinister are going to play this. How much pressure are they really going to put on this third floor? We've got the shield down at Pixel. Are they going to play that aggressive, that up front? And typically for Reading Fireplace, it's more so the cocktail hold that is significant, denying entry through the hatch. But That's a nice open floor spray from Cutie's not going to find the target. Although it's always worth a shot. You got to shoot your shot, really have a chance of anything to happen. Nico falls down, and typically I think for OKAMI, what they really are going to want here is to force all members of Sinister off that third floor with at least a minute to go. That should be the target. That should be the goal.
As you can see, a lot of investment here from Sinister, but the utility is dismantled fairly effectively from Itby Style with the Ash, destroying that castle barricade that was to protect Fisher Guy in Cigar, but oh, he needs to be careful of his little toots as Joker trying to find that angle. If a player from OKAMI did repel on the south side, they'd also be able to take out Fisher, but he's allowed to get back. Escapes that presence in Cigar. Now, I will say, despite OKAMI not finding that pick there and a good play from Fisher, OKAMI have made such good time here in this map control. They just haven't found the pick that goes with it.
Maybe Style able to get onto Piano as well. He's at least inside, can push through, potentially get to Pixel, and then look down that white corridor. And goes down top red as well. I'm probably not really going OKAMI's way, but the fact that they haven't lost any members yet, wait, Sinister are playing this too. They're already starting to get a bit edgy around that cocktail region. Wouldn't be surprised to see them fall back inside of the next 10 to 20 seconds time. Because has been injured. Should be able to get brought back up, but of course we'll be on low health from here on out. 1 minute remaining. OKAMI have got to get a move on.
You mentioned that they need to have 1 minute after getting top floor control, but even though Sinister are backing off and not a pick has been found by OKAMI, they still don't have that full top floor. Milo did finally back off. So Sinister decided, look guys, let's just keep this a 5v5, not contest any longer. OKAMI don't quite know it yet, so they're going to keep on pushing in through here. Got that top floor control now and start to open up these angles to flush out these anchors, but time is ticking away and still no picks found for OKAMI. These roamers running rampant for Sinister.
Okay, just peeking down the hatch over in Cottontail. Right now, if I recall, OKAMI have got all 5 members up on that third floor. Itby Style at least able to now push down onto the second floor. He's the entry fragger. That's what he's known for. Unfortunately, that's the only kill they've been able to find thus far. Sinister firing back to make it a 2 versus 4. And from here, Sinister should very well make this 2-0. Unfortunately, even if Joker does get this plant down, it's a long, long way. He does give up. Double kill for Vince. And, well, double win now for Sinister.
Again, great judgment there from Sinister to just evacuate that roam presence when things got a little bit too hot. In particular as well, I will say the fact that after Itby Style dropped down the laundry hatch and managed to find the opening pick onto Milo on site, like that could have been the determining factor of the round if Itby Style had managed to get the second as well. But Fisho Guy to refrag that was the turning point for Sinister, and that was what absolutely locked out OKAMI from any opportunity there.
Well, as we move on to Bar and Cocktail Dev, this is the bomb site that I am intrigued the most to see how it plays out. If Sinister can hold Bar and Cocktail, which notably has been probably the easiest for the attackers to take this season, that puts them at 3-0. I don't really see much more of where OKAMI can then turn things around. They've got to be able to try and get something here on this site and have a site that's going their way. Otherwise, it'll be a quick 3-0 to start things for Sinister.
Yeah, very much so. This bomb site does tend to be the place where the attackers can kind of get a look in and start to turn things back around. But funnily enough, this was actually the primary bomb site for many teams and still is, and was for a long time regarded as the most viable bomb site for the defense as well. So there's definitely a strong chance here that Sinister can continue to lock it out. But something I'm interested to see and interested to note here for Sinister is 3 rounds out of 3, they have brought this castle, continuing to try and reinforce these positions and delay as much time as possible. Now, a particular strategy we've seen from Sinister to work really effectively is a hard hold in piano with usually it's the Jaeger player of Milo playing in the deep corner of the west side. As we noticed from Nico, a castle barricade on the white stairs window. That prevents any long angle from out on that east balcony. And a castle barricade on the south window as well prevents anyone repelling on the south side and taking out those players. Final castle barricade here in Cigar Shop to mean that you can have players like Fisho hold in Cigar Shop as he did the previous round and not be exposed to the piano side. And also works the other way around. If the attackers get control of Cigar, they can't necessarily flush out these people on piano. Now, I'm going to be looking at Sinister and wondering, are they trying to hard hold in piano with that aggressive position on the west side? No, indeed they are not. So it is just Vinny playing here at Pixel. So a bit more laid back, a bit more safe for Sinister.
Fisher guy, though, is just loitering around in Cigar Shop. You're right, though, there is less pressure over towards, say, Piano. But with Fisher guy still up close in Cigar Shop, there is more pressure closer towards OKAMI here on this third floor, although immediately Fisher guy just drops down. Something you can do, though, from this third floor. But look how much this has now opened things up. Mango's can able to push into Cigar Shop now, and they can drop down top red if need be. This is probably the best pushing attack so far from OKAMI. Minute 40 seconds remaining here. There are a few holes opened up from the first floor. That Sinister may be able to sort of catch OKAMI off guard if they're not careful. Breaking through this castle barricades, checks Pixel. And this is definitely the better of the two attacks we've seen in the past from OKAMI.
It's funny, OKAMI actually cleared Shop and Piano faster attacking Bar than they did attacking Reading, and that's a really good sign. As you mentioned, much faster so far for OKAMI, but still no picks, and that's because Sinister are deciding to play passive here. You'll notice the player at Pixel and the player who was in Shop both escaped with their life and decided not to over-contest. Now we're looking at Mangoes now. Can he help use this blowtorch to expose some of these anchor positions, in particular Fisho, and take out those players? But also OKAMI have to be cautious of this roam. If there are players, especially players with C4, unfortunately we don't have any of those from Sinister, but even just with a rifle or an SMG, you can deny the plant through the floor in the late round. So OKAMI need to get a move on here and start flushing out more and more of these positions. Wait a second.
Mango's has been able to push in. So the gas canister from Fisher guy is going to deny the plant. Mango's actually taken very low as well. Not only himself, but QD's low too. Sitting in bar back stall is Fisher guy playing this well, moving from Cigar Lounge before. 20 seconds remaining, and all of OKAMI's fast-paced offense pushing in towards Cigar has come to a bit of a halt here. Jack Dad now going to go for the plant himself. Nice little spot. If he gets this down, he can now fall back to Cigar Lounge. Joker gets the opening frag on Fisher guy, and OKAMI, finally things going well for them as Mangoes gets Miloska 5v3. It's all advantage for OKAMI.
And Nico trying to do a late flank, but it is very much that, late against 4 players. Now, a couple lit up, but it's basically impossible. Jack managed to dodge those. And Derper as well, trying to help out, but Joker to lock things out, it seems. All on Derper now, but with a player on the roof and 2 players downstairs, it is very, very difficult for him to take. And wow, 35 seconds left on the round was the first time that OKAMI tried to plant, and somehow they managed to pull it out of it with a plant going down in a 5 versus 5.
To their credit though, Dev, they had everything set up prior to that pretty quickly. So for the most part, it was just making sure they didn't mess up the plant. They wanted to get it into the right spot. They did, and from there, OKAMI were able to then hold off from the push of Sinister getting back. And I did mention it was a vital round for OKAMI to win. They get it, 1-2, looks a lot better. Now they get sort of a second shot down at Kitchen again, where, I mean, out of all the bomb sites on Cafe, then I think it's the, sort of second best one for attackers, right? If we sort of look at Reading and Fireplace as the hardest one, or at least in the current meta and what we've seen in the past few weeks, well, this is probably then the second. This one's in the middle, and this is the 50-50 one, I guess.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, very much so. This is the one that can swing both ways. We saw some good things from OKAMI in the last time they attacked Kitchen Cooking. Primarily, it was the fact that Mangoes found a pick on site and then managed to actually plant on site with no support from his teammates. That was mainly because the rest of Sinister was busy killing the rest of OKAMI off site. But if OKAMI can maybe be a bit more efficient on this roam clear, or perhaps not dedicate so much to the roam clear at all, and go harder in with Mangoes onto Kitchen Cooking, then perhaps we can see a bit more success. But as for Sinister, it's effectively the exact same strategy in terms of this heavy roam. With the Mute, the Mozzie, the Vigil, it can be very difficult for OKAMI to use their drones to find those players with all that counter-intel utility. And on top of that, Sinister have actually changed one operator this time. They're bringing the Valkyrie instead of that Legion. Now, it'll make it a bit more easy for OKAMI to sneak in without those goo mines around, but Sinister will have even more information, especially for their roamers, to go off aggressive players like we saw from Vinny last round. So I'd like to see that happen from Sinister, but from OKAMI's point of view, I definitely want to be looking at Jack Dad. With all this utility on the board for Sinister, all these electronics, you definitely want your IQ trying to find as much of it as possible.
It's safer for Jack Dad to make his way up onto the second or third floor, I should say, then slowly make his way down, clear out utility. Does have to be careful for roamers, of course, though, but up onto the roof. And if he just sort of clears out these third floor, second floor with Ippy style, they can clear out, as you said, a lot of that utility there, and he can check things. A lot of time, but cannot be sort of just, I guess, dwaddling around. Has to be in a hastily fashion. He starts to clear. Well, the C4 game is something that we haven't really seen so much in the first 4 rounds until Molosca finds the opening frag onto Joker.
Good start there for Sinister, once again opening this roam with a numbers advantage, as Vinny started it last time, but Milo just aggressive on the stairs, and Ippy style fortunately does cut him off. Now with Joker gone down though, that does enable a little bit more of the flank from Sinister, with that flank watch utility from the air jabs being dispatched with alongside Joker. Now Sinister, with that in mind, will continue to commit to this roam.
Still a minute and 20 seconds remaining. Enough time here. Vince can catch someone off guard from OKAMI. Trying to look at how much pressure there really is on that first floor. For the most part, it is still where Sinister are keeping a lot of their presence and a lot of their players. 4 versus 4 with a minute remaining. OKAMI. And at the very least now, Dev come in sort of from both sides here. Don't just necessarily have to funnel in from one direction. They've got a lot of openings here under this kitchen bomb site. Opened up now.
For Sinister, no hard hold in VIP as well, but there is that roam from Vinny, who's hiding. Derp at a peek. If OKAMI see Derp or hear him, hear his gun, then they're likely to overextend and they won't realize Vinny is on an off angle, ready to take that fight as well. So if OKAMI try and rotate down brown or white stairs, they'll be caught by those 2 players. And if they try and go for bakery, as it seems they do, then it'll be on Sinister to rotate and counter that. But with just 25 seconds left, we're really looking at OKAMI. They need to have a way into the bomb site, and they don't have any breach.
In the end, though, OKAMI just start to funnel through bakery at the cost of a few lives. Mangoes will be able to get the plant down with Ippy style sort of watching over his shoulder like an angel guarding him. Derpe, the C4 pre-placed, will take out Mangoes, and Sinister will take out the round once again, defending this kitchen bomb site.
Beautiful stuff there from Derpe at the end of the round to close it out and prevent those players rushing site to have any success with that plant. I don't know where that C4 came from. I didn't quite see how it was thrown or whether it was pre-placed, but you'd think it would be impossible just to pre-place a C4 in the middle of the room. But, oh, well, it is what it is. The thing I really liked there from Sinister, though, was that re-roam. What it was, they found the opening pick. Yeah, eventually Milo was refragged by Style. Great job, by the way, from OKAMI to punish that eventually. But in the late round, especially because Joker was the first one to go down, the Nomad, it meant that in the late round, 2 of the players from Sinister just managed to go back up the stairs and take out 2 players from OKAMI as well on that re-roam. In particular, it was, I noticed Jack Dad got taken out above, and that meant there was no vertical pressure from OKAMI and also a numbers disadvantage going into that final retake. So I really like that from Sinister. They're taking advantage of the situations they're putting themselves in and punishing OKAMI.
I mean, right now, though, Sinister, I feel, thoroughly in control here on Cafe. 3-1 as we go into a short rehost. But of course, recalling the fact that this is OKAMI's map pick, like, they've had success here on Cafe this season. Attacking on Cafe is never an easy feat. But going into sort of, as we get closer and closer to the half, 2 more rounds to go, sort of, I guess, best case for scenario right now for OKAMI, considering we still have another round of reading and fireplace to go, which statistics say Sinister are going to be likely to win that. So then that's like, what, 4-1. So I think if OKAMI can at least make it 2-4 at the half, they're still in it. But if it gets to 5-1, Dev, I mean, it could be a bit of a slaughter here on Cafe.
Yeah, well, I mean, in theory, will we ever have to see Bar and Cocktail? Yeah, so if they win the next one reading, then it means that Sinister's going to have to go back to Bar Cocktail. So OKAMI do have that chance to repeat what they did and win Bar again, and that'll be a 2-4. But I think OKAMI should be gunning for a little bit more than that on the attacking side. Yeah, 2-4 wouldn't be terrible for your attack, but if they can crack open Reading, then that's definitely an improvement. But Reading was, in my opinion, the worst attack that we've seen for OKAMI so far. So I'm hoping that they can maybe fix that, but I think Kitchen and Cooking there for that defense, that was the one that OKAMI needed to win.
Oh, there's the C4. It was thrown over by Derpe. I didn't even see it.
It was like a
Very
little
nice.
silent assassin just flying towards him onto Mango's. Look, I think, you mentioned that 2-4 wouldn't be probably good enough for the attacking side of Okami, but I think a lot comes down to Kitchen, right? We've seen 2 rounds on it. The bomb site that on Cafe typically can be 50-50. We've seen attacking sides being able to take it and defenders being able to hold it. In this case, the fact that Sinister were able to get both rounds on Kitchen and Cooking says to me this is why they're going to be up at least minimum 2-4 at the half, and from there then they don't have to do too much on their own attack, so it's looking very upwards right now for Sinister here on Cafe. And I've kind of said it in the pre-show, if that happens, Villa, I've backing them in on Villa a lot more than I am here on Cafe, and yet they're showing that they're here to play. Like, they're ready to contest and try and knock Wildcard off that top spot.
Very much so. For Sinister, I think this is definitely an improvement over what we saw during the regular season, because as I mentioned previously, Sinister picked this last time Sinister played Okami in the season, but Okami actually took the map off them in a 5-7. So it's still pretty close, but Okami did win that time. And yeah, I know Sinister's only in a kind of marginal lead right now, but we're expecting that's going to get further and further apart. And Sinister, they clearly fixed up some of the problems on Cafe from their Okami game when they went into LFO and destroyed them on this map 7-2. And from Okami's side, they played Cafe a few times. Last time they played it was, in fact, against Sinister. And prior to that, they'd also had some really close ones against teams like Kanga as well. So, I don't know, here for Okami, like, I'd like to see some evidence that maybe they do have what it takes. And that would be if they can attack reading successfully. That would be a huge benefit. And it would totally convince me that there's a serious shot here in Okami for this map.
I mean, but Okami only dropped Cafe once in the regular season. They played it 5 times. That was only to Wildcard, which is really not a surprise and no fault of their own. Wildcard just did a different, stratosphere right now in the Oceanic region. So this is sort of uncharted territories in a way here for Okami. You mentioned it multiple times. The last time they played Sinister was on this map. It was a 7-5 win to Okami. I'm not counting them out just yet. It is only 1-3, but we do agree it's more likely to probably see this sort of balloon outwards into Sinister's favor more than, say, an Okami comeback. But if they're going to do it, a shock bomb site win on like the second floor, that's most likely coming up. We're just kind of assuming that. But yeah, that would set a precedent that they can then take bar and cocktail and then 3-3. So they've got this sort of task in front of them now. It's not an easy one, but it's still in their hands. The destiny's still in their hands here. If they can at least get to 3-3 at the half, then it's kind of like a clean slate as they swap sides.
Well, one thing you mentioned there is with Okami, they only lost this once, but it was to Wildcard. Now, Sinister can look at that VOD and say, okay, what did Wildcard do that threw off Okami? And they can start to dismantle that. And I think that's especially going to become prevalent on Sinister's own attacks. So when Sinister get to attack, that's when I think it's going to be super telling. Has Sinister figured out how Okami defending this map? Can they figure out how to catch early players, particularly if style? Because if Okami can continue running around like we've seen them do in the past on their defensive side, and if their players like Ippy style are allowed to kind of just frag out and do crazy stuff on the roam, then that is going to be much more difficult for a Sinister. So yeah, there's definitely a chance here for Okami to bring it back on the defense. Even a 2-4, not impossible, but it will be telling in the second half for how that pans out as well. But also keeping in mind, we do have a double elimination bracket here. So whichever of these teams loses this game, or this series, I should say, they're not out just yet, and they still have a chance to go and win the championship. They'll just have to climb through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and even if Okami does get knocked out here, I think we would probably say they'd be playing Pittsburgh, barring a catastrophe there in the second semi-final, which then if they are playing Pittsburgh in that lower bracket, you probably back Okami in to win that series. So, look, they can then take a lot from this series. We've seen it in a lot of tournaments in the past where, sometimes a team gets knocked into the lower bracket early on, and then from there they've kind of learned their lesson a little bit. They run the gauntlet, I guess, as you can say, and then sort of make their headway. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Okami Sinister playing it again down the line in, say, like the lower bracket final, and then who knows, then the results could, say, be reversed there, and they kind of shock Sinister when it matters that little bit more, I guess.
Yeah, very much so. But as for Okami now, we're going into another attack. It is that really tough bomb site of reading Fireplace, and I figure I may as well chat a little bit about what happened last time. They attacked that bomb site, For Sinister, there was an extended hold in piano, like we've seen, like with the castle, where every single round so far, Sinister have brought that castle, extended hold in cigar and piano, and that worked out. Actually, Okami did a pretty good job at dismantling it. Like Ippy Style filed in all his utility, the flashbangs to clear any ADSs or magnets, and the breaching rounds from the Ash as well. Just like got rid of the shield, got rid of the castle barricade, and the players from Sinister backed off. But that's the thing, that the players from Sinister actually backed off, stayed alive to fight another day. And by the end of it, Okami just didn't have time to execute onto the bomb site. It was like just 30 seconds or something left by the time they finally had top floor control. And they weren't able to really find those final Sinister roamers and execute force a plant down.
Yeah, and look, there's not too much of a surprise because really the second floor has been a really hard bomb site for attacking teams to take. I think typically though in the past in a more different manner where there's been a more structured like hold on cocktail, there's a bit more of that set focus on having the defenders really hold in certain sites. The way Sinister have kind of been playing so far in this series is more roaming. Like if that's at least something that I've noticed is they've got a much more emphasis on the roam game here, potentially catching Okami off guard at times with that as well. It's certainly working, right? But the fact that like Maestro was banned out kind of says that the more structured approach to how we usually see some of these sites being held really isn't being done here so far from Sinister. As I said though, completely working.
Yeah, and I mean, the flip side of that is Sinister have been playing a few bulletproof cams, particularly on this bomb site here on Reading. They bought the bulletproof cam, which is kind of a substitute for the Maestro. I know you only get one when you bring it as a secondary gadget, and you can't zap, but for the most part, it does the same job. It's information gathering, and you need to use some kind of explosive utility on the attack to get rid of it. But what happened last round was it took like 2 minutes to clear the top floor, and by the end of it, Okami didn't even actually technically clear the top floor. Sinister was like, there's only 1 minute left, let's back off. And the flip side of that is Okami actually made pretty good use of that the time they had left. They tried to open the floor, but they couldn't find those players on site. Ippy Style was just like, you know what, screw it. I'm going to drop down Laundry Hatch. And he found the opening kill of the round. It was a 5v5 with 25 seconds left, and Ippy Style was the first one to open it up. Now, that's all well and good, but Fisho Guy managing to refrag that out means that Sinister still have control of site. Now, it does make me wonder, what if Ippy Style had a refrag behind him? What if he had gone in through the hatch, dropped Milo, and then turned on and maybe win or maybe lost the gunfight against Fisho? But it doesn't matter because either way, there's a second player there from Okami to help out. Now, I know it's a risky strategy just dropping through a hatch and going for broke, but maybe that's kind of explosivity, and especially when you've got a refragger, when you've got multiple players from Okami so that they can outnumber Sinister, maybe that is that kind of punch that they need to break through this fairly structured defense that Sinister has gone for them.
Yeah, potentially. I also think that they're also up against the wall here. That is Sinister in form, right? The last time they dropped a map was like Playdate A. It was, of course, to Okami. We've mentioned that. So it seems like Sinister to me are just like they've got like an extra gear that they're just above Okami right now. It's very evident, and it's a matter of can Okami find that extra gear, start to match Sinister a little bit closer, and make this a series. Otherwise, I do sense that this could very well snowball into a 2-0, as of course we then head off to Villa for our second map, where, as I've mentioned, I definitely back in Sinister a lot more than I back in Okami over on Villa. So they've got to turn things around now. How they do that remains to be seen. One thing I will say is potentially this rehost may actually be a blessing in disguise for Okami here to just sort of let them restructure their thoughts a little bit and understand a bit more. Okay, it's like, all right, this is what they're doing. Let's, build up a game plan on the fly, I guess.
Yeah, possible that they can take that extra time. And one of the things I would look at if I'm Okami is Joker, who's been their Nomad player every round. Like, he's their flank watch, right? He's not meant to be their entry, but he's been in 3 out of the 4 of the opening engagements, and twice was him getting picked off guard. So I'm probably looking at Joker and thinking, look, maybe you shouldn't be the guy taking ground. And if you're getting caught off guard while you're deploying air jabs or what have you, maybe that says something about the droning of the team, and maybe they need to clear that. Maybe send Ippy Style in first. I know in the early round, Ippy Style is often trying to use his utility with breaching rounds and stuff to clear out the utility that Sinister's bringing. But it's just something to be cautious of, because when Joker is the first one picked, it does allow Sinister to, without those air jabs, like they could just go for flanks so much more successfully. And it worked really well for them on that second defense of Kitchen Cooking in particular. So I'm looking at Okami and thinking, look, you've had some time to chat. right? Figure out what's the problem, what worked, what hasn't worked, what's going to be a reliable strategy to move on going forwards. I'm probably looking at Joker just a little bit and saying maybe don't get a little bit too ahead. And if your team is running out on time, you should be prompting one of your entries, maybe one of your players with utility that maybe has already been used to be that forefront player rather than having Joker get in there early.
But if you're sort of playing that role, though, I guess you could also try and put a refragger with him, and sort of have someone there that if he does get taken out early again, you can at the very least sort of remonstrate, get one back. We've seen a few times actually happening so far. A lot of 4v4s are really sort of transpiring here tonight. So in essence, I guess they are kind of getting refrags for Joker, but they're just taking like an extra 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I agree with you. And like in particular, that last round, that one just previous on Kitchen Cooking, like Joker was just in White Hallway. Like that's not super aggressive, but Milo was allowed to get super aggressive and take him out. And yes, there was a refrag from Ippy Style, but the fact that Joker died meant that later in the rounds, like Ippy Style had basically used his util, I'm pretty sure, already to clear the top floor. Maybe I'm getting my rounds mixed up. But like if Ippy Style dies at the start of the round, that's not as big a deal as if Joker dies and then all the flanks are open for Sinister. So looking into this next round, I know it's very specific, very like, antsy fancy or whatever, but looking into this next round, of course, it is reading Fireplace. Sinister had such a strong defense of this last time. The only hole was that Ippy Style managed to drop down the hatch in Laundry and find that one kill, but he was traded. So what's OKAMI going to do this round to counter that?
Yeah, and this is, as we've said, a very vital round for OKAMI to try and almost feels like steal, snatch, take away from Sinister, because this bomb site can be extremely difficult to take for the attacking team. And Sinister have been playing it very well all season long. They have been one of the best teams, probably regarded as the second best team coming into the playoffs. So it's not really a surprise to then see them be able to take these really tough bomb sites and solidify them even more so. So they're coming up against it. But if they're going to go 3-3 at the half, they obviously, without saying, have to win this round.
I really like this from Sinister. They've already made some changes. So compared to the last time that Sinister defended this bomb site, this is actually the first round they haven't brought the castle. But Derpez jumped off the castle onto the Wamai, previously played by Milo. It's a bit of a game of musical chairs here. Milo's jumped on the Smoke, which was previously played by Fisho. And then the new ingredient here, the Sinister, is that Mute overall instead of the castle. So trying to delay OKAMI even more, they're realizing that, okay, OKAMI are dispatching with our castle barricades pretty effectively, and we're not really protecting them, maybe not getting the best bang for our buck out of them, but maybe some mute jammers will make it more difficult for OKAMI to get information and help us out a little bit here.
I think with the castle as well, is the castle is probably more beneficial if you're actually holding third floor. When you're actually playing Reading Fireplace, you probably don't need the castle as much. Typically don't see it actually picked for Reading Fireplace from any of the games on Cafe in the regular season. So not so much of a surprise to see that mixed up. No Goyo usually can be brought out for this sort of hold. You can put the Vulcan Shield in Cocktail, or if you want to be super aggressive, you can even put it in Pixel, although it usually gets blown up pretty quickly. As OKAMI start to push through Cigar Lounge now, I haven't seen how much of a presence there is from Sinister on Cocktail. Hard to tell. Looks like around 2 players potentially still holding around the back of this third site.
Yeah, and Vinny was playing on a deployable shield to prevent anyone pushing up through bar, and Milo's in a great position here with his gas to hold the White Hallway. Nico to find that first one. Mango's previously playing that hard breacher, now onto that soft breach explosive role of Zafia, already taken out early. That's a lot of util, but I don't think too much of a big deal. But for Nico to allow that C4 to happen shows that Sinister have info and OKAMI don't, thanks to that mute.
It's about the third C4 kill inside of these first 5 rounds now. Sinister's C4 game on point. And everything they're doing right now is teams on point. Nippy Style just pushing down White Corridor, checking out Cocktail, which this is better. I mean, Vince is still in there, has only just now been droned out. Lands a headshot? No, apparently not. Thought he would have been able to do a bit more damage there. Ippy Style, not even half health. But they at least finally flush out Vince away from Cocktail. 38 seconds, they've got control of this third floor, finally.
Yeah, but this is 20 seconds slower than last time for OKAMI, and a player has already died. So overall, this is astronomically less good than the previous time OKAMI defended this. Now 20 seconds left. Sinister, they're a couple players lit. Fisho tempted with Milo as well. The double SAS shotguns to flank up White Stairs. And there's no air jab clearly protecting this. So now, full retake of the top floor. Surely OKAMI are aware of this. They're completely not. Can he deny the plant? He can from above. Where the player is covering that. Cutie's not doing anything. Now the plant being forced down, but Joker's the last man by himself. Two shotgun blasts from Milo. An absolutely huge flank, not addressed by OKAMI.
Sinister were in control of that round from the get-go. OKAMI maybe towards the end when they were down on site planting, thought they found an avenue forward, but they never really were in control. From above, Milo had everything answered for. Quick double into Cutie and Jack Dad, and well, the job was done from there. Joker trying to take over the job of planning, but not going to happen. 1-4, bar and cocktail. I would not be surprised. I'd probably be more surprised to see 2-4, even though OKAMI did win bar and cocktail last time, Dev. Sinister just right now feel like they are playing at a really high level.
And on the flip side, OKAMI really struggled in that last round. I know a lot of people would just be like, well, what was that? You know, no one's watching flank. That's just silly. But to actually understand what was going through OKAMI's heads just then, if you think about it, right? Mangoes, he's the support player. He's been holding this diffuser every round. You'll notice right now, he's the player with the diffuser. He's the guy who's planted twice so far. He was the first one to die. And that meant that suddenly OKAMI have to change their roles a little bit. Joker, because he's kind of that second support slash flank watch, he's the guy who jumps on plant duty. And that means there's no one watching flanks because Joker's primary job is to watch flanks. So from OKAMI, it's a bit of a failure to cover all of the roles necessary after that first player died. So as much as we might say, oh, well, that's Cutie's fault. Well, Cutie's job technically at the start wasn't for flank watch. He was trying to watch through angles through the floor to take out those anchors and also prevent them from peeking on side. So he wasn't watching the White Stairs. I don't know why there was no air jab from Joker. I guess he'd used them elsewhere, but clearly that was a huge oversight for OKAMI, not filling each other's roles after the players had died. Or, well, for Joker, it was the fact that he had filled someone else's role and no one was filling his role. So for OKAMI, maybe just be a bit more keen on that, bit better communication, and they should be able to plug that hole.
Even 2-4 at this point probably spells disaster for OKAMI going into the final round of this half. It gives them what feels like maybe just a lifeline more than anything, but Sinister firmly in control here on Cafe, even though it is the map pick of OKAMI. It's all one-sided right now. In saying that, the one-round win that OKAMI do have was on Bar and Cocktail, and of course we are back here on Bar and Cocktail once again. Can they at least own this map? Ooh. Well, that's one start. That's one way to get off to a good start. The Claymore, jack that onto Milo.
Nice stuff, but not too much utility loss there in the Jaeger. As for Sinister, they've traded out the dock they had last bar defense for this Valkyrie from Derpe. And that Valk, when Nico was playing it on that round just past, was so effective, got the opening pick, and no doubt helped to execute that flank in the late round as well. So I like this decision from Sinister to play more info gathering. But for OKAMI, of course, this top floor presence already established. What is that peak? Oh, Mango's going to be absolutely kicking his pants right now with that happening. Fisher guy taking low, but not out just yet.
Fisher guy kind of scared me there as well. He just popped him by saying hello. He mustn't have known that Mango was there. Otherwise, you'd think he would pre-fire that. They seemed like they maybe surprised each other. And they both were able to sort of stay alive in the end. Still 1 minute remaining here on this bar cocktail defense. The push from OKAMI, definitely similar to last time. Better. Methodical, slower approach, but it's working because obviously you don't have to push in as far to take this site, get this plant down, open up this wall, and it should be all systems go in the next 20 seconds or so for OKAMI. Get the plant down from Mangoes. That's what will be being watched though. Jack Dad, Nico. If Nico's going to find something, it has to be Jack Dad right now. He could very well turn away the last second. It always seems to be that way, doesn't it? All about the timing. Nico gets Jack Dad.
3 versus 4. Round's not over for Sinister. They get the injure onto Mangoes as well. Cutie does have the diffuser. And still 4 versus 2 in favor of OKAMI. 15 seconds left. Joker's injured as well. Vince pushing up red stairs. Nico now coming in late, in from behind as well. Vince drops down, doesn't take the initial shot. Wants to just deny it at the last second if possible. Quick flick from behind. Knifed in the end though from Mangoes 2-1. Vince, he gets the pings, but has he got the right position? Mangoes is going to put this on top of the table though, so he can't be denied. Vince will have to run up. He will have some time though in a 1 versus 2.
Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position compromised.
How is he going to play this one? Mangoes is so low, but so is Vinny. OKAMI established that crossfire in piano. Mangoes to drone out the player as well. Vinny doesn't know his position's been revealed from that drone. Looking to see if he can push through bar, but Mangoes to hold it there. Huge round from the Maverick. After taking that early damage and then getting downed on the revive, Mangoes was so impactful. And it does make us scratch our heads a little bit there for Nico. He thought he was going to 300 IQ that just to deny the plan at the last second, but not killing Mangoes and letting him go was actually the most crucial mistake that Sinister made that round.
Yeah, it does feel like really should have been able to get both there, but you can't really question Sinister too much. 2-4 in their defensive half is more than good enough here on Cafe. And while they did slip up, really, Bar and Cocktail both times, Dev, for the most part, they looked in control. Bar and Cocktail, the first time around, back in the 3rd round, I thought OKAMI played that even more methodically. Whereas the round just prior was a bit messy towards the end. Sinister started to get on top, roamed in, got behind, good rotations. As now we switch half, OKAMI on the defense. They will start on Bar and Cocktail, intriguingly enough. I guess it has been sort of their bomb side of preference so far here in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess so. And if you talk about you're comparing the 2 rounds that OKAMI won on Bar Cocktail, saying maybe the first one looked actually better. Well, I got to agree with you in some regards. OKAMI had made better time management. They started the plant with 35 seconds left, but this time around, that smoke was left alive for a bit longer and denied that plant late in the round, which forced OKAMI into a much less comfortable position. But they also had gotten that opening pick, unlike what happened the last time around. So it does... Oh, sorry, they got the opening pick both times. But I think in the previous round, it was much later. But for Sinister, I thought that maybe that vertical pressure would make the difference. But in the end, OKAMI planting on top of one of the bars meant that it was not possible for Sinister to shoot him. And yeah, overall, good stuff from OKAMI. But yeah, as you mentioned, we're going back into the defense now for them. And, well... New strategy here. Top floor is the first pick.
This is where things now can turn in OKAMI's favor. 2-4, a lot more manageable than, say, 1-5 at a half. And Bar and Cocktail has been successful for them, even though it was on their attack. Now they come over to defense. It's been a site that has been friendly for them. Mangoes in Cigar Lounge. You win this round, though, 3-4. Then with the ability to go to Reading Fireplace, potentially tie it up 4-4, we got ourselves a map and potentially a series. But in saying that, a lot of work to do here on this Bar Cocktail defense for OKAMI. The pressure's certainly on them more than it is on Sinister. Although if Sinister do lose this round, Dev, that pressure may start to mount on them as well.
And Sinister have already started to dismantle this shop hold from Mangoes with the castle barricade already removed to protect him. But I like this strategy from OKAMI to open up the wall inside the bathroom and have that deployable shield. I believe it was Ippy Style playing there instead of... Oh no, it's Cutie actually. So there are actually 2 shields. One's already... No, they're both still up. So 2 shields. One in the washrooms itself and 1 pixel. So I couldn't quite see from the top down. So 2 shields still alive. That's going to soak up a lot more utility. What is that from Cutie? Taking down Fisho. We talked about the utility. Well, that's 2 breaching rounds off the table here for Sinister.
Good signs as well for OKAMI, because every single time they've played Bar Cocktail, they've found the opening kill. They've done it again here, this time on their defense. Immediately refragged though. Mango's taken out, and it's 4-4 again. This has been a bit of a theme so far here on Cafe, that hasn't been a lot of 5-5 action towards the last 30 seconds. It's been a lot of 4-4, at times 3-4. 45 seconds, but
Credit to OKAMI right now. Their defense on bar cocktails looks probably better than Sinister's, and they're getting these picks as well. Never mind, refranked again. Nico gets Ippy style 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds remaining. Kind of like I just foretold about 10 seconds ago.
This vertical pressure from Nico's found him 2 kills so far, but, well, we do have to be concerned here for OKAMI. They don't have that smoke, which means Sinister can get this plant down if they're ready for it, but they don't seem to be at all. Still no control of Piano, and Cutie is still allowed there. Now Milo to drop down the skylight. He's taken out, and this looks like it's all over for Sinister. Just Vinny left, and Cutie's going to finish him off. Starts the round and ends the round. Very nice stuff there for OKAMI. And as you said, Xenox, this might be where the tables turn.
Oh, how the turntables. Get it?
Yeah,
Backwards. Just like the way this series is potentially going. It's going a bit backwards here now in favor of OKAMI. It all started with Cutie and it all ended with Cutie. And I think Cutie's the MVP of that round, Dev, because that washroom's hold proved probably to be the difference maker in the end. Not being able to clear him out certainly backfired for Sinister. Was able to hold, made sure they couldn't plant near that cigar lounge spot on the opposite side of the shop. And, well, in the end, yeah, tables are turning in favor of OKAMI right now. 3-4, kitchen service and cooking. You win this, and you suspect they'll take reading and fireplace, and potentially that would mean they would take lead here in Cafe. It would be 5-4 at that point.
And that'd be a funny thing to think about after we'd really hyped up Sinister in the first half. OKAMI are definitely impressing us so far with just those 2 rounds straight, and in particular the fashion that they won that last round. Now, funnily enough, both of these teams really like extending on these bottom 4 defenses. So we've got the castle once again, as we saw from both teams. In fact, there's only 1 round so far in this map where a castle hasn't been taken, but also I noticed Jack Daddy reinforcing upstairs in reading room as well. So a very, yeah, there you go, putting some mute jammers down as well. So extending this roam, a couple of reinforcements to help on that north wall. The Sinister got a lot of work to do to clear everything out here.
This is where sort of team and potentially even player morale also now comes into play as we get to around rounds 8, 9, and 10, for instance. You know, OKAMI probably on the uppity up. Sinister, though, would now be questioning themselves just that little bit more. You know, at one point this was 1-4 in favor of Sinister. Right now it's 3-4 with a big potential chance that OKAMI could take what is a bit more of a 50-50 site. A lot of presence from OKAMI vertically here, though, for this first floor defense. See if that sort of pays off for them. Typically, you're going to see pro Sinister push in, try and clear out this bakery. Like to see them get a bit of first floor presence, but with OKAMI roaming around up there as well, may make it a bit more difficult.
It actually looks like Sinister is starting to primarily ignore this roam game, which is a double-edged sword. I guess not, actually. That's Molosca to punish Ippy Style then. That wasn't, in fact, on the roam. Molosca's found a really sneaky way into service, but he's punished there by Cutie. So the refrag does come out for OKAMI.
Yeah, and it just continues sort of the trend that we're seeing in the series. There hasn't been a whole lot of times where a team is able to hold that 5v4 advantage after the opening frag, at least not for too long. Jack Dad does have a C4. And of course, whenever you're defending this kitchen site, the C4 is going to be crucial at some point. We saw it earlier with Nico throwing the C4 onto Mangoes, but back when Sinister were on the defense, that stopped the plant. Jack Dad just sitting and cooking right now. A minute remaining left on the clock. This is better from Sinister. 4 versus 4. C4 goes out. This could catch 2, potentially from Jack Dad if he times it perfectly well.
Sinister actually in a tough position right now. They've opened up that main wall into sight, but Joker is above prep. This C4 coming out. Does it land? It damages both Derp and Nico so significantly. Now that is huge for OKAMI. Jack Daddy's still in a very difficult to flush out position. I don't know whether Derp still has a grenade left, but he might not. Still, as I mentioned, Joker is above. No nades left for Derp. No util really to flush out this player. Could be Nico to try and stun him out, but they're droning at the moment. This is going to be so difficult in the last minute flush in.
Burned out, Jack Dad half health. As you said, not a lot of utility, but it goes both ways. Not too much utility on either side. Although Cutie does still have the C4 in hand, sitting further back over towards Service. There's a 1-for-1 trade. Now starting to push in. He's going to be Fisho Guy as he walks straight past. Never mind, Jack Dad gets Derpay. 3 versus 1 now in favor of OKAMI. 4 seconds remaining. They win the round. They eliminate Sinister. They stop the push. And right now, they have certainly stopped the bleeding. 4-4. We're tied.
So difficult there for Sinister to flush out Jack Dad from in cooking there. It was just impossible. They had no util to deal with him. You notice the Ash charge. I believe both Ash breaching rounds from Fisho came out and both missed. Well, like, you know, it's not exactly trying to frag out a player, right? It's pretty difficult to do that with a breaching round. It's meant for breaching, not for killing. So losing those frag grenades made it very difficult, as Derp had already used them earlier in the round. And Sinister, yeah, really struggled to flush out those anchor positions because they decided not to go for that full roam clear and open up the floor. If they had done so, then Jack would have been a sitting duck there and cooking. But of course, it's difficult. You've got to choose. Are we going to try and go for a full map clear and deal with all the utility that OKAMI has invested off-site? Or are we going to try and hit it hard? Maybe just do something a bit more simple onto the objective? And, well, Sinister did just that, but it didn't quite work out.
OKAMI right now have turned things around. How much more can they take this momentum and build on it? It is their map pick, and so the expectations are that they were going to be able to potentially beat Sinister here on Cafe. It all started, of course, with the Sinister train, and really, I guess since the rehost dev, it's all been one-way traffic now in favor of OKAMI. You know, you don't want to sort of put too much credence on it, but potentially could have been a factor here in them getting back in this series.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah, OKAMI definitely have been looking good in the last few rounds. As you mentioned, 4-1s, now 4-4. So Sinister, we're looking at you and thinking, look, if you can't win bar and you can't win cooking, you better be able to win reading, because this is the bomb site that we expect to be mostly won by the defenders. This is statistically the best one for the defense. And well, as for OKAMI, it's going to be very, very favored here on this bomb site. Sinister, you need to step it up and crack on with some attacks.
The Goyo pick here as well from Mangoes. I like to see that. Vulcan Shield can go up, but Pixel Cocktail can put a lot of presence up there for OKAMI. We didn't see it used by Sinister on their defense. Didn't really matter too much, but you can see both those shields there. One at Pixel for Ippy Star, one in Cocktail. I just wonder if maybe Sinister have got a different plan here on trying to attack this. Maybe trying to avoid the 3rd floor. Eventually, at some point, they are going to have to clear those guys up. Otherwise, OKAMI will have vertical control up on the 3rd floor for pretty much the entire round. Although Nico, already into mining up close here on this 2nd floor, could very well, as I said, try and, if they want to, ignore that 3rd floor and have to then waste a lot of time up there. Minute 30 seconds remaining, though. If they do sort of elect to now continue to push up this 3rd floor, you cannot do it at the last second, and everything is just going the way of OKAMI entirely right now.
But at least Milo does get that one pick to refrag Ippy style. Things are, as you said, very tough here for Sinister. Still no clear on Pixel, 2 picks against them, and no utility to destroy any deployable shields anymore, with the Ash and her breaching rounds removed, and the frag grenades from Derp also gone. So this is a very tough position to fight back from for Sinister, but fortunately for them, there's no one aggressively playing Pixel. They can open this hatch here in Piano as well to enable that presence in reading. Still no top floor control though, and OKAMI's going to keep holding on for as long as they can. 2 players upstairs, 2 players on bomb site. Sinister, it can be very difficult for them to plant here with so many players up.
40 seconds remaining. And for the first time since we were at 0-0, everything's all squared up. It's all tied up. But OKAMI, the front runners now to take the lead. 4 versus 3. Molosca's half health, even just a little bit below it. Fuser in hand as they now make their way up the white stairs. And they potentially catch OKAMI off guard. They certainly caught Jack Dad off guard. Molosca just pushes straight in. Joker takes out Vince though over at white stairs.
Oscar unable to even get the diffuser down right now. Nice wall bang through the wall. Cutie's going to get Nico though in the trade back. Oscar's so low, you could breathe on him and he'd fall over. OKAMI win the round and they take the lead here on Cafe.
A great round from Joker here on the bomb site to hold on as long as possible. I believe he got both of those final picks there. Really great stuff there from OKAMI, and they were just unrelenting. You had Star with that early pressure, that roam game, and following that, After, who's finally refragged out. There were still 2 players for OKAMI upstairs and 2 players on the bomb site. They just didn't let Sinister try to rush that reading site. They also just didn't forfeit the cocktail control, which is what we saw from Sinister on those defenses. A different mentality. OKAMI are like, well, if we're in the advantage and they're not going to be able to clear us out, let's just commit to this. And it worked out really effectively. Sinister had to completely rotate, abandon any prospect of top floor control, and go for a bit of a cheeky push up through the white stairs. Now they find 1 kill off the back of that, but it's such a numbers disadvantage. It was so difficult, and OKAMI fought back, did not let them plant.
4 rounds won in a row now for OKAMI. It was 1-4 to Sinister. They had won the fresh opening round after the rehost to make it 1-4, sort of then, well, in our eyes at the time, gave even more credence to the fact that they looked like they were going to really sort of run away with things here on Cafe. And something has just switched, coinciding, of course, with the switch at the half for OKAMI going over to their defense, being able to defend Bar and Cocktail, a difference maker, something that Sinister weren't able to do. And right now, OKAMI have been able to do it over in the first round of their defense. They're going to now, here in round 10, have another crack at it for OKAMI. If they win Bar and Cocktail again, it'll be 6-4, and certainly be favorites to take Cafe from here.
Looking at this lineup though, Wamai, Jaeger, Castle, the kind of lineup where you really have to play that util simulator game, right? But Sinister, last round, the players that got picked first up were the players that had those explosives. Now, fortunately for Nico, he's got those frag grenades now switched off the buck onto the sledge, and that ups the explosive count from Sinister from 4 to 6, which will definitely help out a little bit, but of course they lose the stun grenades, and keeping Vinny here on the IQ means that the only stun grenades you've got are on Fisho and Milo, so I don't know, a curious decision there from Sinister, and it does make you wonder, are they going to be able to get rid of all this util?
Again, not electing, so really from both teams, not electing to put too much sort of pressure around that piano stage. You know, you mentioned it. We saw it a few times from various teams in the regular season. He's just going to sort of shut up shop, move that shield to the bar backstall.
I actually love that right there. So Cutie used the default camera, which Sinister did not take out, unfortunately. West side default camera outside, got to take that out. And so Cutie checks that, sees no one is repelling piano, and rotates his utility to face the east side so that if... And look at this, Jack Daddy's also going to do the same with an ADS as well. This is so clever now from OKAMI. They're rotating their defense and investing their utility in the place where Sinister is pushing. But first picks come out. It was opened up there by Nico, but he is traded back by Joker. The flashbang going to come out. Joker full flash, but is Sinister able to get this one? Milo and Vinny to try and pinch it, but Joker's ready for it. Second stun grenade doesn't find him, but he is taken out anyway. Sinister trying to claw this one back. 4 versus 3 now. Numbers advantage, but not very much map control.
Sinister changing things up here on their attack to Bar and Cocktail. Mentioned that the OKAMI sort of were able to be ready for this east push, but in the end, Sinister just brute forced their way through. Have now the 4-3 advantage. Mangoes, oh, nice shot from across the room. Takes out Maloska. 3 versus 3 with 25 seconds to go. Diffuser on the ground as well. And just like that, how quick things can change. Sinister looked like they were just going to brute force their way in. 2 versus 2 now. Trades are out. Derpe does get Mangoes now. 2 versus 1. And Vince will secure the round for Sinister. And finally, they stem the tide. They stop the bleeding. And we're tied once again. 5-5.
It was a good roam clear there from Sinister, trying to exact that vertical pressure from below. Nico found the first kill. Obviously, there was that refrag from Joker, but again, refragged back. And I thought that perhaps Mangoes had won it for his team when he got that pick. This one right here. Onto that player with the diffuser. It was Milo trying to rappel in on the east balcony, and that really put OKAMI in such a strong position. But the fact that Vince was enabled to get up White Stairs with that flick onto Jack Dad, that really turned things back in favor of Sinister and gave them that opportunity. So overall, strategically, things didn't go that well for Sinister. But thanks to that little kill there from Vinny, and the fact that they established that man advantage early on the roam game enabled them to claw it back into the realm of possibility.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
F5, and he's going to be able to get sort of map point after this round. I said that Sinister sort of stemmed the tide and the bleeding, and certainly not wrong at that, considering OKAMI had won 4 rounds in a row. Bar Cocktail gone the way of Sinister. At least now splits that 1-1 on their attack. Of course, OKAMI winning the first round of Bar Cocktail on their defense. Kitchen, which is not a surprise. OKAMI were able to win this on their defense. This is the 50-50 map that so far has been going the way of the defenders in this particular matchup. All that trend continue. OKAMI.
We haven't seen a single attack win on this bomb site yet. That's kind of surprising to me.
I think a lot of the reason for that is just, I think is that typically we're seeing a lot of teams funneling in through Bakery, coming in very late, Okay.
I'm sorry, but that was a completely blind nade from Derp, and Mangoes just happened to perfectly walk into it. That's kind of hilarious, to be honest. I don't know how that happened.
Shame back.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead. Joker can try to get up red stairs. I think that's what he's doing right now, so he can open up this hatch. There you go. Surely Mangoes doesn't get revived yet. That'd be even more hilarious than the fact that he got downed. And somehow Joker managed to bait his teammate and get him up. No, finally there's a refrag from Fish who punishes both of those players. What is that? That was the weirdest engagement I've ever seen, the weirdest sequence of events, but okay, cool. Sinister will take it.
I mean, yeah, you'll always take at least a 1-for-2 trade. It could have really gone bad if Sinister overplayed their hand there. Fortunately, though, they come out on top, but he does get Nico, and again, 3 versus 3, and these two teams not really able to hold sort of player advantages for too long. It has been 4v4s and 3v3s for the most part here on Cafe. Minute 20 seconds remaining. Hippie Style just finding himself a cozy spot here. Bottom of the White Stairs. Baghdad service. OKAMI are now waiting for this push from Sinister.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Trying to clear this util now for Sin. There's the castle barricade to give Vinny access here upstairs, opening up the floor. 1 minute left, still time to try and play this vertical game. Remember that last time around, Jack Daddy was allowed to sit around in cooking and prevent that final push in from Sinister. But this time around, there seems to be no bakery take for Sinister. They're just trying to rely on finding picks through the floor here, and there are still players positioned to prevent that late bakery take from Sinister. So, yeah, this is well and good that they've got the vertical play, but my question is, where is Sinister intending to actually execute?
Lippy Star can come in from one side, from White Stairs, and the rest of Sinister will most likely drop down without realizing that he's on this side of the White Stairs. Jack Dad finds both Dirtbite and Fisher Guy as they dropped down. OKAMI were pretty much ready for this from the get-go. They had all angles covered. Faceplant into the wall. And OKAMI have got map point here on Cafe.
And if the trend continues for what happened during the regular season, OKAMI takes this next round and we call it a 7-5. But jury's not out yet. Sinister did manage to just scrape away that bar cocktail attack, and I've got to say that was not at all convincing. And then to move on and still have this situation where Sinister established that early man advantage right here when Joker gets that one, and then Fisher Guy refrags and kills both of these players, dropping through the elevator hatch. My problem there for Sinister was just maybe a bit of lack of clarity for where that execute's going to come down. Last minute, they decided to go and rotate, drop the freezer hatch, but I would have thought that with the success they had taking Bakery last time around, it would have been a bakery-centric take, just with that added ability of that vertical pressure. I think that would have absolutely been the secret ingredient that Sinister could have used to win that round. But no, once again, a defense win of Kitchen Cooking, and we look to Reading as this final bomb site of regulation. But honestly, I don't know if we're even going to need overtime here with OKAMI and the way that they're playing. They won Reading pretty convincingly last time around, and I mean, Sinister have just looked lost on their attack.
Certainly have. The difference has mostly been that bar cocktail. That's only been right now the only difference between the two teams is that OKAMI were able to defend successfully at least one of their bar cocktail defenses, whereas Sinister lost it both times, giving OKAMI sort of a look-in on defense. And when we switched halves at 2-4, it did feel as if it gave OKAMI a chance. They went straight to bar cocktail, then made it 3-4. So that was sort of the circuit breaker that got them the momentum to now be in this position after all of it has been said and done. Match point, Mangoes with the opening frag onto Dirt Pay, Sinister falling by the wayside.
A spawn peak to open up this potentially final round, and added to that, it's the only hard breacher. Oh, okay, we do have a Hibana, but it's in some ways the most important hard breacher for Sinister. With that mute on the board, going to prevent Hibana from being so effective. And also 2 frag grenades to boot. Derpet's been a standout player during the season with so many highlight moments, but he'll have to sit and watch the rest of this round and support the team on cameras. For Sinister, really need them to step up right now, and it's going to be difficult with already that utility wasted. And It'd Be Style here in Pixel with the shield to support him, plus those 2 Vulcan shields from Mangoes elsewhere. And all that util, oh no. Vinny finally does take out that Valcam, but still lots of util that Sinister have to deal with here.
Still a lot of time though. Minute 50 seconds is not too bad right now for Sinister as they continue to clear out a lot of this utility. Vince, the IQ, trying to just see if he can find any. OKAMI right now just probably want to sit back. They've got the numbers advantage. Don't lose anyone early. And buy as much time as possible here. They can fall back down onto that second floor through Cocktail if need be. They got Jack Dad, Joker on site. It'd Be Style at White Stairs. Mangoes and Cutie inside of Cocktail with the hatch open, ready to go when the time calls for it. It'd Be Style is low though. And if Sinister get over aggressive, they could find a kill or two potentially before those members of OKAMI drop down.
This X-Kairos is perfect though, and it forces Cutie into the corner. Takes a bit of damage for it, but he's actually going to stay here, not try and play aggressively. He's going to wait for Sinister to aggress, and I like this strategy. What's Milo doing now? Downstairs, Vinny as well. It's a rotate from Sinister, potentially to go up the White Stairs. Now, this is exactly what Sinister did last round when they were at a deficit. Now, I didn't think that the problem was that huge for Sinister this round, but they're going to go for it anyway. Surely not. Milo to find that 1 kill. Can he find the second? That's perfect for Milo with a 3K. Absolutely huge, but for some reason, he's got the X-Kairos out, so he does get refragged here. Joker once again to hold it on site, but Sinister, they have an opportunity here, and it might work out for them, but still, Cutie holding the line on the top floor. 20 seconds left on match point. Sinister, what you going to do?
Were they even aware that Cutie was still in Cocktail? That's the question. 12 seconds left with match point. Cutie from above gets Nico down. Vince in a 1 versus 2 now, trying to save Sinister here on Cafe. Can't get it done despite Milo's heroics. OKAMI come up clutch, win the map point, win the map, and they're up 1-0 in the series so far.
An absolutely heartbreaking defeat for Sinister after that 3K from Milo to explode that round into possibility. But for OKAMI, a near flawless defensive half. Added to that, a great split on the attack. And they show that, well, they won Cafe during the season against Sinister. They're going to do the exact same thing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, their map pick, though, for those who maybe missed that, maybe just tuned in. So OKAMI, at the very least, confirm their own map pick. 7-5 against Sinister, although at one point, Dev, it was 1-4 against OKAMI in favor of Sinister. They were in control of Cafe by far and away. Of course, that was technically the rehost when it was 1-3, but then Sinister out of that rehost did win that first map. But from that point onwards, it was the OKAMI show on Cafe. Something switched for them for better, and in the end, they take the map Villa to come next. And
You did say to me before the broadcast you don't sense OKAMI can get 2-0. After that performance, do you still stand by that? So you're basically saying they can't win Villa?
I don't know. With the Sinister's attacks just then and how strong OKAMI were on the defense, it does make me a bit concerned for Sinister for this second game, and it does raise the possibility there. Maybe OKAMI can actually do this in 2 and head straight forwards in that upper bracket. That would be huge, I think, because Sinister are coming in here as a second seed. This is a second versus third seed game, right? So who's really counting, right, between these two? But we were definitely favoring Sinister here. And OKAMI to be so strong there on Cafe, like, yeah, it was a close one. It was 7-5, but they didn't need overtime. And as you mentioned, they managed to win that bar cocktail defense, which Sinister wasn't able to do. I may be starting to slip here, and I think OKAMI have got this.
We'll have to wait and see, though. We're going to go to a quick break on the other side. We head to Villa. OKAMI currently leading 1-0. OKAMI ended up winning their map pick on Cafe. They currently now hold a 1-0 series lead in this best of 3. Welcome back, Dev. We've got Villa coming up very soon, which will, of course, be the map pick for Sinister.
Yes, indeed. And Sinister started really strong on that first map. So we think, look, maybe they can do this. We thought for a while that they were going to be the favorite team in this matchup. But, like, I don't know now. Akami looked so good on that defense. And Sinister were just so unable to break it. So here on Villa, like, yeah, it's Sinister's map pick. Yeah, last time these guys played each other, Sinister won it. But I don't know. I'm starting to be a bit skeptical.
Yeah, look, for them, I think Sinister are the favorites going into Villa, without a doubt. In my mind, I definitely feel like they should be the favorites to take this map. We're kind of umming and ahhing. Would we go to all 3 maps? In the end, I think we will, and that's sort of actually what the poll vote even sort of said too, the 67-33, right? So that kind of suggests that 2-1 likely scenario. If Akami 2-0 Sinister here, it certainly would be an upset, that's for sure. One thing I just sort of want to bring to everyone's attention, though, is, of course, the official sponsor of Six Masters, Samsung, is generously gifting the 4 finalist teams with its range of high-performance NVMe SSDs. Thank you to the team at Samsung Australia for doing so. Don't forget, you guys as well can receive up to $148 cash back when purchasing select Samsung SSD from participating resellers. So for more information, you can use the !SSD Twitch command in chat to get more information on that. Of course, we are very shortly going to be heading into Villa for map 2. Dev, I want your thoughts here. Do you suspect, like me, that Sinister are going to be the favorites here?
I know it's a tough call, to be honest, because we do have that head-to-head result from last time these guys played each other where Sinister won the map, and that was Akami's map pick. Like, maybe, yeah, I think what really is going to make the difference here is Sinister just got to get their heads in the game, especially on that attacking side, which is, in fact, where they start on this map.
Yeah, the poll vote for you guys at home, you backed in Sinister. We backed in Sinister as well. 67% in the poll vote did say that Sinister was likely to win the series. Of course, no draw, Dev. There's that little draw margin that we used to have in the regular season. Not there. Of course, you can only advance forward or drop down to the lower bracket depending on the result of this matchup. Right now, OKAMI leading 1-0. Of course, off the back of their own map pick win on Cafe. Wasn't all easy going for them. And while I think 2-0 for OKAMI going into Villa is unlikely, it wouldn't be impossible, would it?
No, definitely not. I think there's definitely a possibility here for OKAMI to surprise us, but yeah, it would still be that, a surprise. But let's jump straight on into it here. It is OKAMI versus Sinister. A great first map here from OKAMI on their pick, but now they're going to have to deal with Sinister's map pick. Sinister won it last time, but who knows? OKAMI are on a tear. Maybe they can fight back here and take it 2-0. But for Sinister on the run, they want to go through straight up that upper bracket. We'll see what happens here on Villa.
Yeah, and look, good luck. Have fun for all in chat. Sinister, though, you sense there's pressure now built on them coming into Villa, right? I would say there would be just a little bit, but at the same time, I think for these guys, they're probably cool. They're probably collected and calm. This is their map pick. They would definitely feel more comfortable coming into Villa than OKAMI, for instance, as we have the ban phase now. Sledge and Thatcher are going to be taken out. Not too much of a surprise there. Right now, OKAMI, though, with the chance, at the very least, to finish this series off once and for all. Because what have we got? A theme park, from what I can remember, is the decider map. I think you probably back Sinister on theme park as well. So they're going to have to do it on either one, Villa or theme park.
Yeah, I definitely think probably a better chance here on Villa than theme park, but who knows? But as for these bans, the Thatcher and Clash is maybe a bit expected from Sinister. It's exactly what they banned last time these guys played each other. Mangoes plays a mean Clash here on this map. But as for the defense, as for OKAMI's side, you've got Sledge and Valkyrie being banned out. Now, Sledge is not a very common ban on any map, but it is a very common pick, especially on this map, for the one and only Nico. So Nico's going to jump back onto the Buck instead. One of the things I love to see with the Sledge on this map is Nico actually goes downstairs underneath the bomb site and uses Sledge by standing on top of tables to sledge the roof open. So he basically like plays a Buck, but as Sledge, and that means he's still got the frags, whereas Buck does not have frags. So that does overall change things slightly for the attacking side. It means that if you want to keep the frags, you have to go an operator other than Buck, maybe someone that's not as similar to Sledge and doesn't have as much soft breach potential. But if you want to keep the soft breach, you lose the nades here. So maybe that tells us that OKAMI are going to try and play into that that explosive counter game. You know, Wilmai, Jaeger, deployable shields, and it seems to be the case, at least with those two deployable shields and the Wilmai and the Jaeger here. And of course, from Sinister's side, thanks to that Sledge being banned out and Nico jumping onto the Buck, instead it means there's two less explosives, and you'll be relying on just the lifelines from Vinny and the explosive breaching rounds from Fisher.
I do wonder, though, whether or not starting on defense here is going to be more beneficial for OKAMI, because quite evidently, as we saw in Cafe, they performed better on their defense than their offense. And if they can get off to a good start here on Villa, it can certainly bode well for them at the switch of the half. On the flip side, though, Dev, if they, say, perform poorly on their defensive half here on Villa, considering it was their defensive half that won on Cafe, that could also then sort of spell disaster for them as they then go into the switch.
Yeah, definitely. If you're talking about Sinister, though, like you're thinking, well, the attack was where they really struggled last map, and now they're on it. And if it was me, I'd want to be on attack first, to be honest. You're like, get rid of that doubt that you have in yourself. Start with some strong attacks. Just be like, look, guys, whatever, let's just make this happen. Start off strong and then move on to your defenses when you know you're good. But address the real problem first, which is your attacks. Starting it as a vertical take, as is very much common from Sinister in particular. Air jabs used to prevent these flanks, and that'll give Nico free reign downstairs, as well as Fisho, but probably we're just mainly looking at Nico to open up the floor using the skeleton key and start trying to flush out some of these players.
Of course, the last two
the last time that these two teams played each other, it was a draw 1-1 in the best of two. Of course, this is a best of three, though. So history kind of suggests that we most likely are going to head to Theme Park for the decider. If that's the case, probably not ideal for OKAMI. So they kind of want to buck the trend, buck history a bit here, and take Villa away from Sinister, which would then cause a pretty big upset 2-0. And they would, of course, then move forward into the upper bracket. Sinister would drop down into the lower bracket and would have to then run the gauntlet to get all the way to have a shot at wildcard, for instance. Fisher Guy just going to drone out top of main stairs here in second floor as Sinister start to make their push into Aviator Games.
And one more explosive for Vinny. Empty Star still stacked up with ADSs and magnets, but Nico to find that first kill, an almost kill there from the Jaeger of Itby, but he's taken out, and that's a good strong start for Sinister. And now flushing Mangoes off this position as well means Sinister can probably safely push up brown stairs. And now Sinister in that significant man advantage with some strong positioning as well.
Well, significant man advantage of 5-2. Mango's Jackdad, last two remaining for OKAMI. Not the start they would have liked to have had on Villa. In saying that, still a lot of rounds to play out. Sinister get a flawless attacking round. That is an ideal start, though, for them.
Very much so. And talk about getting your confidence back after such a shoddy attack on Cafe. This is absolutely the way to do it. Start strong here. Despite that sledge ban, it didn't seem to affect Sinister at all. Nico, with that skeleton key and the C8, was able to find that first kill through the floor. I believe it was Cutie. It was either Cutie or Joker. I didn't quite see. I think it was Cutie. Very nice stuff there from Sinister to dismantle that hold, and they're coming and be like, look, guys, they just ripped the carpet out from under our feet that round, so let's move over to trophy and statuary. Not dwell too much on the past. And look, any kill that OKAMI can get here is an improvement over last round.
I know that OKAMI are defending here, very different to Cafe where they were attacking first, where they struggled at the start. But that's the thing, they did struggle at the start. It was 1-4 in favor of Sinister before OKAMI turned things around. So, seeing Sinister win this first round and maybe have a good start here on Villa doesn't necessarily paint the full picture of what could be Villa if, of course, OKAMI can turn things around. We're only one round in, though. But I think it is different when they're defending here rather than attacking. If you have a sloppy attack, you can bring things back on your defense like we saw from OKAMI and Cafe. But I think it's more difficult if you have a sloppy defense and you kind of just get run over by the attacking Sinister. Then for your own attack, you could be very much shot for confidence.
Yeah, very much. And I think that's what happened partly, at least, for Sinister in that last round. The last map, rather. But having a look into this round for OKAMI, they do love this Goyo. And they are bringing it, it's Cutie though, to put some pressure on the south side of the map. And as for the bomb site itself, OKAMI are doing this beautiful thing that we've seen a few times. This closet hard hold with a rotate between the bomb site of Stat into Master. And there's castle barricades to support as well. So Sinister going to address this head on. The primary thing here is that you have to really soak up a lot of that util and clearing mangoes here in the closet. Let's have a look at the top-down view maybe and see how much utility exactly there is in the closet. For now, it's just Sinister to keep flushing it out.
I believe there was at least 2 ADSs in there. Maybe could have been 3. There was a lot of utility thrown in to try and clear out those ADSs. This closet hold, typically in the past, has been successful for OKAMI. Veloska's taking a bit of damage too, has to just drop the diffuser, fall back a little bit. Nico trying to be cheeky in the drone hole. 2 minutes, a lot of time. You don't want to spend too much time at this closet. You need to try and find a foothold here on the second floor.
Yeah, but it's cleared, so that's good. And you don't really have to hard breach as much of the bomb site because of the way that it's been already pre-opened with that rotate hole into Stat from Master. The Sinister, minute and a half, they're like, okay, closet's clear. Let's just move on to the next thing, and that is vertical control. Nico to drone himself out. The Sinister, this does indicate that they're not going to go for a full push from the south side of the map to clear out Aviator Games, etc. But Milo may well just spot out mangoes here on this roam. Indeed. So now Sinister are aware of this downstairs presence, and Milo looking to catch him out downstairs.
Increasing our defenses.
1 minute remaining here for the second round of Villa. Sinister, methodical in their approach, clearing out a lot of the utility. And this eastern side of the second floor, closets cleared out. Hole open up for Vinny. The OKAMI, though, have not budged. Been happy to just turtle up on the second floor. Mangoes will get the opening frag at the 42nd mark onto Molosca. Here, OKAMI definitely favored to get around back.
Yeah, wow, that's the diffuser as well. Milo was the player trying to hunt down Mangoes, but I think he was just... originally, he was just kind of watching for the flank rather than aggressing, but I guess he got a bit too overzealous there. Mangoes to find one. No way, that is just horrendous there. To allow Mangoes to crawl this one back, and now, I mean, OKAMI know that the plant can't go down. Sinister has to kill Mangoes, and oh my god, 3 of them! It's all on dirt, but there is absolutely zero chance of him crawling this one back with the diffuser in the basement. A single crucial mistake became a tsunami there for Sinister and OKAMI to punish that wholeheartedly.
That's what you need to do over the course of a best of 3 series, is that it's going to be a few rounds where you've got to be able to win those sort of 50-50s. You mentioned that it was Milo who was kind of hunting down Mangoes. You win that 50-50, and the tsunami that then transpires after that goes in your favor. If Milo wins that 1v1 with Mangoes, we're probably looking at a Sinister win that round, Dev.
Yeah, 100%. And, well, Milo was going into that first gunfight already low. I didn't quite see where he'd taken damage from previously, but... I mean, unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see the whole situation. We didn't quite get to see when Milo died. But how it happened was, all right, Sinister's like, okay, let's drone out downstairs. And Milo is helping to support Nico, who wanted to enter downstairs with some drones. And Milo spotted Mangoes roaming in the basement. The drone was taken out. And Milo's like, okay, well, I'm going to cut him off from another area, down from pantry stairs. And at the start, he was just waiting. Oh my god, this is a hilarious dance here between these players. Milo was just waiting, right? He wasn't actually trying to hunt down Mangoes, originally at least. But he had the diffuser, you know, it's the worst player who can die. And I don't know, I guess he got aggressive, guess he tried to hunt down Mangoes, and obviously low in that gunfight, so he's probably going to lose it, and just got worse and worse from there.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, on Cafe, it was very much first half Sinister, second half OKAMI. I think Villa's potentially more of the kind of map where it could go back and forth, regardless of who's attacking or defending for that matter. This could very well be, not necessarily, it doesn't have to go 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was to be the case here. A lot of sort of these 50-50 battles. Does it go, you know, which team does it go this particular way? Closet's open, Vince just jumps straight in. Every 50-50 that you win puts OKAMI just that little bit closer. Of course, they've got that map win already in the back pocket, Dev, so Sinister will be the ones sort of sweating a bit if it does become a very close map here in Villa.
There are 3 people from OKAMI holding this top floor. 1 in stat, 1 in trophy, 1 in astro, all within refragging distance of each other. Sinister looking to address this head on. X-Kairos from Milo. Try and open up the wall from Master into stat. Hopefully that'll help out with taking out Mangoes. Or rather, I believe it was Cutie up there. But for now, OKAMI have plenty of info thanks to this pulse. And still Sinister not able to detonate that X-Kairos thanks to the mute jammer on the other side of the wall. But it seems like, in fact, it is the case that OKAMI are completely fallen off that top 4 presence.
Yeah, job done for now, though, for OKAMI, because we're already getting down to 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. As Derpe just pushes down into the cellar in the basement. Oscar with the diffuser in hand, close to the bomb site. Jack Dad sitting in kitchen still with his pulse, getting so much information for OKAMI. You can see them all above on that second floor now as well. He's at least gotten 2 or 3, I think 3 members of Sinister. As Hippie Style finds the opening frag at events, it will be Now trade back though, as Fisher gets Hippie style immediately after that.
Good time management here for Sinister, but that run out from Hippie style did put a spanner in the works. Still no numbers advantage for Sinister, which always makes it risky in your execute. But that is info there from Milo. I don't know what happened there for Fisho, but Joker to take that one down. Jack Daddy on the long angle prevents that prone in from Milo. Not enough X-Kairos to make that a viable entry. 20 seconds left, and it's all on dirt against 4 players, and things haven't really gotten that much better since Cafe, it seems, for Sinister. OKAMI to lock out their second defense here and put Sinister once again on the back foot.
You bring up a good point, actually. I'm just sort of counting it all up, but 4, 2, 6, 8 of the last 10 rounds, if we have a look at Cafe as well, has now gone to OKAMI. 8 out of 10, Dev. That's insane. And coming into this series, we both said Sinister certainly favored. No surprise there. But OKAMI have stepped up dramatically after the first 5 rounds after Cafe. As I said, 8 out of the next 10. Wouldn't have been able to guess that was coming. Long way to go here on Villa, though. Definitely not counting out Sinister just yet. But they will have to pick up the pace a bit here.
Yeah, very much so. It's been a huge step up for OKAMI on their defenses, and yeah, there has been defense for all of those last 9 rounds, not counting that 10th one, which was their attack on bar previously on Cafe. But for here, OKAMI retrying this bomb site on Aviator. Now, let's recall, Sinister won this flawlessly last time around. So maybe that's a bit of a good sign for Sinister after there's such a drought in rounds here. But for OKAMI, they seem to be in control, and I expect that they won't fall victim to a lot of those early peaks that Sinister, or those early frags that Sinister managed to steal away last round.
Aviator games, though, which Sinister was able to win the first round here on Villa. The only round they've won so far, though we've only played 3. Will they be able to repeat that effort? Gives them a lifeline, a bit of hope here on their attacking half. You lose this, though, and things could potentially fall away for them very quickly right before their eyes. Definitely wouldn't have thought that Sinister would be dropping down into the lower bracket. Not at this point, especially. But full credit to OKAMI, Dev. They have been definitely the superior team now between the two of them. There's no two ways about it. They've come to play. They've had a style of Siege that they've wanted to play. And right now, I believe they've got every single opening frag as Joker gets spins here on Villa.
Really good idea there from Joker. He knows that Sinister always push this downstairs living library area early in the rounds. He put a pest on the library door from bottom brown stairs, but you notice that Fisher actually managed to jump over that pest by identifying which side of the door the pest was on. He jumped over it. Really nice stuff, but I guess it didn't matter because Vinny was taken out early anyway. So Sinister used to getting this area for free, but Joker made sure there was a tax on it this time, and he got away with his life.
And that's something that hasn't been very common as well in this matchup, both in Cafe and Villa. A lot of the times the refrags have been coming out. You get that opening pick, but typically whoever gets that opening pick is probably traded back, like at least if not immediately within the next 10, 15 seconds, Deb. So definitely a good valid point that you bring up, that Joker's able to get away with his life. Now OKAMI can hold this 5v4 advantage for quite a bit longer, and as we get down to the last minute or so, the pressure mounting onto Sinister here as they push in towards Aviator Games. Up onto the veranda now.
How is this clear of the util at top brown? Fisher guy to push on up. They're not even going to clear the shield, but somehow he wins the fight anyway, and 2 of them. Huge kills for Fisher, but now so low on HP, and his teammate was also taken out in the process. Now Cutie going to reinforce off the classical hallway, making it even more difficult for Sinister. A good late reinforcement there. Sinister still on the back foot, but Milo does have that Hibana. He can open up avenues onto the bomb site, which will expose these anchors for the rest of Sinister.
Nico's still on this first floor. It might be 3 versus 3, but Fisher guy extremely low on the Ash. Won't take much for him to be taken out. Still one more gas canister available as well for Cutie in terms of utility. Flash gonna just miss Mangoes as he falls back, trying to just see over the broken wall. Mangoes though gets Fisher guy who was low, didn't need much to take him out. The refrag though from Nico, that's the vital one that comes in as Milo does get Cutie. Joker able to get Melee back though. He won. Sinister win the round finally right at the end. Nico ended up finding 2 towards the back end of that round, and Sinister, well, now they are the ones stemming the tide.
I thought that was OKAMI's round for sure, but Nico to win in that 1 versus 2, I mean, you got to say that even though Sinister maybe won that round, that was by the skin of their teeth. So many things went wrong for them, and they're going to be very happy to have put that one on the scoreboard. This is where it all started, though, for Sinister. Fisher guy to push in top brown and find both kills. Made it a 3 versus 3, but the remaining players on OKAMI had a very strong position to just hold on the bomb site. They got the opening kill as Sinister desperately started to push on through. But Nico to clean up with the last 2 did certainly save them there. Thankfully for the Buck. But that is 2 successful attacks there on Aviator Games.
It is, but is it kind of just like putting a small bandage over the big giant crack in the damn wall, right? Because that's all they've been able to get so far. 2 more rounds to go. It'll be Stat Trophy, then Kitchen Dining. Both times OKAMI have been able to get those sites. If OKAMI can get to 4-2 at the half, it'll be, of course, their advantage going into their attacking round. A lot of similarities, though, I guess, kind of to Cafe, where OKAMI were able to get Bar Cocktail twice. Could see that sort of happen here on Villa, where this Aviator Games that Sinister have been able to get on their attack, if they can then defend it themselves, that will then be the difference maker when it comes to these maps and these rounds to give Sinister the advantage towards the end in this next half coming up, Dev. That potentially gets them the map point.
It's definitely possible here, but no, I'm still worried for Sinister. That wasn't a great round. They lost the opening pick, and for OKAMI, a really nice read there. They started to realize this is how Sinister's taking it, that downstairs presence first, and they addressed that with some utility. Got an early pick out of it. Sinister here, they need to make sure they can win one of these other bomb sites at least. Put themselves in a strong position going into their defense, but for now, Sinister have done a good job here at clearing out the closet hold. Mango's deciding not to commit to it too hard, and he gets out with his life, at least for now.
I saw at least 2 ADSs in the closet. Not sure if it was the 3rd. But once again, not a surprise, especially trophy stat. To see that sort of presence of utility inside of the closet. Pretty much cleared out for the most part. It was droned out. So 2 minutes and a little bit quicker this time as well for Sinister. Last time around, though, was Mangoes. He found the opening frag onto Milo, of course, here on Stat Trophy. And that alone, Dev, was sort of the story from that point onwards for that round. Sinister, hope that doesn't happen again here. 1.5 minutes remaining.
Surely Sinister won't make the same mistake they did last time, pushing downstairs, and seems like the Roamers are being contained pretty effectively. Mango's, of course, the player to come up huge last defense of this bomb site, and he's supported by Itby Style on the red stairs. For now, though, Sinister focusing primarily on the bomb site, and they've made good headway here. Now to drone up ahead in Astro. Ooh, but that shot through the floor somehow lights up Fisho. Almost gets another shot off too. But Jack Daddy got droned out there. And now Fisho to push up inside. He's taken out, but Vinny's here too. He turns the corner and loses the fight. 2 players there. Now Sinister, 45 seconds left. Really struggling to get a grip.
Well, that trophy didn't go their way last time, and for Sinister, it looks like it's not going to go their way again here. Frag still available for Derpay, the grenade in back pocket. Derpay does get Joker, though. Soft banging through the wall. You can find a second one as well onto Cutie. Double kill for Derpay. Still has the grenade as well. Can throw it down the stairs. Might just find a third, or at the very least, do some damage. OKAMI are quite low with Jack Dad and Ippy Style, who is taken out. But Jack Dad ended up finding Derpay and Nico at the exact same time. And they do not allow Sinister to steal that round.
Certainly not, and it goes to show that holding on to Closet isn't the be-all, end-all of that bomb site or even that strategy from OKAMI, because Mangoes once again gave it up really, really early and decided to just head on for a roam instead. Now, the roam wasn't the most impactful thing, but the fact here that those two players pushing Astro were taken out with no refrag at all, at least not imminently, from Sinister, made things very difficult. Now, credit to Dirtbait here, who did a good job to try and retake that ground and then finally push on in, but Jack Daddy did clean it up, as you say. OKAMI are once again in the lead here and seem to be in control not only of this map, but this series.
One of the things that's been kind of noticeable, and it was something actually you brought up at the very beginning of this series, back over at Cafe, was when Joker was losing a lot of these opening exchanges. He was being fragged early. It's almost as if OKAMI weren't even playing with him on the team. And after those first 4 or 5 rounds, since then, it's been the opposite. Like, you know, the last 2 rounds, Joker's gotten the opening frags here. He sort of found another gear, flicked the switch. He's now the one that's causing these opening frags rather than constantly going down early. It is providing OKAMI these advantages in these rounds. So that's been a difference maker, something that has sort of switched up in this series so far.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very much so. We're seeing a really well-rounded performance, I'd like to say, from OKAMI.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
In particular, seeing players that wouldn't usually step up, like Mangoes, like Joker. Ippy Style hasn't needed to do his usual, you know, go nuts and kind of carry, if you will, that is kind of distinctive of OKAMI. Here for Sinister as well. Need to pull themselves together because they are attacking once again Kitchen and Dining, and this was a bit of a fail last time around, despite clearing out that top floor roam pretty effectively, or rather, there were 3 roamers on the top floor who gave it up without too much of a fight from OKAMI. Sinister still wasn't able to convert that to the map control they needed and then execute onto the bomb site. This Thatcher ban that they insisted upon has really made it difficult for the Hibana to open up these walls. Once again, Mangoes.
4 members. Yeah, Mango's getting the opening frag. Second one here on Villa so far. I was going to bring up the fact that, you know, Sinister, they won the opening half on the Cafe 4-2. It looks like OKAMI might be able to do the same here, though, but it doesn't mean it's all over for Sinister. They can still come back on their defense.
So Sinister taking this top floor control. I think they've finally got a grip on it now. There you go, Nico, to start opening the floor as well, but Sinister is still very worried about these flanks. They've consistently struggled with these roamers from LFO OKAMI, and, well, opening up this floor, getting rid of that mute jammer is so essential, and hopefully here Molosca has enough utility here, enough of those Excarios to open not just a prone hole, but an actual angle onto the bomb site that he can walk through. Now, a pre-placed C4 from Jack Dad could come up huge if he can find Nico.
Kings 1.
Oh,
Detonates, but it probably does get the injure. He does, but not the full elimination. So, but that's going to buy so much time for OKAMI, because now they're going to send someone over, probably Vince, to go and get Nico back up after Jack Dad just sits him on his bomb for the time being. But time is of the essence. 40 seconds remaining. OKAMI, of course, have got the numbers advantage. Then now you consider that Nico is going to be very low here for the remainder of this round. It's almost, in essence, a 5v3, just about.
A bomb has been located.
Joker holding that whole 25 seconds, and the last 20-second rush is about to transpire now from Sinister. Molosca getting the diffuser down. Dirtbait takes a large amount of damage.
no.
Trade. Cutie's injured. Jack Dad gets up close and personal. Gets Dirtbait. Molosca stops the diffuser from being planted as well. The OKAMI have been cool, calm, collected, clean here on Villa. And they end the half on a flawless round. It sums up the way this series is going right now.
the half may have started with a flawless round from Sinister, but since then, nothing looked like it went right for them, and OKAMI close it with a flawless of their own. Despite falling off that top floor presence so early, that C4 play from Jack Dad, there was a second C4 that didn't find a target, but overall, great stuff there from OKAMI, and in particular, that plant denial at the end. Jack Daddy just spamming through that destructible cabinet to deny the plant and then swing on Derpe as well. It was so perfect. Sinister really struggling to find their feet here, and they're one map down in the series. This is their map pick, and they need to come strong back on defense. Otherwise, we're looking at a 2-0 for OKAMI.
Much to the surprise of yourself and myself as well, and even to the people at home who voted in favor of Sinister to take this series out. Long way to go, though. Now with Sinister on the defense, it's up to OKAMI to sort of, I guess, will themselves home from here, right? It's in their own hands on their attack. It's one thing being able to sit back and have a sort of wayward Sinister try and flail their way around on attack and kind of fail for the most part at that. It's another, though, now having to breach them and be the aggressors. But when you have, you know, like a guy like Ippy style Dev, you kind of, I back him in. Mangos is finding quite a few opening frags as well. Joker stepped up his game. OKAMI as a team have been collectively solid.
Yeah, it's really great stuff so far from OKAMI, and it doesn't look like they're intending to slow down anytime soon. A very strong roam clear centric lineup from the attackers with the Jackal and the Dokkaebi in tandem. Molosky, you can see he wants to get his confidence back on this roam, pre-firing a few windows, but I don't know if he's got what it takes to deal with the whole, the just sheer ferocity that we see being brought from OKAMI. Ippy Style does tank a bullet there. So far from OKAMI, though, I've seen a lot of good things. That's not one of them, though. The Jack Daddy to go down early. The Dokkaebi taken out. Where was that? Just upstairs on that head's window, and this goes to show that Sinister trying to fight back with their confidence to find a second one as well. That's both those roam clearing operators down. Not impossible for OKAMI, but finally a breath of fresh air for Sinister.
That's much better from Sinister. That's more the Sinister we're probably used to seeing, we would have expected to see here in this series. Round's not over yet, though. Molosky low on health. Although Ippy Style did tank that bullet earlier on, so not exactly full health. 3 to 5. Magnet thrown out from Vince, and well, just more kills falling in favor for Sinister this round. This one's a bit of a whitewash, and well, fortunately for OKAMI, it doesn't really matter how you lose the round. It's not too bad. Just sort of move on to the next one, but not sort of the way you would have wanted them to start their attacking half here.
Not at all, not at all. But if anyone's going to bring it back, maybe it's Ippy Style on the Ash here. Already taking a bit of damage, but does he have the util to clear out this shield? It seems like he does. Breaching round to finish that off, but where's he getting shot from? Is that through the drone hole? Now he's so low. Mangoes to find one. That's going to help out quite a lot. 2 versus 4. Still very, very difficult, and Ippy Style so low on HP. Even if they can take this bomb site, this control and study will make it very difficult to plan, especially because that aviator wall's been opened.
Hard to really believe. You did say if anyone could do it, probably Ippy Style, but when you're on a sliver of health remaining, it makes it difficult. And well, it didn't really take too much to take him down in the end. Now 1 versus 4, and round's over. For OKAMI, probably better to just get it over and done with. Sinister, though, this is potentially the journey back into this series.
It started off with that aggression there from Sinister. Nico found one on the roam, just pre-firing out through that window of heads over near Trophy and took out Jack Dad. Meanwhile, Milo, we saw how aggressive he was, trying to just take the fight to OKAMI, peeking, pre-firing every window he could see on the master side, and he got cutie. That was the 2 pivotal roam clearers down for OKAMI, and no doubt that stilted a bit of their confidence. No Dokkaebi Logic Bomb calls to go out, no scans from the Jackal Inox. That made them think, well, okay, let's maybe just see if we can push up 90. But of course, Sinister had that numbers advantage, and even though there was a bit of flash of possibility there from Ippy Style pushing the classical hole and clearing out that deployable shield, well, he was lit up to so much. He just wasn't confident in taking any fights. And Sinister to lock it out with that numbers advantage, refragging the final kills. Very nice stuff. Maybe this is where they get back into the game.
Well, they're not really out of the game. It's just the fact that they're down a map in the series, right? Because it's only 4-3 now on paper, and well, Sinister also on their defensive half. So all things considered, I don't think Sinister would be sweating too much right now. In fact, they probably feel pretty comfortable with how, of course, they were able to open up their defensive side. You know, I speak about how not ideal for OKAMI to be opening their attack like that, but the flip on, you know, the opposite side, the Sinister, that's how you want to open up your defensive half and put the doubt into the minds of OKAMI that they're not going to be able to get the job done here on their own attack, that they start to question themselves. You know, are we going to be able to sort of attack Sinister here? Long ways to go. And the benefit for OKAMI is they've already at least got a map win on Cafe, but I'm not sure if Theme Park's where they want to be going here. They really would want to, while they're pretty close to getting this map win, try and finish it off here in Villa.
Oh yeah, very much so. To lock it out in 2 would be so good for OKAMI. Not have to deal with Villa at all. What is that? It be style. That's so cheeky, and Derpe's gonna feel that one.
Those are the things that OKAMI probably need to go their way just to solidify their chances of winning Villa. Little things like that. Ibistal finding Derpe through the drone hole. Unexpected completely from Derpe. Can't blame him there, but that's what Ibistal can do. Find these opening frags time and time again for OKAMI. And even an opening frag like that, now you kind of back him in to find another one as they actually enter onto this second floor, pushing towards Trophy and Stat. Fisher guy into the closet now. Defending up close, where we saw on the opposite when OKAMI were defending, they didn't actually have anyone inside of the closet. Tries to make the run, does take a lot of damage pushing out of the closet as now Mangoes pushes in. Basically, they just swapped positions just about. He took the spot of Fisher guy.
It was a good closet clear there from OKAMI. You could see that Sinister deciding to play their smoke in there instead of what we saw from OKAMI, which is the castle. And oh, there's a nice one for Vinny. And NS comes out in chat. I like that. OKAMI, their thought process was, look, if we lose closet, it's not a big deal. Let's just back off early so we don't die. Whereas Sinister tried to play a bit harder, but that X-Kairos just made that impossible. Fisher had no choice but to get out of there. And it's a shame that Jack that he didn't manage to punish that with the Mark 14. Because that would have been huge for OKAMI.
29 seconds remaining. And again, as has been the trend in this series, not able to hold on to that man advantage. Orica finds Maloska. Where's the refrag though? You kind of expect it to come within the next 10-15 seconds or so. There's not much longer though in this round. 30 seconds left here for round 8. Flash is going to be effective onto Nico. He's blinded for the time being. Gets punished by Joker. Found his double kill. Now going to see the plant go down from Mangoes. 2 more seconds and has Jack Dad and Cutie watching Angels on his shoulders. And that's going to be an easy kill onto Fisher guy as he walked through the doorway. And OKAMI get the round win. When it looked like maybe Sinister were beginning the fight back, OKAMI get one back in their favor.
Really great closet hold there, closet clear rather, from OKAMI, and to follow that up, even though they lost, it be style on that that nice shot there from the Wamai to keep that numbers advantage going, keep that pressure up towards the Astro side and force that plant down with the smoke coverage as well. Not something we see super on meta at the moment, but Jack Daddy bringing that. No, actually, sorry, it was the Jackal bringing the smokes. Jack Dad had stuns. So with the Jackal of Cutie bringing that smokes, it really enabled that plant to go down, made it much more difficult for Sinister to disrupt it. Clearly no C4s to be tossed over. And then in the retake, well, 3 versus 2 for OKAMI. It's just, you just don't lose those ones, do you?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
5-3 now, Dev, and it starts to become a reality that, you know, match point could be on the other side of this round. OKAMI are so close, they can smell it. This upper bracket is calling for them. The upset, which would sort of shock the Six Masters playoffs already, for OKAMI to 2-0 Sinister coming into this, says we definitely wouldn't have been expecting this. And now it is a possibility.
Maybe some people would have expected this though, right? Like, these teams coming into the playoffs, they're only 3 points apart from the regular season. And OKAMI has been If you asked me like 2 seasons ago, OKAMI would absolutely be the favorite team. These guys have been consistently 3rd, 4th place behind Wildcard and Fnatic, mind you, and Fnatic aren't even playing in this league anymore. And OKAMI have consistently been that 3rd or 4th place team, whereas SINISTER has consistently been in those relegation spots. Now, coming into the season of Pro League last season, by the end of it, OKAMI was actually in 3rd place once again, even ahead of Wildcard. The SINISTER was all the way near the bottom in 2nd to last. Oh, sorry, I actually managed to get 5th place by the end of it. But it's really only this season which has seen SINISTER on the rise, and it seems like OKAMI is starting to humble them a little bit and smack them back down. It's the way things used to be.
SINISTER haven't been able to get 2 rounds in a row since rounds 4 and 5 on Cafe. Long way ago. Long time ago. And in terms of recent times, they haven't been able to get 2 in a row here in Villa at all. So it kind of says this map could be done before already. If SINISTER can't change that theme, OKAMI should just about be done. But of course, stats don't always tell the full story. And OKAMI have still got to get the job done here on their own attack. It's not over just yet. But SINISTER, at least for me, haven't quite been at their full best as they were in the regular season. In saying that, we mentioned it a few times. OKAMI were the last team to at least take a map off SINISTER. They may just do more than take 1. They may take 2.
A bomb has been located.
Well, my question is, what's the strat for Fisho Guy? Does he have anything different to prevent the ex-Kairos from opening up his angle? Nico's on the roam though, and that does find that first kill onto Ippy Style, an impactful player who found the opening last round. Look at that. That's 2 sets of ex-Kairos from Mangoes. In fact, all 3. I don't think any of them actually detonated, maybe just the one on that castle barricade. So the way that OKAMI flushed this smoke out of the closet last time with those ex-Kairos, that's just not going to happen this time. OKAMI's going to go full send into Twins at the stat bomb site. Milo just loses that gunfight. Joker's got to reload. Small mag here on the ARX, but Mango's also to find one. Refrag now, and that's control still of Master. This will be a very difficult opportunity to get the plant down here for Joker with no control in Master. So OKAMI, while they have got some ground here, they're still unfavored here in the 3v3.
And only 20 seconds remaining as well. They're holding this doorway, which is where OKAMI are going to funnel in from all of them all at once, start to push in. At least it's a 1-for-1 trade. JackDad gets Nico as well, so now it's 2 versus 1.
No
OKAMI
way!
just went from unfavored to favored. They've stolen the round and they've got match point.
By all rights, that should have been SINISTER's round. They did everything right. That closet hole worked perfectly, but OKAMI, after losing that final fight there, in stat, they just thought, oh man, okay, let's just go back and rotate. If we don't have master control, let's go for a trophy execute. And Derpe, yeah, he held the line, he got 1 kill, but it's a 3v3, so when he's traded back out and OKAMI finds 1 more, that puts poor Vinny in a 1 versus 2, and Jack Daddy to clean that one up. Man, this is, I mean, I don't know if it's not the upset of the season or anything like that, but SINISTER were in top form in the 6 Masters. This break has not treated them kindly. And in the flip side, OKAMI always cursed with 3rd place and 4th place in the Pro League season after season. And even though Fnatic left the 6 Masters, it seemed like OKAMI was still doomed to that fate once again. Until here, they come up against SINISTER to do away with them in a 2-0 and go on to the upper bracket final as our first team. That would be huge for OKAMI.
Just kind of cool expectations here a bit though, Dev. It does seem like Destiny says these 2 teams may most likely meet again in the lower bracket final. That's the likeliest of all likely scenarios to take place for the 6 Masters playoffs. But who knows? At this point, OKAMI 2-0 potentially on the cards. Certainly wouldn't have expected that, and maybe just sort of sets the tone for this 6 Masters playoffs that anything can happen. Who knows? You know, you mentioned there was a break, of course. You know, we've had 2-3 weeks off since the regular season. Things can change in that short amount of time. Right now, though, we're back on Aviator Games, which has been the only bomb site that SINISTER has been able to win
both on their attack and their defense. Like, this is it. This is the only site they've been winning.
So they better hope to win it here. Match point after all, 3 match points for OKAMI. Now, remember last time Sinister defended this, it was the first round of the game. They came out of the gate strong. Aggressive peaks from Nico and Molosco maintained an early man advantage for Sinister. OKAMI actually almost pulled it away by the end of it, but let's see if the aggression from Sinister works out once again, because I think OKAMI are ready to quell that, and of course with that roam clear util, the Jackals, Inox, and the Dokkaebi calls can definitely make it more difficult, but Mangoes is the first one to enter an engagement, takes a bit of damage for it in Master. That's Milo, and he goes back downstairs, jumps down red with Nico. And the roam peels off here for Sinister. That mute did delay a bit of time with those mute jammers, but overall, Sinister just want to get out, get away with their life.
Get away with the round win if they can as well. It's it's a must. You cannot lose this round, otherwise you lose the series. Match point, series point for OKAMI. Minute and a half remaining. Ippy Star, what can you find this game? It's been probably mixed results for Ippy in this series so far, but fortunately, you know, we've touched on it, but guys like Mango's Joker really standing up, finding frags, where typically in the regular season, it was always the Ippy style show, especially in regards to finding opening frags. Minute and 10 seconds remaining.
Where's Mango's going to use his X-Cairo? So they're going for just a clear 90 take? Or will he rotate? No, he is in fact going for a study push. So this is where the presence from Sinister starts to come in. Vinny in particular.
Oh my God.
That's a knock. Angle shuts him down. No more regenerating magnets. A great peak there for Mangoes, and that puts OKAMI in a much better position. And that's just going to do it even more. So Sinister in a 3 versus 4, trying to claw this one back. Match point against them. They need to hold on.
4 versus 3. And goes very low. Jack Dad's taking a bit of damage too. Joker. The air jab at the doorway. 20 seconds remaining now. Sitting back over into the Vault Stirpe. Shotgun in hand. The round's not over yet for Sinister. Still a lot of work for OKAMI to do in such a short amount of time. Joker trying to just push in now. Find a spot where he can get the diffuser down. Waiting for the player to push out of Vault. That's Stirpe. Takes a lot of damage, but he's not eliminated. Still up.
No.
Joker's now going for the plant. Nico gets one. It's on to Mangoes. It's a refrag and retrade. Jack gets Stirpe. Still, that plant's going to go down from Joker. Not stopped at all. 2 versus 1. Milo has got the series on his shoulders right now. He panics, but he's got 37 seconds remaining. Can slow down if he wants to in the 1 versus 2 against Joker and Jack Dad.
The crossfire onto him, though. The player in study whips out the pistol. Doesn't know there's one right behind him. Involved, caught in the corner. And that is OKAMI to steal the series 2-0 here against Sinister.
Well, you say steal the series, but I mean, you can't really steal something that was never really Sinister's in the first place, Dev. Yes, they were favorites. We predicted Sinister. Everyone at home predicted Sinister. OKAMI predicted OKAMI, though. 7-5 on Cafe, 7-3 on Villa. They get the job done. They surprise us all. Moving forward in the upper bracket, as they really were the better team after the first 4 or 5 rounds of the whole series. From then onwards, it was the OKAMI show.
And you know how at one point you said OKAMI's won 10 out of the 8 out of the last 10. I mean, Sinister won 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds in the space where OKAMI won, what is that? Like 6 plus another 7? Like, what is that? I don't know. Don't do maths on broadcast. 13? That's 13, right? So that is absolutely nuts. For Sinister to only get 4 rounds in the space of OKAMI winning 13. That is, I mean, well, the first map looked close, but the second half definitely wasn't. And the second map was definitely dominant for OKAMI.
Yeah, and I mean, in a lot of sort of the preparation for these playoffs, we all kind of had OKAMI around as that 3rd place team, Sinister. The form that they were bringing into these playoffs, pretty much undefeated since losing that map to OKAMI. And then, of course, OKAMI was their first opponent, and guess what happened? Then they lose both maps, right? So
Out of the last 4 maps that these two teams have played, it's 3-1 to OKAMI. Technically, they take it 2-0. But I do say, and I mentioned it sort of towards the end there of Villa, but Destiny says these two teams will meet again, Dev.
Yes, well, I mean, we do have Pittsburgh Knights versus Wildcard, and those are the 4 teams in the playoffs. These two and those two. Whoever wins out of that one is going to go up to the upper bracket and face OKAMI. Whoever loses out of that one is going to go and face Sinister. And then if Sinister wins and OKAMI loses to Wildcard, then yeah, lower bracket finals is where we'll see these guys for that rematch. And I think that judging by how Wildcard and Pittsburgh are looking, I think that's probably the most likely scenario, which is exciting because it means we get another rematch between these two very closely matched teams. Despite, I mean, OKAMI says, hey, we're not that closely matched. I think that they are, but OKAMI has looked so good here, and I would love to see another rematch.
Yeah, I mean, look, 7-5, 7-3, though, pretty convincing, right? So when you say, oh, you know, Sinister would be able to sort of change the tune of these results in a rematch, I would say yes, they can. But will they is another question right now. OKAMI have certainly got the wood over them. Like they are by far and away, you know, winning in terms of recent results well and truly over Sinister. So it's hard to sit here and say, oh, you know, Sinister will just sort of win when it matters in the lower bracket final. It also puts a big dent into the credence of Sinister being able to challenge Wildcard, right? Like we looked at like who's going to stop Wildcard. A lot of people thought it was going to be Sinister. If anyone's going to do it, it was going to be Sinister. Well, now it's like, is it? Are they even going to get there?
That's a great point. And look, I'm just going to further your stat. What did you say? With OKAMI has won 3 out of the last 4 maps against Sinister. Well, if you go back to the Pro League as well, OKAMI also 2-0'd Sinister. So there is just such a strong head-to-head rating right now for OKAMI, and they look so good here in the playoffs.
We got a strong dad as well for our first interview from this series between OKAMI and Sinister. We have Jack Daddy for OKAMI. Congratulations, right? 2-0. Did you guys even potentially surprise yourselves there?
Hello and thank you. Not really surprised ourselves. I think we just played our game, especially on the second map, to how we usually do recently. So as you saw, like we shined. We just took a bit to warm up on Cafe, but in the end got there, which is great.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the exact same maps you guys played against each other in the Six Masters, like the league phase, and then you decided to go there again. And not only that, but Villa, which was Sinister's map pick, you guys looked so strong on there. Like, what's changed between the online phase to now that made you guys not only confident with those maps, but then turned up so strongly, especially on Villa?
Yeah, well, Villa was actually the only map that our team has ever lost to Sinister, ever. So we worked on that really hard. We voted that. Changed up a lot of things, different operators, changed up a lot of sites. So yeah, we're just ready to play a different Villa than we did in the online section.
Jack, moving forward now, of course, you're in the upper bracket. You're the first team through. After we sort of go to a break and everything, it'll be Wildcard versus Pittsburgh Knights. I think we can all agree Wildcard's certainly the favored team there. So just sort of, I guess, give us your thoughts there on the potential future matchup against them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think Wildcard, I can see why they're the favourites because they're such a good team and they've been playing super well this season. So we're mentally preparing to verse them next, but you know, anything could happen. And I'm keen to see the games, so we'll be watching closely, seeing what's happening.
Awesome, mate. Thanks for coming on. Best of luck moving forward tomorrow.
Cheers. Thanks.
No, it's right. Look, anything can happen. I don't want to say Pittsburgh can't win, Dev, but, you know, we do have to be honest here. Like, Wildcard have only dropped 1 map all season of Six Masters, right? So they've earned the sort of expectations that are put on them coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, Jack Dad, great to see a smile on his dial, and great to see that he was so confident going into this match. And it sounds like OKAMI knew exactly what they needed to do to beat Sinister. Only map Sinister had ever lost them was Villa. OKAMI voted that and prepared for that. So great stuff. And look, it gives me a lot of confidence in OKAMI moving forward, right? And look, let's say Wildcard do win this next game against Knights, and then we see an upper bracket final with Wildcard versus OKAMI. I think Jack is mentally ready for that. He says they're going to be watching this game they're going to be keenly looking for things that they can exploit and take it to the rivals that are wildcard.
Yeah, and look, obviously now for OKAMI, it's kind of like we've now beaten one fish. There's another bigger fish though still to fry, which is of course going to be wildcard. But you have a nice, relatively clean 2-0. You know, Jack Dad said it himself, bit slow to get going on Cafe, but after that it was pretty clean. They should have confidence that they can really at least match it with wildcard for the most part. Obviously, beating them in the grand final, if it's not the upper bracket, but if they make it to the grand final, then it's a best of 5. Who knows, really? And as he said, anything can happen, though, right? So we do have to see whether or not Knights can take it up to wildcard.
We talk a lot about form, right? Well, I've got to say, OKAMI, maybe they didn't have the best form during the season, but OKAMI are looking in top form right now. And actually, last year in the Six Masters finals, in the semis, OKAMI almost beat Wildcard. They were 2 rounds away from making it happen. So, look, I'm really impressed by OKAMI so far. I love to see it.
We've got our next interview coming up. Probably won't be as much of a happy smile on that dial. Nico from Team Sinister. Firstly, mate, commiserations there. Bit of a tough one there against OKAMI. You guys started so well on Cafe, but then everything just kind of fell away after that rehost, basically.
Yeah, it was definitely the turning point for us.
Yeah,
is there anything there why you would think that is?
Oh, I mean, it was just an event that happened to be when things did turn around. I don't think there's anything that really played into that much. It's just a rehost, but yeah.
You guys started off really, really strong on your attack with a flawless round, but after that, it looked like you guys kept struggling. Sometimes there wasn't necessarily an opening onto the bomb site that you had. There was one particular round I know where Milo died with Diffuser on the bottom floor, and you guys kind of all fell apart around that. Like, what changed between, you guys getting that flawless round and struggling later in your attacks?
Definitely a massive mentality game of, like, making that quick decision of, like, okay, are we doing what we've been practicing to do, or are we doing what, like, we need to do when things fall apart? And it was definitely like a lot of mishaps and miscoms of making that just massive distinguishing, like, decision to make those plays, which a lot of the time, once you do so many of those in a row, that starts to snowball out of control.
Nico, fortunately, this was the semi-final, not the elimination. You're still in. You've still got, one more lifeline, and that obviously gives you guys a bit of hope that you can then play the loser of Pittsburgh or wildcard, maybe gain a bit of form, and then go into that lower bracket final. So you're not feeling too down, I'd imagine?
We, like I always say in the interviews, we always know what we did wrong. We can come back. Massive props, though, to OKAMI. They played exceptionally well today. Made sure we didn't take an inch from what they wanted. So
yeah, certainly they surprised us, maybe surprised you guys just a little bit as well. Best of luck tomorrow, though, of course, in the lower bracket.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Awesome. Well, I do like to see him giving props there, at least to OKAMI, and sort of understanding they played really, really well. And the good news then for Sinister is they kind of know where things didn't quite go well for themselves. And then, as I said, they're not eliminated yet. They're not done. It's not a one and done deal. They go down to the lower bracket now, Dev. So we have a look at the bracket here. Of course, OKAMI move forward into the upper final and the lower round 1 for Sinister, where they will be waiting to see, of course, in our next match between Wildcard and Pittsburgh, who is going to join them down there.
Yeah, it's very important there for Sinister that they know what they did wrong, because that's the first step to making improvements. And as for OKAMI, they're very confident. They can take a lot of confidence from that 2-0 going into the second game. Now, we thought that if any of these games were going to be a 2-0, it's probably going to be OKAMI's one. We didn't think that would be the case for Wildcard. If we thought either was going to be a 2-1. Now, this one wasn't. It was a nice and quick, strong game for OKAMI, and that makes me wonder, are we going to maybe subvert the expectation as well in the Wildcard Knights game? Maybe Knights are going to show up really strong as well. I think Jack Daddy was kind of hinting at that in his interview.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, we can sit here and say Wildcard are the favorites. We can sit here and say Wildcard are expected to move forward, but we can't sit here and say they're 100% going to just brush aside Knights without any difficulties. Knights are a very, very well, established team. And if they bring their A game, you know, they've had 2-3 weeks, Stev, as well, to also sort of maybe rectify some of those regular season issues. Whereas Wildcard had sort of been on top of the world, right? You can only kind of go down when you're on top.
True. Yeah, and especially because Wildcard have had such convincing victories, right? They had, what, 2 7-0s, if I recall correctly? One against Kanga, which, you know, that's bottom team in the league. And one against OKAMI, and we know how good they are. Wildcard are in top form, but, you know, the harder they play, the harder they fall.
Yeah, potentially so. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, of course, it will be our second semi-final. Pittsburgh taking on Wildcard.
User has been dropped. 5 seconds left. I'm out. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Welcome back, everybody, here for Six Masters Playoffs. Desmada has transformed into a raven, kind of almost like my long-lost brother as well, look pretty similar. Welcome, mate, to the broadcast. Welcome to Six Masters Playoffs.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. And yeah, look, I'm sure there's going to be lots of comments about how we look alike. People have often said it already when we weren't next to each other, and now here we are.
Yeah, I just don't have my glasses on, and then we'd probably be spitting image. But hey, coming in, you probably watched, I assume you watched the series between OKAMI and SINISTER. Were you surprised in the result 2-0 to OKAMI?
Look, I was surprised. I always thought it was going to be a really great, tight contest. I'm honestly surprised it ended in just 2 maps. I really thought we were in for 3. I couldn't call it either way. I was leaning towards SINISTER at the start. But OKAMI, well, they really brought out the guns and they just went off on that Villa map. And here we are. They won 2-0.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to have a look at the bracket to just recap where we are at now, where we're also heading forward. So OKAMI in the upper round or semi-final, whichever you want to call it, 2-0 over SINISTER, sends them down into the lower bracket, right? Where, of course, they're now going to await the loser of this matchup that is about to be played, Wildcard versus Pittsburgh Knights.
And that should also be a great match. I mean, Wildcard are probably going to be favorites coming into this one. They've been dominant all of 6 Masters, but the Knights have had some really big maps of their own. And of course, just knowing that SINISTER await a team in the lower bracket, that does help things along a little bit. It's not as much pressure in a single elimination.
Gonna have a look at Wildcard's lineup for this matchup. Ethan, Diesel, Emo, the gods really right now, because they've been playing like gods this regular season. Raven, they've been by far and away the best team this season, only dropping 1 map to LFO, which was quite a long time ago as well, mind you. So they're the team to beat right now.
They really are. That map was all the way back in May, and it was a 5-7, so it wasn't like they lost it in dramatic fashion. Wildcard have really been going from strength to strength with this new lineup. Of course, Pat and Gio are newest additions to them in 6 Masters. But really one of their long stayers, Ethan, he had one of the best seasons I think I've ever seen him have. He really went off in so many games, and there's still a massive consulate game that stands out to me where he had a 20 bomb and it just looked like he couldn't miss.
Well, right now, speaking of couldn't miss, it looks like Wildcard couldn't lose anything, right? And coming in against Pittsburgh Knights, we very much give them the overwhelming favorite odds. We'll have the poll vote later, but I wouldn't even be surprised if it was something like 90% in favor of Wildcard. Of course, you're going to have some fans of Pittsburgh Knights that'll skew the results, but realistically speaking right now, they are by far and away the favorites, not just for this series, but also the playoffs as a whole.
No doubt. And of course, they've got the prowess and the reputation as well coming into 6 Masters of the global experience they had with the Tokoname Pro League Finals, 6 Invitational. They have gone through those minor roster changes since then. But that experience really adds up, and they've really flexed ever since in the entirety of this season.
Yeah, we've got, of course, their opponents, the Pittsburgh Knights, who maybe felt like they shouldn't even be here. Of course, there was a lot of intriguing stories around the final 3 teams, which was LFO, Ferox, Knights, who was going to get this 4th and final spot, and in essence, who was going to be thrown into the fire, which was, of course, the 1v4 matchup against Wildcard. These guys have had an up and down season, I think it's fair to say, Raven, but they're here now, and that's all that matters.
Up and down is a great way to describe their season. If you look through their history, it was never stringing together a lot of wins or stringing together a lot of losses. It was just back and forth. But hey, they had a really good season, taking a 2-mapper off Elevate. That was a 2-0 series, considering one of the stronger teams, and also taking it to some of these big teams. Most recently, in fact, the last map they played in regular season was against Wildcard, and that was only a 5-7 loss. Very narrow on Villa. So they really can go toe-to-toe with teams like Wildcard, and in particular, Wildcard.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got teams like Wildcard, but then you got Wildcard themselves. The thing is, teams like Wildcard, the team we just had prior, OKAMI, while they're not probably on the exact same level as Wildcard, They are a team now, especially after their 2-0 against Sinister, that can compete potentially against Wildcard. And Knights got kind of shown up against them. It was at the time, back it was Playday 10 or whatever. Back then, Knights really needed to get at least like one map from that. They got 2-0'd by OKAMI. That seemed like the turning point. I remember the interview with Strider, and he was quite devastated from that series in particular, because that was the one that they needed to get to at least get one. But it also felt like that was the series that kind of dropped them like a couple of echelons down, you know, the behind the Sinister, behind OKAMI, behind Wildcard, for instance. So Knights get a bit to prove here in the playoffs. And if it's not here against Wildcard, then of course it would have to be against Sinister in the lower bracket.
And that's an important point too, is if they do lose this series to Wildcard, of course there is the lower bracket run that they can have, but they will want to be stepping up against Wildcard here. They know they can go toe-to-toe. They've had some really great games in Six Masters, and they've also had the last 4 or so weeks to work on some new stuff that really could come out of the gate and surprise Wildcard.
We turn our attention though towards the maps, the map vetoes in particular. These two teams have both got very common ban rates. You know, Border basically should be banned by Wildcard, no surprise if that's the case. And then also Consulate for Pittsburgh Knights could also be the ban for them. Although I say that, and from what we saw in the sort of pick ban phase in the map vetoes in the first series, it didn't play out as we kind of expected it would.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have a break at the regular season towards the playoffs, it gives teams that extra time to work on some things, work on their weaker maps, and maybe that's enough time for them to turn around to make it a strong map. And that can really help through a best-of-3 style veto. So for sure, we could be in for some big surprises here. Wildcard in particular, though, they have a very set map pool. They just don't play Border. So I think that's still a pretty safe ban.
They just don't play Border. They just ban Border, and the same can be said, I guess, also for Consulate from the Knights. This time around, no surprises here, kind of like we had a few surprises in the OKAMI Sinister series in that map veto phase, but definitely no shocker here from either of these two. For Wildcard, though, you know, they just don't play Border. They play everything else, though. So really, their pick, anything could be on the board for them.
Yeah, and that's the real strength about having such a deep map pool, is the Knights are going to be up against it in this veto. It's going to be really tough for them to weed out exactly which maps to Wildcard to take them to, because, I don't know, most of them look strong, to be honest, besides a couple there, Clubhouse, mixed results, but same with the Knights. So it's not necessarily that it's their strength either. So really, in terms of this veto, I feel like Wildcard really do have a lot more going for them than the Knights.
I certainly do. It's going to be, though, what has become the Six Masters home stomping grounds. Cafe, Clubhouse. It wouldn't have been a Six Masters playoffs if we didn't get a night where we had a Cafe and Clubhouse. Oh, of course, it's a best-of-3 this time, Raven, so there will be a deciding map. It was Theme Park in the first series, although we didn't get to go there. We, of course, need to sort of play the rest out here to see what we could potentially see as our decider. Villa banned out, Coastline, and Theme Park will get the deciding map again.
Yeah, look, I think that's great. Wildcard showed some pretty big muscle on Theme Park throughout the regular season. In fact, they won it 3 times, didn't lose it once. And they beat opponents like Sinister, for example, and they had, as we've already talked about quite a lot tonight, a pretty good season in themselves. So Wildcard have shown that they can be good on Theme Park. Likewise with most of these maps, and that's where it's just up to the Knights. How well have they VODed Wildcard? What kind of strats have they figured out for themselves? I think that's probably the biggest question, is the playstyle that the Knights bring into this game needs to destabilize that big methodical structure of Wildcard.
Knights picking Cafe. They've had relatively mixed results, though, on Cafe, but at the same time, it's a map that pretty much everyone has been playing. I mean, Cafe and Clubhouse are the 2 most picked maps this season of Six Masters. I think maybe for Knights, it's just a matter of, because of how versatile the map pool is for Wildcard, you probably, at the end of the day, just want to go to what you feel comfortable on the most.
Absolutely, and I think that's just what Wildcard are probably thinking the same as well. Clubhouse, they've had pretty good results on. They haven't shown it as much either. So I'm a little bit worried for the Knights here, to be honest. Looking at the veto, I'm still feeling Wildcard flexing that muscle. I think it's hard to look past that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about flexing. We're at the poll vote. Wouldn't be surprised to see Wildcard flexing a healthy lead in that poll vote. Yes. 77% to 23. That's pretty large. And yet I still feel like maybe, Raven, it's not even as large as it could have been.
To be honest, yeah, I kind of expect it to be even more separated. And I think that's just natural because people really know that wildcard name, that wildcard brand globally for one matter. But just given their season and the way that they've come into the playoffs here, and the fact that the Knights really just fell in at that last hurdle just through some mathematics there, you've got to kind of question about their ability to go up against wildcard. But I still think they have it in them. We might see the 3 maps, and I would love to be able to see some theme park.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing theme park because it would mean we would have a series on our hands. But it all kickstarts here at Cafe. Pittsburgh trying to climb essentially Mount Everest in trying to take down Wildcard. We go to their map pick first, Cafe. If they're going to show us anything, it has to be here, Raven.
It does have to be here. They have to really pull something out from the start because I think if Wildcard get into a rhythm or some comfort, that can be a really dangerous spot because it's going to be even harder to destabilize them from. So I'd expect the Knights to really come out of the gate with some interesting play style, maybe even some extra aggression, and just take it right up to the Giants of Wildcard.
Thatcher banned out, no surprise. I don't think we'll see the Ying. Maestro, I think on defense would be one to also take out. We saw it banned out in the OKAMI Sinister series, and it really did make, the reading fireplace hole just that little bit weaker, but in the end we actually saw a lot more roamers being selected as a whole on Cafe rather than sort of these really defensive operators. Capital really just allows Pixel to be just that little bit safer as well.
Does allow you to play safer there, and of course the Mirror are going to deny that intel. Can be quite strong on a couple of sides. Kitchen, a big one there, as well as top floor. Mirror in that washroom can be incredibly helpful. So just getting rid of that intel denial, likewise with the Maestro, that's going to deny a lot of that intel gathering from a bulletproof style camera. Will make attacking a touch easier, less to clear as well, which is what you definitely want to have with a Thatcher ban.
So, as we head into round 1, we kind of just breathe a little bit here and see how it's going to play out. Bar Cocktail first up. It's going to be Knights attacking. You say probably going up against Wildcard. I would probably say going attacking first is going to suit Knights here, just to allow them to have a bit of freedom to sort of do as they please a bit and trying to just get a bit of a footing in this series.
It does give them a bit of freedom, but there's a bit of pressure on the attack side as well. I think especially for a map like Cafe, which in the past does seem to lean more towards defenses. I think that's going to put a bit of pressure on the start for the Knights, but it does allow them to surprise Wildcard in one way or another. They might pull out some really aggressive attacks or surprise them with some insane methodical structure, and that might not be what Wildcard's expecting. So this really is the chance here for the Knights to start it off strong and just try and gain a little bit of this early momentum.
Clubhouse after Cafe, we will be going there regardless, but to see theme park, I'm going to go out on a pretty big limb and say we're definitely going to have to see Knights take Cafe. So if we don't see Knights take Cafe, the odds of them getting to a third map probably is shrunk quite a bit. Bar Cocktail first up, finally prep phase over, action phase has begun. It's our second semi-final, Wildcard Knights. The Knights, I think they're probably just happy that they're even here, considering the circumstances around the end, that final play day, where out of all of the sort of mathematical possibilities, theirs was the least likely, and yet they're here.
That's true, and I think right up until it was announced, they weren't even sure they were making it in. It was really tight with how that maths worked out, given how the series were all played out in that final day. But they are here, they've got a tough opponent, and that's what they were going to be prepared for. Wildcard were always up in that first seed. Whoever finished fourth, they knew they were going to have the Giants right out of the gate here. Being a double elim, that does help a bit. It is some pressure. Of course, you're going to be playing this first series to win. But you know what? If you lose, it's not the end of the world. You will have that second opportunity.
To find the opening frag onto Josh. First round doesn't really mean too much, but Wildcard on the defense, if they find the first 3-4 rounds and really make it difficult for Knights, it could be a long, long way back. It could be really kind of either a short series, but technically a long series if you're Knights. Good start, though, for Wildcard. Minute 40 seconds remaining, and really nothing too surprising right now. They're always very methodical in the way that they play.
They really are, and that is where the Knights are going to have to poke and prod and try and destabilize that. Losing the Zofia early, I think, is quite the blow, given the utility that a Zofia can bring those concussions to clear other utilities, such as the ADSs and magnets that we see Wildcard both have in their lineup, as well as some of the other things like shields, and that C4 is going to delete Strider as well, so that's hard breach off the board. This is a really bad spot for the Knights to be with just a minute to go in the round. They have no hard breacher and a lot of soft destruction off the board.
59 seconds remaining. Diesel over at the balcony, and now 5 versus 2. Dino gets tagged up quite heavy as well outside this window, and this could very well just about be a flawless round in favor of Wildcard to kickstart Cafe, and it is flawless in the end. Pittsburgh certainly have got the warning here from Wildcard that they've got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. What a statement from Wildcard coming out with the flawless round. I mean, we gassed up the Knights saying that it was on them to be able to try and destabilize Wildcard, come out strong with momentum, but it's really happened in the opposite effect here. Wildcard just, we've said it a bit, flexing from that first round in the get-go, and that's going to put pressure back onto the Knights now. Coming into this, they clearly were nervous. I mean, they looked very slow compared to what we've seen from the Knights on that attack, and I think that's just going to be helping Wildcard more and more in this situation. This is a hole the Knights are going to have to crawl themselves out of.
Well, it's only 1-0 though. We can't read too much into it. And I think what you mean is sort of... yeah, okay. I understand what you mean. You know, sort of having to build their way up to take on Wildcard, but it's only one round. Reading Fireplace. This is definitely going to be a task though. I think the Knights are the sort of ideal... I think the ideal half for them would be, I hate to say it, but probably being down like 2-4 at the half, and then just seeing what their defense can bring.
To be honest, yeah, a 2-4 half on Cafe isn't even particularly bad, you know, going into your defenses. It's only a couple of rounds to get it back to even, and that would also bring momentum with it. So I think if the Knights can secure at least 2 rounds, that's not too bad for them. But what I think is most important is that they don't let Wildcard gain too much momentum and really feel that strength that they do have. And they have to protect their own mindset. If they start bleeding rounds against Wildcard, maybe already a little bit nervous coming into this matchup in the gravity of the situation like Six Masters playoffs, that can really get you down into that pit.
Well, you say nerves, but I think for Knights, and again, I don't want to sort of just assume how they're thinking here, but it's kind of a free hit, right? Like when you were down and out, like, and which they were down and out thinking that they didn't qualify, and we had us silly casters telling them that they couldn't even qualify, and then it was only until the final day where I think Jeebus sort of did all of the maths and said, no, actually they can still make it. Like, they've had a reprieve here. And yes, Wildcard's going to be a tough opponent, but they know that. They understand, okay, if we can't beat Wildcard, at least we then go down into the lower bracket. That's where we can really sort of put a dent into these playoffs. I think for Knights, the best case scenario for them is third. I think third's probably the best that they can get here. But they've got a tough ask to start things off here against Wildcard.
And again, they have taken quite a lot of the round here to even try and attempt to get some map control. There's still players out here on the balcony and on the windows around in stabilized position from Wildcard, but it really is half the round before these players are touching foot inside the map at all. Wildcard don't need to overextend. They don't need to think about trying to do too much back to the Knights, because they can sit here all day as the defense. The clock is their best friend right now, and the Knights are just not putting that pressure onto them.
Yeah, minute 20. Knights, I think maybe also, whether they are thinking about it or not, are probably giving a lot of respect to Wildcard. When you're going up against a really strong opponent, you don't really probably play overly aggressive, because you know even just one little slip up and you're going to get punished for it by a team like Wildcard. The opening frag in this case is going to go the way of Knights. This is decent. 55 seconds remaining, still a lot of time. Emoran was the one who was eliminated first by Josh. 50 seconds left here. Can Knights find a way forward?
Yeah, quite swiftly, in fact. They have themselves a little bit of an advantage. Pat will finally answer back for Wildcard, but quite the HP hit have Wildcard taken. Diesel is answering back. There's a few gunfights going off now to bring it a 3 versus 3 Xenox. With 30 seconds to go, Knights look poised to push in towards Dining and get the plant. That's a great shot from Strider.
Oh.
Ethan's going to get one back for Wildcard, and now the plant needs to start potentially going down.
Ethan pops the C4, doesn't find the target with such low health in a 1 versus 2 and only 15 seconds. Knights may just get the second round and tie things up already. And well, that was always going to be pretty easy. Nice little off angle held there too by Josh, not sitting in the doorway, but just a little bit to the right of it. It was never really going to be sort of the crosshair placement there. 1-1. Knights showing what they've got.
It was a good round from them. I was criticizing in particular for being a little bit slow getting in and getting that map control, and it's really that they elected to not do the classic full floor clear on the top floor, take cocktail, put that pressure into reading. They just took what they needed, just a touch of piano, and then straight into mining and train. And that was pretty much it. A lot of pressure from the dining window, the white stairs, and just through winning their gunfights, they just established what they needed. And Wildcard were left reeling, trying to claw back at that stage. So I really liked that round in the end from the Knights. The second half of it in particular was fantastic. That means that Wildcard are going to rotate away from that site, decide not to repeat it. They're going down to kitchen.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Not only that, but one thing I want to give massive credit to for Knights is the fact that they were able to even win reading Fireplace, which has been proven to be quite difficult for attacking teams to do this season. So that should really give Knights, you know, a lot of confidence here. Not only have you taken a round off Wildcard already this early on from their defense, but you've done it on reading Fireplace of Cafe too. So this is a great start for Knights now, all things considered. Yes, they didn't win the first round on Bar Cocktail, which, you know, typically has been ironically easier for attacking teams in recent times, but now we go down to kitchen, service cooking, and as I kind of said in the first series between OKAMI Sinister, it can be 50-50 here in terms of attack defense, who is able to take it. Knights up to their eyeballs here early on could very well take an early lead on Cafe.
I think just such an important aspect of that round is they've got a round on the board now. They're not looking at a 0. That's not creating that extra pressure for them to try and claw things back. They know they can do it. They got that round. They played it really well. It's not like Wildcard made massive mistakes. The Knights worked it beautifully. So I expect that that will help them just gain that momentum, feel a little bit more comfortable to play their playstyle against Wildcard. I think as long as they are a bit more careful with their intel, that's going to help them a lot. But that's not going to help them with Pat getting that opening kill. That's a great shot from the top floor, in fact, all the way to Dino, almost just coming out of spawn.
It's one thing that Knights are going to be really careful of. I mean, you never want to be down at a disadvantage in terms of how many players you've got alive, but when you're pushing up against Wildcard now with a 4 to 5 disadvantage, it just makes the task that much more harder. If you can't get that refrag, which in that case, probably not expected to get that sort of refrag. This is a nice little angle from Josh, though. Diesel peeks this. I probably suspect Josh wins that trade. Got the ACOG as well, makes it just that little bit easier. Although he kind of loses the battle. Does drone him out. Diesel knows his position is, well, spotted. Minute and a half remaining here. Knight still just kind of stuck outside in some areas, pushing down red. I thought I saw someone pushing onto Diesel. He was taken very, very low here. So there are a couple of trades going out back and forth, and all of a sudden now it's a 3 versus 3. Knights able to push into Bakery as well here. We've got a round on our hands here, Raven.
Yeah, and very critical too, because Wildcard are playing a heavy Bakery strat with the rotate straight into sight. So they don't have to worry as much about opening that wall. They can get some extra line of sights, but they now have direct access. So a plant is so much more possible. It's just about setting up to be able to hold those angles and hold the plant. Pat pushes through. He's on a triple, Xenox. He might be in line for an ace here. With 55 seconds to go, there's still a lot of round left for the Knights to set this attack up.
It's only Hayward and Strider though, but they've got cooking open. Just had a triple so far for Pat. Is there any more to follow? He does get Hayward. Now just needs one more to get Strider as well, who's got the diffuser. Diesel's low from that earlier exchange at the bottom of red stairs and pushing around the corner. Pat has the ace completed as Strider just runs straight into him. And that is a way to start individually for Pat and for Wildcard.
What a beautiful round from Pat, and he played that last play perfectly, just behind the wall, playing that soft angle, playing the sound cue on the footsteps and pre-firing it. textbook way to be able to take that 1v1 from a defender. So really well played from Pat, and just fragging out from Wildcard is something that's going to help them a lot. I think something that did really boost them is that pick onto Dino right at the start. Dino is one of the more prolific fraggers for the Knights, and to be able to lose him that early really will put a dent into their firepower.
Bar Cocktail. We go again for Knights. I'd probably be a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to get more out of that round, considering it took literally an ace for Pat, or from Pat, to get Wildcard to win there. At one point, you know, it was 3 versus 3. Hayward and Strider had a chance towards the end as well for Knights, and booking in service can go 50-50. You've got to win a lot of those 1v1s, a lot of those little moments. In the end, I guess Pat won 5 of them.
We sure did. And on top of that, I mean, that Knights did get really good bakery control, and I highlighted they still had a minute left. I think they just tried to go a little too quick. With that bakery control, what really would have helped is just to sit back. Surely they had some drones in the pocket, be like, hey boys, let's drone it out. Let's figure out exactly where these wildcard players are sitting, and how can we use this final minute. But instead they decided to just go straight in towards Kitchen, and they just went deep. They ended up losing some trades to Pat, and then they were just out of position at that stage. It was too late, even though there was still time on the board.
It's right now kind of a hard read, or hard to read situation here on Cafe. Wildcard looks good, but Knights are challenging. But there's one thing where you're challenging, and there's another where you're really putting Wildcard sort of to the sword here. Right now it just feels like Knights are definitely here, definitely giving Wildcard a bit of a challenge, but it's not so significant right now. Wildcard, Diesel's over in Shop, Imran at Pixel, Pat as well over at Bar. So a lot of forward pressure here for this Bar Cocktail hold, lot facing the west side of Cafe.
They're going to be putting the Knights off a bit as well with that extra pressure. I mean, they had a lot of their push coming from the east side. Last time we saw them trying to attack Bar Cocktail. That was, in fact, the flawless round for Wildcard in round number 1. So they've really changed up this time. They've decided to really heavy take Piano, which is a lot more traditional. But Wildcard have read into that. Their setup is now heavy on that side to perfectly counter this. Knights have been able to push through and gain Piano control. Clearing out some of these castle barricades is going to force Wildcard back. So they do have some really great map control now, and they can start to work towards Freezer and clearing out Washroom.
Minute 20 seconds as well, so not horrible for time. Not great, not good, but not bad. Pat falls back just a bit towards the back of Bar. No one in Cocktail. 3 members, you got like 1 in Washroom, backstore. Pat gets the opening frag onto Hayward, and this is very aggressive hold still from Wildcard, even after getting pushed back slightly.
I'm pretty sure Pat is the one that downed Dino as well. He's just taking straight up gunfights. The kill he got, I was so sure was the guy on Skylight. You're just not meant to win those kinds of gunfights, and Pat is just not afraid to be taking them right now, which is a real danger sign for the Knights here. They haven't been able to progress past Piano in the past minute. Haven't even really put that much damage onto Wildcard. So now they really can just sit back and just let Knights try and make more of these mistakes. Dino finally gets revived, but with 30 seconds to go and some still aggressive positions here from Wildcard, this could be a really tough plan.
Electrified reinforced wall doing a bit of damage to Strider, just making life difficult for the Knights, and that's really what Wildcard just do best, making it difficult for the opponents. Fuses down, Pat finally going to be at least injured himself, but round is certainly over with. It's not going to be a flawless round, but it felt like it was in the end. Wildcard looking pretty clean so far on Cafe.
Some great crossfires established there. So as Pittsburgh Knights tried to aggress through Bar and tried to make something happen, constantly revealing themselves into danger, and at least it was trades coming out from Wildcard. You can't lose at that stage. If you have perfect crossfires and trades set up, once you've got that man advantage, it's yours. And Wildcard displaying that beautifully means we're starting to see a full circle here back to reading Fireplace Xenox, which is in fact the only round that the Knights have at this stage.
Which is kind of the opposite to usually what we see. This is typically defender's sight to hold, which I'm going to say it actually spells probably bad news for Knights. I know they won it the first time around, Raven, like you said, but a wildcard you'd think should be able to hold this site, which is typically the easiest one to hold, putting the pressure up on that third floor. Mainly because you can just buy so much time, but also so much utility has to be used in clearing the third floor, which is not even the bomb site. By the time you get to that second floor, usually it's like drop downs or coming in from, different angles. You kind of just have to rush in and basically just frag out. You don't really have too much utility by that point. So, look, Knights did a good job of winning it the first time around. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it 2 times in a row.
The thing that really facilitated that victory in that round number 2 was really that they didn't do that traditional push. They didn't clear across towards Cocktail. All they did was take mining, train, establish a couple of little crossfires in towards dining, and they won their gunfights. And that enabled them to be able to actually have that map control. Wildcard really failed on the retake in that aspect. We're already seeing some adaptation here from Wildcard in the way that they've set it up. And they're going to be ready for that kind of push from Knights now. So this is really more on the Knights to see how they can readapt to what Wildcard has set up to counter how they won that previous round.
Yeah, and readapt on the fly as well as they sort of see things and get the information from the way that Wildcard have set up to for this. Definitely seems like Knights aren't too concerned with putting a lot of pressure on this third floor. You see Emo at Pixel, I mean, just trying to get a bit of a gauge to see whether or not they're going to come through that top floor. Emo does find the opening frag onto Josh as well, so that pays dividends in the end for Wildcard.
Didn't even have to play it that aggressive, but it was maybe a little bit unpredictable, and the drones maybe hadn't pushed up forward. Josh exposing himself in that window, maybe not even realizing that Imarina's at Pixel, is quite the error from Knights to make in that first minute. They are putting on the pace here, though, opening up some holes in the wall and trying to aggress through bar in this first minute means that I'm really feeling it's more of a top floor clear here. And they're going to have to because there's such a presence from Wildcard.
You say they're going to have to, though, but if they, as they are now, they're coming in quite late, minute 40 seconds. You know, typically they've got about, I'd say, 30, 40 seconds to clear the rest of this third floor. So you've got to pick up the pace a bit, which if they do that, they may slip up. Knights can then really capitalize. Hayward just pushing around through the corridor, surprises Ethan, but Ethan was ready for it in the end anyway. He was so low on health, they almost sort of traded each other, quite literally. 1 for 1, but Ethan stays alive. That's the main thing. Dino pushes through washrooms, knows there's a player at the white stairs. Pat will cake out Dino. Right now, it's the Pat show for Wildcard. And for this series, a minute 10 remaining. Strider, Juicy, well, he's just under so much pressure. He's not even on the bomb site. Dio gets him through the floor, and it's going to be 4-1 to Wildcard.
Unless Juicy can pull something insane out right now, don't think that's really going to be the case. In fact, it looks like he's more likely to be taking a pseudo timeout here, given they've still got 50 seconds on the round. May as well just talk it out, figure out what they're going to do. It's going to be the final round of the half in the next round. As we said right at the start of this half, Xenox, we said if Knights can get at least 2 attack rounds, it really does keep them in the game.
I mean, clearly he's just saving for the next round, you know, right, Kappa?
Absolutely. Save the AWP.
I mean, look, typically, you know, we usually say, or at least I know Dev likes to say that there's no reason not to try. And I get that philosophy. But in a 1 versus 5 against Wildcard, I'd agree with you. And I'd say you're better off just taking this sort of like 50 seconds or so to just sort of rehash things over with the team. And as you said, have that pseudo timeout. And kind of what happened in the end. Wildcard, though, 4-1. They did all of the damage inside the first 2 minutes.
They did. And I think it was a great decision from the Knights to be able to talk it out. Because when you think about it, this operator select phase, it's 15 seconds. And then you have to think about your 6th pick. And then you're in with prep phase. So you don't have a whole lot of time to figure out what's going wrong if you're not already talking about it in the previous round in that kind of instance. And so for the Knights, I think it is really important they do what they can to secure this next round. Stay in touch, because if Wildcard go up 5-1, that's just 2 rounds away from a victory, and even just 1 round away from forcing overtime, which is already going to be quite the leg for the Knights to run.
Well, back down to kitchen, cooking and service for this final round of the half. It's shaping up to be a potential 5-1 in Wildcard's favor. Reminder, it is Knights' map pick as well, Raven. You know, I had mentioned it specifically that if they don't win this map, then I don't think we will see Theme Park right now, Knights, you know, they got that round win in round 2, tied it up 1-1, and I thought, ooh, just maybe we might have something. But Wildcard have shown through their true colors and how strong they really are as a team. They aren't going to let themselves down here, and they're playing super well on defense. Of course, Knights will have their own defense to play after this, but it's been quite one-sided.
It has, and you know what? It is one thing of Wildcard. They have always been pretty much the kings of adaptation within the Oceanic region. And they are showing that here after that one round. Like you said, we thought Knights were on, this could be a game. But they've adapted to that so well, and every time we've seen repeated bomb sites, Wildcard have made the adjustments needed. They've been adapting to the way that the Knights have tried to attack. They're just not really giving them an extra look in. And that's where what we need to see from the Knights is their chance to readapt. That's what you have to be able to do to beat Wildcard. It's a bit of a long distance run. It's not a sprint. You don't usually 7-0 a team like Wildcard, so you have to be ready for the long haul.
Do you really ever 7-0 a team like Wildcard? Usually they're the ones that may 7-0 you. That's not going to happen though. You brought up the fact that Knights, by picking up that, you know, round win in round 2, don't have to worry about sort of that, you know, humiliating 7-0. But I'm going to be honest with you, Raven. I mean, 7-1's not really that much better.
Yeah, it still doesn't feel great.
Oh! What? Juicy fighting Pat. I mean, whether or not that was expected or not. Did he have the hole there in the doorway open?
I think it was just a pre-fire. I think Pat was actually rotating back down to play maybe with Emo, go back to site. It looked like he was just straight up running down the stairs, and I think Juicy was just purely opening the door. And you may as well pre-fire the stairs position if you're going to open the door. You're using the bullets anyway. And this is a great example of why you would do that, because it has netted them a kill. And a good, nice early man advantage, which we haven't seen often from the Knights.
Not just that as well, but you've taken out Pat, who has just been on fire right now for Wildcard. So in unexpected fashion, he's now eliminated. You've got a man advantage. And the guy that's been firing on all cylinders is out of the round, at least for the final round of this half. Cooking and service. Wouldn't be surprised to now see Knights just sort of push back towards Bakery at around this time and really utilize their man advantage.
Last time we saw Kitchen cooking as well, it was in round 3, and it actually wasn't too shabby from the Knights. They had that Bakery control, and they had about a minute at that stage in a 3 versus 3. It looked somewhat winnable. So it's not like it was a total smack from Wildcard. In fact, that was the smack from Pat in that instance with his ace there. Marine in a gunfight tagged up and traded out. So it's still a man advantage to the Knights, but time has really started to come against them here. With only 32 seconds to go, they're going to have to start really get moving.
It is forcing Wildcard, though, back over towards the site. Ethan taking a lot of damage in that exchange with Josh, but he comes out on top. Now 3 versus 3. No more gas canisters either available for Geo. Used his last one just prior. 18 seconds and vaulting that window. Dino's going to be punished by Diesel. Now the advantage over to Wildcard. At one point, the advantage was with Knights. Trade back, though. Haywood gets Diesel from above and from behind. Strider leaps over and takes out Geo. Now in a 1 versus 2, Ethan has a lot on his plate. The plant is going to go down from Strider. Diffuser is planted.
Refire though is going to give away his position, and the Knights do get the round in the end. Some good post plant. That castle barricade really was the thorn in the side of Ethan on that retake. And it does mean that we do get this 2-4 half. Does give the Knights that sniff they need going into the second.
Yeah, and I mean, going back, I did say earlier on, I can't remember if it was round 2 or round 3, but I said 2-4 would probably be ideal for Knights. It would be in the more expected realms of a possibility for them. You know, 3-3 would have been amazing in my opinion. So 4-2 in favor of Wildcard as they now attack and Knights go on the defense, I don't think is the end of the world. There's something here that they could build off. Bar Cocktail, if Knights can defend this, then you kind of backed him in for something like, say, Reading Fireplace, and who knows, then you've got a map on your hand 4-4 at that point.
Attackers need to
Really is the telling sign now. They have to back themselves these defenses. They've got to have picked this map for a reason, and usually a lot of the rationale behind why you might pick a map, it comes down to a lot of different things. But you want to be really strong in your defenses, because that's usually what you can strat the easiest. You strat your setups, the way that it plays out through your dry runs. Defense is just generally more of a comfort, and you want to know that you're comfortable in your defenses on a map, and just work on your attacks. And usually when your attack halves, well then it feels easier at least. that's a simplified way of looking at it. So the Knights really should be expected here to excel on their defenses compared to their attacks, especially.
5 seconds to
I say that, and I do agree with you, but when you're going up against Wildcard, it's hard to look at the
attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
simplifying matters such as, you know, oh, should do better on defense versus attack. And you're going up against Wildcard, they play attack defense, but at such a high level on both sides that it's almost like there is no advantage to either one. They can demolish you on both attack and defense. See how it plays out though. Trying to just see how Knights have set up for this one. Guess I'll Strider sitting at bar. I just want to know whether or not they are playing super aggressive to that western front or if they are sitting back a little bit. Well, they're sitting back a lot. No one in Pixel either.
Attackers have located
Oh, that's what I'm really surprised about as well. It's just more so Hayward's just going to play aggressive in Cigar Shop, which is quite a difficult spot because as he's looking right now, that's where you get cut off, is that skylight rotate. If someone was on that, he can be just trapped in Cigar. Pinch from red stairs, pinch from the windows. There's a lot of ways to be able to shut that down, so he really does have to be careful in that spot. But I think that really is just the Knights' playstyle. They have generally been quite aggressive in the way that they play, and especially the defenses. They'll really come up right into your face, so that you don't have that comfort in obtaining map control.
So done from Ethan. We'll take out Hayward and
located by attackers.
take out pretty much. You can see it there actually on your screens, Ray, but they've taken out the only member that was really holding that western floor.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that play because look, Hayward literally was right in their face and they shut it down. So now they do have that map control. And the other great thing about Pixel, besides the fact that it puts pressure on players trying to take that, is usually it requires a bit of a utility dump. You have to try and clear a shield, ADSs, magnets if you're putting the 1Y magnets there. But that's not the case. So it's not just that Wildcard have the map control, they still have a lot of utility left to clear other things that may not feel as critical depending on their placement. I feel like Wildcard are definitely poised for a good spot here, but Dino's got something else to say about that. Actually hits his first for the scoreboard. He's in the game. 40 seconds to go. Wildcard are going to have to start making some good progress towards this plant.
Just roaming around on that second floor, just below. This is much better. Strider's been sitting around the back of bar here, watching that skylight for a while, and it's now paying dividends towards the back end of this round. Round number 7. X-Cairo is going to go out from Diesel, finally opening up the back store. Strider's low though, in the middle of bar, and a nade may just be enough to finish him off. Fortunately though, that's going to be stopped as well. Everything going the way of Knights all of a sudden with 6 seconds left. Diesel is going to get the plant down. Imran watching. Never mind, he's actually going to be denied at the last second. Knights win the round. They win it in style towards the end, and a lot of that thanks to Strider here playing at bar.
Ended up working out beautifully for the Knights. In fact, once they had lost Hayward, they just looked in control. Wildcard did have that map space cleared that they needed, but they weren't able to actually work any picks, and in the end, they never really had a chance to clear some of that utility. That aggressive shield in bar really did help out the Knights quite a lot. And the magnets around Cigar meant that because of the timing that Wildcard had, that real late round push, not much had been cleared, and it came back to bite them. So that was a great defense from Knights, and as we're talking about at the start of the round, Xenox, they're only 1 round behind now. This is starting to look like it could be a great map.
Attackers need to
Yeah, that's what I said before though. You win bar cocktail now at the beginning of this half, you switch over then to reading fireplace after that, and you can tie things up 4-4. And all of a sudden, this map is anyone's game from that point. The fact that Knights are on defense, you know, from here on out, comes down to potentially. I mean, I don't want to just necessarily give them the win here on reading fireplace. Yes, it's going to be a strong site for them to hold, but I do feel as if it's going to come down to service and cooking and kitchen.
Stop worrying about grenades.
Yeah, that could be the kicker map there that really does decide this, but I mean, Wildcard also lost reading fireplace, so this could be a round that the Knights lose. It could be a new little against the grain thing, so we'll see how they hold it. I love that they're using Castle, and something that we noticed a lot as well with the OKAMI SINISTER matchup, a lot of Castle play on Cafe. It really is a great map for Castle just to be able to deny some of those line of sights and the way that the attack will move through a map, having to clear those barricades is quite crucial.
Yeah, typically for, first floor, second floor bomb sites, kitchen, ridden fireplace, we have been seeing castle tonight. Not so much for bar and cocktail, not quite as significant there at all times, but see how Wildcard played this. I wouldn't be surprised to see them sort of rush through like top red and try and clear out Cigar and push through this third floor. A quick pace, if they can do that, the Knights can then be put under pressure. They got what, Josh Hayward over in cocktail. I think one more player sitting over at White Stairs as well. So very much, it's juicy. Very much standard defense here from Knights for this reading fireplace.
It's quite the classic. Hayward looking to get aggressive again. He's now moving towards Pixel. No one really holding an angle on it at this stage, and he's moving quite late, so not sure whether Wildcard have already pre-droned that. Could catch them off guard here. Playing in Cigar, as well as the piano window, means there is some pressure in this position. Hayward will need to be careful if he doesn't want to be the opening death yet again. Strider, this is a nice little cheeky angle under the train, and in fact, it kind of looks like Wildcard might even do what we saw from the Knights in that successful attack, is to take through train and go for more of that dining push.
Yeah, trade of mining could be the play here for Wildcard. Really catch Knights off guard. It seems like it started that way. Imran's going to be getting that opening frag onto Strider, and again has another trade back. In fact, Hayward's found two somewhere.
Aggressive in that top floor, and now Dino's gone off, and all of a sudden, actually, Xenox, it's up to Ethan.
What?
And he's actually not even getting a chance. The Knights just absolutely steamrolling over Wildcard in that round. In a matter of about 20 seconds, just completely ended it.
Well, that's 3 rounds won in a row now in favor of Pittsburgh Knights. It was 4-1 in favor of Wildcard. Looked as if we were heading towards an expected result, a bit of a thrashing potentially. But Knights are here to play and make a stand here on Cafe. Their map pick, 4-4 and down to kitchen surface cooking. And like I said, this could be the difference maker in terms of who comes out with, in the end, the map win.
Was a 50-50 win rate for the teams in the first half. Wildcard getting a defense, Knights getting an attack on it. So we'll see how it goes for Knights here. But a lot of the pressure has to have started to shift towards Wildcard, you'd think, at this stage. Coming into this game being the first seed, they would be so confident in themselves, as always, and as they should be. And the Knights maybe coming in as fourth seed. Just that touch pressure, coming against an opponent like Wildcard. But here we are. It's 4-4, and on top of that, it's the fact that the Knights have really come back from being down 4-1, 3 rounds in a row. It means that Wildcard have to really stave this off here if they don't want it to go to at least 3 maps.
Kind of similar as well, looking back to the OKAMI Sinister series when Sinister were up 4-1 on Cafe. From that point onwards, it was the OKAMI show. They ended up taking it 7-5. Now, I'm not saying, Raven, that it's going to happen here again in favor of Knights over Wildcard, because that would be a huge upset for that to happen. But right now, it is trending in that direction, and it's up to Wildcard to stop that.
Could lightning strike twice. We all have to see. Cafe might be the map for it tonight. As you said at the start, it's quite a popular pick in Six Masters. We've seen it played a very big amount. In fact, I believe I called it the House of Xenox, because this was the first competitive map that you really started to learn, and I think we practice cast, right? It was on Cafe.
I think it was actually the first map I casted for Six Masters too, so that's the name of Xenox. But right now, Knights wanting to make it their home as well. It is their map pick, of course, so feel confident, and that's where you got to kind of back yourselves in as a team, rather than trying to take Wildcard to a map that they would feel less confident on. Take them to a map that you feel confident on. Back yourselves in. That's what Knights has done here. It's working so far. This is, of course, kitchen bomb site here for round 9. We're just going to slowly make his way through this third floor, clear it out. Minute 48 seconds. A lot of time still left for Wildcard. They do like to take their time, and then at the last 20 seconds or so, make their push and try and take the site.
That can be really detrimental on this style of attack. So for that bottom floor, it is really common that teams will try to do this full top-down clear, but what it usually results in is very little time when it actually gets to site for a plant. and that can really work against Wildcard as a team that are normally slow. The Knights are really taking the fight. They got that opening kill, but Wildcard have evened it out. And as we're talking about the time zones, I mean, we're really close to the final minute here. There's a lot of strange setups on site, a lot of line of sight. This is really going to come down to some really solid gunfights from the Knights to be able to hold this. And this aggression from Dino is not going to work out. Ethan hitting his shots beautifully there.
Oh, traded back though immediately. +1 more with Diesel going down elsewhere to Juicy. 1 versus 3 now all of a sudden for Ema, and he's in a tricky situation, but Juicy is injured and Hayward is low, so it's not impossible with 45 seconds to go here. Already onto service and does have the diffuser in hand. So really, for a 1v3, still technically 1v3, this is about as good as it can get for Emo. Pushes now into cooking, expecting reinforcements to come. Juicy has been revived, brought back up, standing. Emo's being so aggressive, doesn't want to go for the plant, wants to go for the kills because he's got so much time. Takes out the camera as well. 20 seconds left now for Emo, playing this so well. Opens up the wall, can now put the plant here and then hold into Bakery.
15 seconds to go.
And try and stick this diffuser. 3 seconds left on the timer, and he's going to be able to get this down. No, it gets pushed. The Knights actually come back from the brink there. Thought it was going to be a clutch, but no, they will get it. That's their 4th in a row, and in fact, the first time in this match that they have the lead.
Well, he's spitting facts right now, Raven. 4 in a row. First time they've got the lead. Everything's looking up for Pittsburgh Knights. 2 more rounds. Can they get it? Can they shock the world, basically, if they can take this map away from Wildcard already having barely scraped in? I mean, like, barely. As close as you could scrape into the playoffs, Ray, but that's what Knights did. They certainly didn't come in with a commanding authority about themselves. In fact, they lost like the majority of their games, their last couple of games. I think it was the last 4 games they've lost. I haven't got it up on my screen. I probably should have that, but kind of get where I'm going. I was right, actually. There you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
Locate and
me.
defuse bombs.
Good job, bro. Yeah, look, it's been a great performance from them, and I pointed out in the map veto phase that the most recent match that the Knights did play in the regular season was against Wildcard. And that second map was on Villa, but it was a 5-7, so it was quite close. And I know the Knights really back themselves against these big teams. They have a lot of confidence in their abilities. And they are some of the young gunners of this scene. I mean, looking at their average age, they got 2 players on 18, another player on 19. They are much younger compared to the Wildcard roster. So in a game like Siege and FPS, sometimes it can really come down to that, young gunner ability to take it up against some structure.
That young gun reaction time, is that what you're alluding to?
Exactly.
Well, there's also the older head experience that Wildcard have got for these 10 situations. That is a pretty significant advantage. So there's pros and cons to all of that. Right now, Knights are just playing better Siege. In the last 4 or 5 rounds, they've looked better, playing pretty well. Wildcard just haven't really, in my opinion, thrown anything too crazy at them for their attack. Like, they're playing more basic. They're just, it's hard to explain. Like, Wildcard just haven't looked like the Wildcard that we have been seeing in the regular season. That complete and utter domination, not even letting their opponent get a peek in. Right now, they're allowing Knights to get the full viewing party.
That can really just come down to as well. Cafe attacks can be tricky. And the Knights, like we've said before, they must have picked this map for a reason. I really feel like a lot of that's going to come down to supreme confidence in their defenses. I mean, right now they are flawless on their defenses, winning all 3 that they've played. So it's up to Wildcard now to figure out how to attack this. And if any team is going to be able to do that, it's going to be Wildcard. Their adaptation is world class. So these next few rounds are really going to be a telling sign for how this series might play out.
Yeah, for sure. Juicy just spotting. Still one going by down. This is super aggressive 1v1 play. Juicy not letting up from the shop at Cigar. There's really Knights, I think, just taking it to Wildcard right now in all aspects. These 1v1 exchanges, not falling back, not trying to be too scared. And Pat has been sort of the shining beacon of light for Wildcard through even the Dark Storms, finding the opening frag onto Hayward.
Very, very important engagement there to be able to try and get that entry in. A lot of gunfights coming out here, and time has actually started to tick away. The aggression, the trade there makes it a 3 versus 2. It is still in favor of Wildcard. Diesel downs though, so it is 2 versus 2. He's revived, but they've got a little bit of time. They're just going to send it, in fact, into bar Xenox here.
The backstore was Dino. He did his job at least momentarily. Does get eventually eliminated. Gio's going to get the plant down. Josh has got a 1v2 task at hand. He's able to move away from that grenade. Takes no damage from it. Has got 45 seconds. Coming in from a different angle now. Pushing in through Cigar Shop to catch them off guard. Both Imran and Gio towards Cocktail. You think from here with a 2v1 advantage, Wildcard should get the round, and they stem the bleeding for now.
And what was fantastic about that is they basically just stopped the Knights being the aggressors. They just said, you know what, let's just push. We talked about maybe the age, the reaction time of Knights, and that could be an advantage to them. I think Wildcard really just showed that they can deal with that with their own aggression. They pushed through that Cigar Shop in those tricky positions. They cleared out Hayward and the mute player that was in the cigar closet. And they just kept going. We saw them yeet into bar, down the white hallway. They were not afraid to take those gunfights, and it really changed the round because previously we just saw them try to work a little pick here and there, try and get the diffuser down in the corner, and clearly that wasn't working out.
I think looking at it also from a plus for Knights, they kind of went down in style there too, right? Like they were taking fights, they weren't scared, they weren't backing away from Wildcard. Yeah, they didn't win the round, but they played like they wanted to win the round. They definitely didn't just allow Wildcard to run over the top of them. 5-5, and we've definitely got a series on our hand. Knights have been playing very well. They're taking it right up to Wildcard, but as we've said, it's now up to Wildcard to respond. They did that in the last round, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it again. Bar Cocktail, once again.
First time all map as well that we're actually seeing a repeated bomb site back to back. Knights obviously figuring out that there are some things they can change to make this count.
10 seconds to go.
I think it's just going to be about reading Wildcard because now they know they've got two modes. There's the classic Wildcard that's very methodical and slow, or there's the aggressors, which we saw in that previous round, which worked out. And if anybody can step it up and back the aggression part, surely it's the Knights. We have seen them with ruthless attacks and some really uncharacteristic style aggressive defenses before.
But that's what makes the best teams, though. They're not one-dimensional. Got multiple ways of playing, as you said, whether you go slow, methodical, precise gameplay that Wildcard's typically known for, or a bit more aggressive, a bit more hellish and let loose. And the fact that puts a bit of which Wildcard are we going to get here?
Love to see, and the Knights are going to have to keep a keen eye on that. Playing a little bit patient right now, though. Waiting to see Wildcard's plan to reveal themselves. Stratos, in fact, moved that pixel shield to face more towards white. So maybe thinking that this push is really coming from the east side. Not much has come away from Wildcard at the moment, but they do have multiple players already down on the second floor through reading there. I saw on the outlines. They are looking to protect the flank and maybe even make some disruption from that vertical position.
Dino sitting in the back store again. Paid dividends last time, but just like last time, Wildcard get the opening frag again. This is becoming a theme now. They are responding to the threat of Knights, and Wildcard could be on the verge of all of a sudden getting match point when Knights were just steamrolling through for, you know, a good couple of rounds. Wildcard have just flicked a switch, found a gear, finding these opening frags now with ease, and they're not getting refragged either. This is the biggest problem for Knights right now. And then they lose a second one, and right now it's just a repeat of the last round. Knights haven't seemingly learnt their lesson.
Yeah, it's almost like Wildcard have actually just become even more aggressive and thorough. This is the position they were in with about 30 seconds to go in the previous round. But now there's a minute to go. Pat's walking down White Hallway. He has access to this shield. So this White Stairs player could be in a lot of trouble here, maybe not able to retake. C4 could help that, though. It's going to come out, not shot, and in fact, it will hit the mark. It's going to help a little bit, but still Wildcard with a lot of control, and they're putting so much pressure onto the Knights.
Still got those advantages. Dino sitting in backstall hasn't really got involved yet either, because a lot of these kills are just coming from a distance on this west side from Cigar Lounge. Josh sitting in Cocktail. So I was about to say two of the big sort of sites still being held, but Gio just gets a quick double. One on Cocktail, one on backstall. The round one in total by Wildcard. 6-5 match point.
Even more dominating than the previous round, and Wildcard just showing that they've adapted to how the Knights are trying to defend that side. And I honestly feel like maybe a bit of a mistake there, Xenox trying to repeat the bomb site. I think especially a team like Wildcard, you don't want them to settle in. I don't think a whole lot changed from the Knights there. They changed the pixel shield position, but they never really had that extra aggression towards Piano, so they took that control a lot quicker. But Wildcard still played aggressive, and they were just better at watching their flanks this time. So they had a much better chance at winning that round. The Knights are going to finally rotate it off to Reading, which we saw them successful last time. Maybe they can bring this back to overtime. We might be going the full distance.
I just wonder, maybe if they chose Bar Cocktail to give themselves a chance of actually winning the map. If you go Reading Fireplace first, yeah, maybe it goes 6-5 in your favor. You get match point, but then you've got to, go back to Bar Cocktail or Kitchen or whatever, where maybe Wildcard have got more of a chance. By winning Bar Cocktail first, then going to Reading Fireplace, Knights would have been in a position to go and win this map 7-5. That backfires though. Now Wildcard have got match point. Fortunately for Knights, in the back pocket is a pretty difficult bomb site to take for the attackers, and were successful on their defense first go around were the Knights. We'll see if they are successful again here to at least send it to overtime, like you said.
10 seconds.
And they did win it in quite strong fashion last time. They only lost one player. They had 4 still alive at the end of the round. And it was that round where it was just in the spate of about 20 seconds. They just won all these gunfights. Absolutely obliterated Wildcard. So again, it's going to come down to that long-term adaptation here from Wildcard. If they remember back to how they lost it last time, what the Knights did, what will they do this time? Given the aggression they've been bringing out in these Bar Cocktail attacks in the previous 2 rounds, I feel like some of that might carry over, and that really could be a difficult thing for the Knights to deal with.
Be disastrous to deal with, really.
Located a bomb.
Wildcard have shown, really, actually both Wildcard and Knights have shown, the thing with Reading Fireplace is it can be penetrable if you push through, like mining, for instance, and train and take that different approach rather than dropping down onto the 3rd floor, clearing out, using a lot of utility to take that 3rd floor verticality. Josh and Cocktail, Hayward's roaming around, but it seems like only 2 players have been committed to this 3rd floor defense, which kind of give credence to the fact that maybe expecting Wildcard to play through something like training in mind.
Yeah, I think they're trying to give themselves that extra flexibility in where Wildcard might attack. Already quite swift here from Wildcard, taking in through Cigar Shop, in on that sledge. And they can really progress up and put some pressure. Aware that Washroom is clear, so this is really good progress from Wildcard. It's going to allow them to put a lot of pressure on the Cocktail at a time they really need it. And now they have a lot of options. They could start to work towards mining and train. They'll have to deal with Strider, or they can clear across to Cocktail, which looks like that's the play. They're putting a lot of pressure onto these guys here.
A minute 30 seconds remaining. Match point for Wildcard. 2 players sitting inside a Cocktail can drop down if need be. Juicy finds the opening frag with the C4 onto Ethan. Good news for Knights. They've now got the man advantage.
Headed back pretty swiftly there by Pat, though. It's 1 fragger off the board for Wildcard at least. It's Pat and Ethan that are really putting the numbers up for their team. That was a beautiful C4 from the hatch from Juicy, I've got to say, taking out Ethan. Dino here ready to repeat it, but it looks like Wildcard are reading into that. They're not going to have a bar of it. In fact, speaking of bar, they've gone in through bar. Diesel is there trying to put a lot of pressure onto Cocktail now. Looks like they have that control. They are shutting down Josh, who's the remaining Knights player upstairs. It means they will have that vertical control with about 40 seconds left to play.
Is it all just falling apart for Knights at the seams? Strider's got something to say, though, and at least ties it up 3-3 with 30 seconds remaining. Match point on the line here against the Knights here, who are defending, though. At the very least, Wildcard will have to push onto them. Strider, Dino, and Juicy remain, and they are all on this 2nd floor now, expecting to push the drop down from Wildcard. Strider sitting in laundry, expecting someone to drop down. Gio?
10 seconds remaining.
Over towards Pillar, over towards 90 now as they make their push in towards the corridor, and it's a Strider opening pick in this 3v3. Now down to a 2v2. 1v2 though. Diesel's going to be able to get the diffuser down, expecting the push, shoots through the wall. Knights win the round, send it to overtime in what was a very, very stressful situation.
It was, and really Wildcard just didn't give themselves enough time in the end. They were able to, they ended up telegraphing exactly what they were pushing. They didn't shoot that default, and with only a small amount of time to go, can't really rotate at that stage. You have to commit. And the Knights just had great positioning, really great flexibility. They had one person playing around that dining, one person playing around reading, and then that other flexing in between with the laundry hallway position meant that they could just where they needed to go. So I liked that end from the Knights there. And we are seeing overtime Xenox. This is going down to the wire, and the Knights will be the ones starting on defense for this.
Yep, Wildcard will continue their attack. So far, Knights, though, have looked pretty good on defense. We'll see, of course, if that will continue here into overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Over to cooking and service for our first round of overtime. Our first overtime of the playoffs as well. We didn't get any in the OKAMI Sinister series, which, if you had said which series would provide the first overtime, I would have definitely said OKAMI Sinister, but here we are on Cafe, 6-6 between Wildcard and Knights. If you've just joined us, definitely started off all Wildcard. It was 4-2 in the first half. Since then, though, Knights themselves have gone 4-2, and of course, well, you do the math, we're here at overtime 6-6.
Speaking of overtime, I'm just looking at some history here in the Knights. They ended up playing 2 overtime maps in the Six Master season. And in fact, they lost both of those. One was to Sinister, it was a 7-8, and the other was to OKAMI, and that was a 6-8. So also both really strong opponents. Again, showing that they can go the distance against these top caliber teams. But we are up against Wildcard here. They themselves, they only played 1 overtime map, and they won at 8-7. They're looking pretty good so far, but the Knights have shown they're strong on these defenses.
Wildcard, though, of course, is strong in general. Not going to be an easy team to push aside. Whether or not Knights are strong on defense doesn't really matter. Wildcard sort of get the opening frag, you kind of back them in from that point onwards. But it's never as easy as that. A lot of pressure being applied here in Bakery. Ethan just seeing what he can find over this wall. I wonder if Wildcard just maybe slow things down a little bit. Not that they're going at a supersonic pace, Raven, but things haven't really been going their way right now. And again, Strider finds Pat, who's been their best player probably for Wildcard so far.
Yeah, it's been a really important shutout here for the Knights, getting Pat nice and early. Or at least they got Ethan nice and early in the previous round as well. It just set them in a nice spot. One less of those aggressive fragging players that have been really showing up for Wildcard. So with half the round expelled, the Knights are in a great spot right now. They have a lot of line of sights here that make it sketchy for Wildcard to even take site and try and plant. And it means that Wildcard will have to try and obtain a bit extra map control, some of that verticality at least, so they can try and work something here with the bomb sites.
And the main thing is that they don't just rush in at the last second. They've got to continue to try and clear out, find a pick, and then push in. Knights, though, still got a bit of utility remaining, still got a foothold that they control pretty much all of this kitchen, cooking and service area. There is 55 seconds, though. I mean, to me, it feels like there's not that much time, but in a way, there kind of is. There won't be that much more time, though, and this round is kind of shaping up to be a bit of a funnel last-second push-in from Wildcard at probably the 20-second mark.
Man, maybe peeking into those flashes wasn't the play. A lot of frags coming out there, though. It makes it a 3 versus 3 at this stage. With 30 seconds, there is still, like you said, a little bit of time, but it is going to slowly head away. If Wildcard take too much longer to really get some structure happening, it's going to come down to that under 10 seconds to plant or frag out, essentially. Knights can just play in these passive positions. Strider's trapped here, though, and he's getting pinched beautifully by Wildcard. 15 seconds, Denox, it's going to explode.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds, the plant's going down from Imarin at the bins. Being covered, but not well enough by Geo. Dino hits that shot. The plant is successful, but almost gets it with Imarin standing up at the right time. not getting enough shots onto Hayward. He clutches it out for the Knights, and that means that they will move forward to match point. They will be up 7-6.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Beautiful round from the Knights in the end. They just stalled it out from Wildcard. Wildcard again falling into that trap of just being a touch too slow and having to rely on those explosive gunfights onto site. Just didn't work out with that minimal time. So, moving forward now, Wildcard will get a chance at defense, which has been very dominant for this entire map. Looking at both sides, obviously it was 4 defense wins in each half, so 8 total from a lot of rounds played. So we'll see whether Wildcard can bring this back, or whether this will be one of the few rounds that the Knights can get on their attacks. We'll see.
What about that, Raven?
That's fine, man.
Still, overtime match point, definitely the point. You wouldn't have expected Knights to be in at this present time. And for Wildcard, maybe the first time in this particular match, betting a little bit, right? There hasn't really been too many situations here on Cafe where Wildcard have been behind. Definitely behind now. And the pressure certainly mounting on them. If Knights take Cafe, it at least gives them a chance moving forward to win the series rather than try and salvage the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Wildcard, or maybe just the way that they've been feeling this pressure, I felt like they would have felt it once the Knights did tie things up at 4-4, and even maybe once they jumped ahead that inch. But yeah, right now, with this map potentially slipping away, it's not going to feel too great for Wildcard. That being said, they aren't strangers to best of threes in the way that they play out. And, you know, this was the Knights map pick, so maybe they would have been coming in as confident in themselves, but thinking, you know what, even if the Knights get the first map, that's their pick. They can have it. We're going to smack them in the next 2. Some teams just have that kind of, that gusto in them, and they're okay to be able to deal with that. I feel like Wildcard will be one of those teams.
Well, let's see how they perform when it matters the most. This right now definitely matters the most right now for Wildcard, that they don't lose the first map in a series where many predicted a 2-0 clean sort of job from Wildcard, move on to the upper bracket, send Knights down. Without being rude to Knights, but never necessarily disregarded them, but definitely didn't think that they would be able to take a map off Wildcard.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't looking likely. So they've been putting in a great effort here. And it's not like Wildcard are terrible at Cafe. They haven't played it that much though. I mean, looking back at Six Masters, they played it once and they won it. That was against OKAMI, and that was really strong, in fact. And before that, they've had some great performances on Cafe, even at a global scale. Famously against Na'Vi, they had a solid map on Cafe. But at the end of the day, Knights have looked good on it. And here we are, they are on match point. So far, not much challenging on Wildcard in terms of the pressure from the Knights. Taking some great vertical map control though, which will start to facilitate a good attack.
Minute 27 seconds remaining. Geo finding a decent amount of information here on the pulse. Strider just droning through. Train having a bit of a peek as well. Still quite a bit of time here for Knights as they continue to just sort of shuffle their way around. Geo with the pulse though. 1C4 and a dream at some point. He's going to be a factor. Reading Fireplace is always difficult to take, but Knights have got momentum. There's something behind them that's sort of just pushing them forward here to potentially get a map win against Wildcard. When you've got confidence, your back is up. Potentially for Wildcard, this might be their way forward. Nice opening frag onto Hayward, but as Knights go time, as they start to push in, Juicy with a frag, and the entry frag is decent, and then gets the double kill as well. Oh, the Diesel up onto the next floor. Nice shot from Josh, and it's 2 versus 2. Knights have been able to put a spanner in the works here against Wildcard in this overtime match point. Ethan and Nemo versus Strider and Josh. And Strider's going to be able to get this diffuser down.
15 seconds to go.
Alright, but it's well covered. That C4 beautifully placed there from Ethan. Josh knows that he's surrounded right now. He's going to try and take these gunfights. He'll get some shots onto that Jaeger. Not a down though. The pinch beautifully coming out. Wildcard salvaging that. It was close. But speaking of close, 7-7 now, Xenox. It has come down to just this round.
Oh, man, this has gone. Well, it's obviously gone the distance. We're going to round 15. There's no more after this. It's match point for both teams now. 7-7. You would think the morale, if you're Knights losing this, would be pretty detrimental, right? Like, it would be heartbreaking for them. They have been the better team up until this point, minus the first 4 rounds. But then lose in this last overtime match point would be heartbreaking. I don't know if they would then have what it takes to come back on Clubhouse after this and try and send it to that tiebreaker map on Theme Park.
I think in the context of the series, this really is such a critical map for the Knights to get. Being their map pick, but also, of course, it gives them that opportunity to, at worst, take it to map number 3. And that could be really surprising for Wildcard, because we haven't seen the Knights play Theme Park, and it is in as the decider. So the Knights could really pull out some crazy stuff, and that could be something that secures them this actual series against Wildcard, and that is all facilitated by winning this first map. As you said, it really would be heartbreaking for the Knights. They are this close to getting themselves that potential opportunity.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Not going to count them out just yet. They are on the defense here for this final overtime match point. They probably earned the right to be on the defense here as well. Wildcard attacking. I feel like probably Wildcard wouldn't be too stressed here, because even if they lose Cafe, not their map pick. They'd back themselves in quite heavily on Clubhouse and then Theme Park for sure, without a doubt.
It's very spread vertically here. And reading Fireplace, we've seen this stretch pretty sporadically across who wins and who loses. In fact, I feel like in this match, this has been the most open in terms of wins and losses. This hasn't been a set thing for defenses and definitely not a set thing for attacks. So what better way to decide the entire map than on the site that's been the most flip-flop?
I certainly agree with you. You know, typically you'd say defense holds out here and Knights take it, but you say, you know, it's been going back and forth, attack, defense here on reading Fireplace, more so than usual. And then the fact is that it's Wildcard who are attacking. They've been able to, for the most part, usually get the opening frag. Diesel does spot Josh, who's just so fortunate to stay alive there. If you get Josh, then it's only Hayward sort of protecting Cocktail as well. Not only do you get the opening frag, but then you clear out most of that third floor. In the end, he stays alive. Buys a bit more time here now for Knights, and it's in the end now time for Strider, who gets the opening frag. Nade thrown in, doesn't quite connect.
No, and then he actually just vaults right into the bullets of Immerin from above, so it's traded out at least. Clock has ticked away severely though, with just a minute to go. Means that Wildcard are really only just now able to push towards Cocktail, droning it out to see that it's clear and Immerin can move through. The Knights will have to hold fast, given that Wildcard have this vertical control. They can now dictate the direction of the push. The Knights are going to have to really spread out. You see 2 here holding this reading position. If there's a pick coming vertically here in favor of the Knights, I think that could really be a turning point for them.
Strider just sitting in train. 2 more around the bomb site, reading Fireplace. 30 seconds left. Wildcard usually are the team that wins these sort of last 20-second engagements where they get these frags, they push in. Pat and Ethan.
Bomb located by attackers.
Are going to get this plant down. They've got the cover as well, but the cover is going to be the one who gets eliminated. Is there a second one? No, there's not. Now it's a 3 versus 1. Wildcard have just cleaned up when it matters the most. Wildcard come out on top in a barnstorming finish. Knights gave it their all, but they fall short at the final hurdle in a heartbreaking fashion.
And it really was just on the edge for them. They really could have got that, I think, in that round. They just gave Wildcard a bit too much room. They were able to just move through to reading, and they'd already had such great positioning set up to cover that plant. I think too late at that stage from the Knights, but what a map from them. It really was a great effort.
It really was a good effort for Knights. Like they're the sort of, I guess, focal point as well here for this, even though they technically didn't even win the map, right? But they made it oh so competitive. 8-7 to wildcard. Our favorites to win the playoffs as well for Six Masters, Raven, but they probably weren't expecting it to be that close for their first match here in the semi-final.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure they weren't underestimating their opponents, but to be able to take it that kind of distance from the Knights, I think it's probably surprised a lot of people. And it definitely makes the rest of the series quite interesting, whether they can back it up on other maps. Of course, Cafe was their map pick, so of all the maps for them to take, you would have expected that was definitely their best chance.
Yeah, look, it would have been their best. Well, I mean, it went to 8-7. It went to that final overtime match point. They had a match point as well prior to that. So 2 match points going begging for Knights on their map pick. It really couldn't be said any more clear than that, that was probably the best chance that you're going to get. It's saying that tonight's been a bit wacky so far as we head to Clubhouse later on. Who knows? Maybe Knights just sort of continued that form, that newfound form there on Cafe, bring it over to Clubhouse, and that's where the surprise could happen. So you don't want to count them out just yet, especially after the performance they just showed for us.
Yeah, they really have shown that they can read into wildcard and adapt on the fly. They did a great job doing so when they were down 4-1. They brought that back with 2 attack rounds at least in that first half, and they really leaned into their defenses. I feel like it's going to be a similar story on Clubhouse. It's just a matter of exactly how much they can replicate that.
Well, we're going to have that story on the other side of the break. Right now, wildcard leading Knights 1-0 after that Cafe win.
Attackers drop the diffuser. By attackers. Attackers drop the attackers are activating.
Loading new magazine.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
bag. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls, and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. What's up, babe? And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully, and I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round.
Knights gave it everything that they had on Cafe, but they fell short of the mark. 7-8 as it went the way of Wildcard. Raven, welcome back. We've got, at the very least, one more map. It's going to be Clubhouse. If, of course, it goes the way of Knights, then we will have the tiebreaker on Theme Park. But I think we both kind of agree it's very likely we are going to be seeing Wildcard 2-0 here more than, say, a 2-1 in any other fashion.
Definitely feels like that. As much as I would love to be casting some Theme Park tonight and seeing these guys battle it out on Theme Park, I really feel like Clubhouse is looking more like Wildcard than I think I initially realized as well. I was looking back at the history, and these guys played Clubhouse against each other in the regular season. And you know what? That actually went in favor of Wildcard 7-2. So that's quite a big result.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, Cafe was kind of looking at one stage to go in that sort of regard. It was 4-1 to Wildcard, and like any typical series, you'd probably say, oh, you know, like let's give it some time to breathe and see if the other team can come back. But because it's Wildcard, at least I was kind of expecting that to just be a bit of a walkover in favor of Wildcard by that point, and no, it wasn't. Knights did in fact come back.
They did, and I mean, they've had some good Clubhouse games themselves, the Knights, but they are against teams of a lower caliber, so they're up against Wildcard here. The best that we have in Six Masters from the regular season. I think it's going to be tough, but they did put in a good show on Cafe, so I'm hopeful for Clubhouse so far.
Yep, there'll be a few at home as well, hopeful, that did vote for Wildcard. It was 77% in favor of Wildcard, 23% to the Pittsburgh Knights, which, I mean, I said at the time, very much could have been probably more in favor of Wildcard, but of course, there's a lot of fans for Pittsburgh Knights are going to skew those results. But I can't, like, my own sort of poll vote, I probably had it as something like 85%, 90% in favor of the Wildcard would probably be fair.
Yeah, and it's nothing against the Knights. Like, of course, they played awesome on Cafe, but coming into this series, they just scraped through in that 4th seed position. Where on the other hand, Wildcard dominantly finished in 1st seed. So it'd be really hard to stoke it against Wildcard at all.
Well, they're going to have to stoke the flames here and spark themselves a return into this series, because they're down 1-0 at the moment, the Pittsburgh Knights. They head to Clubhouse now, the map choice of Wildcard. Good luck, have fun, or have fun, good luck, or just good luck, who knows. But still, I think more than anything, good luck is probably in order for Knights. They're going to need it here on really Wildcard's map pick.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny that you mentioned about the different variations of good luck, have fun, because I remember a player back when I used to play, they had this superstition of never saying good luck to the other team because they didn't want them to be good, right? You can have fun, but you still got to lose. So they just always said, have fun, have fun.
I like that superstition though, but like at the same time, I think you also just want everyone to have a bit of luck. Yeah, no, you know what? I agree. I agree. I agree. I don't know what else to say in that regard because it's strange, isn't it? It's like wishing the guys that you're about to play against good luck. Like, should be like, wouldn't it be better to say them?
Yeah, maybe. Either way, look, we're seeing respective bands here, or mirrored bands from Cafe. It's not going to change it up at all. But these bands really do carry over to Clubhouse. In fact, the Intel Denial are really important ones. Mirror can be a strong operator in Clubhouse. So having it off the board is really important. Likewise with the Maestro, those defense bands are quite critical. And Thatcher, always a great band as we've seen here in ANZ. And particularly Clubhouse, you want him off the board. You want to force things like this Maverick pick that we are now seeing from Strider.
So Church and Arsenal first up. Down to the basement here on Clubhouse. It is going to be Knights attacking first. As they started the attack on Cafe, they'll start the attack here on Clubhouse as well. I don't know how really well that bodes for them. We'll see. I think Wildcard, they were like, well, 4-2 in their defensive half. Do you suspect that for Knights, they'd have to have it be around 4-2 again? Or would they need something more like 3-3?
I think given that this is Wildcard's pick and the struggles we've seen from the Knights before on Clubhouse, a 3-3 would be a great spot, but a 2-4 would feel fair, if you know what I mean by that. So
it'd be okay.
I think if they can get a couple of these, it's a pass mark, but they're going to have to back themselves again on these defenses.
We'll see how Church and Arsenal is going to play out. Usually you can see teams roaming around that first floor, trying to find kills, be aggressive, or do the opposite, Raven. You could just turtle down to the basement, put a bit of pressure, make sure no one comes through dirt, watch blue, and well, as I said, we can basically just turtle in if you want.
Not very common. That's a neat little electrical spot there that we're seeing from Wildcard. It's going to have to be spotted out by an IQ, which is actually absent from the lineup of the Knights, which I think is quite detrimental, especially pushing towards Church. You really want to know some of those intel spots, clearing out those gadgets. And electric claws can be a little bit tricky to deal with. Of course, the Maverick can bypass that completely, but still, they're a bit of a pain. Knights deciding not to do that, at least in this stage. Some nice swift entry into the building, though, off some good drone placements. And it's like you said, with Church, you really do see two extremes. There's quite the heavy roam, or that real turtle strat. And right now, it really is just the turtle strat from Wildcard. They're all down on site.
Playing it safe. The roam game's usually going to sort of catch attacking team off guard. Turtle is more so if you just want to back yourself in to win those 1v1s, and as the attacking team starts to push down. The only thing I think really, if you're turtling, you've got to be really careful of is, you know, the attacking team pushing in through like kitchen and really trying to take shots through the floor. But this is where the pulse probably helps with that sort of situation.
Absolutely. That pulse gathering that intel is going to be very important for Wildcard in this instance. But Knights are doing a great job with their time management. They have just swiftly pushed through. They identified that this is a turtle. They've already started working these hatches. That's going to start to put a lot of pressure onto Wildcard, given the amount of clock that is going to be left for them to set up and execute. But you know what helps? Killing people with C4s. Pat pulls out a big one to get rid of Hayward on the sledge. It's going to ease some of that vertical pressure for sure.
Pat has just been a machine tonight in getting these opening frags for Wildcard, and then also just being able to follow up as well. Helps when you're on the pulse and you can kind of see where they're at. But yeah, this is sort of what I mentioned, I guess, with Kitchen. This is where the pulse pays dividends, especially the electric core right now still up as well. So they haven't even got the hatch open in Kitchen. 48 seconds remaining, and another C4 kill for Wildcard. This time it's from Ethan.
Pulse info, so important right now, identifying exactly where these players are. Knights finally get their answer back, using a bit of pressure, but given the time, on the clock. This is now working well in favor of Wildcard, and they're telegraphing their push beautifully. They should be ready with these crossfires to counter this attack.
Seconds left.
13 seconds left here in the push. The attack for Knights. Now 3v3. Immediately traded back though from Emo. Plant's going to go down from Strider. Dino's going to try and cover him for as much as he can, but Ethan's now found a double kill. So that means Strider had to get off the plant, try and defend himself, and that's unsuccessful. In the end, what is successful is this round win for Wildcard.
Didn't really look too much in doubt at any stage of that round. I mean, the Knights had some great time management, but they never had much pressure otherwise onto Wildcard. They were denied that vertical pressure as soon as the sledge was taken out nice and early. Snowballed down from there. Starting exactly how we saw Cafe starting. Wildcard winning the first defense round. So see whether it trends the same way. But Knights, they didn't look too shabby on that attack, but they just need to establish a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think it was that bad. Probably just try and, I guess, clean up the execution a bit from Knights. Obviously, it doesn't help that Pat continues to find these opening frags for Wildcard. And,
Need to locate and defuse
I mean, it goes without saying, obviously, you want to have that man advantage at the very least. Try and have it tied 5-5 for as long as possible. If you do lose a player early on, get that refrag. So far throughout this series, I'd say that Wildcard have been able to find opening kills on a more regular basis, and not only that, but not really getting refragged all that often either.
Now, that's an important point because that's something that worked out really well for the Knights a lot on Cafe, was they were able to trade out and refrag quite efficiently, and we saw on the rounds they didn't. They were the ones they eventually just lost out on. So they will have to try and keep up with that style of gameplay, the refragging trade kind of game. They will keep them in it. CCTV Cache presents some new challenges for this attack. A big highlight is this Maverick. If you're an efficient Maverick, opening up this Kennel's wall, that really sets you up for a solid attack. And if this takes too long or they lose a player to this, it could be round over at that stage.
Holes in the wall just to make it that little bit more difficult, try and buy some time, but what I'm keen to see is how this is going to play out from Knights more than anything. Are they going to just try and heavy focus through Kennel's wall plus garage, or is there going to be at least some form of pressure towards like construction, for instance?
We'll definitely need to consider whether they're going to clear out garage or take it in towards construction. That's really the extended part of the push. You need to do one or the other. That frag grenade kind of going into no man's land, not doing too much. Maybe just ensuring that a C4 doesn't come through. That pulse has been spotted on that drone though. Going very critical. And this pulse played a huge part in the success of the first round defense from Wildcard. This is something that the Knights might need to identify and shut down a bit earlier.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yeah, able to see exactly where the Maverick is, and he's not even able to get this Kennel's wall open as Ethan will get the elimination. That's huge, not just to have the man advantage. As I said, now that Kennel's wall stuck for the time being, they're going to need Dino to go over and open it, if they even can.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
And in fact, I think they're just going to ignore it. They're going to push through construction. They're opening some holes here.
Yeah.
Trying to make it a bit harder to play in cash, but they still don't really have established map control.
Minute 20 seconds left, and Gosh on this balcony subroof. Juicy pushing in now into garage for Diesel, for Wildcard, still in control of that. So really, it's like going to be a one-way funnel through construction side potentially. At best, maybe the balcony. C4 goes up, looking for Emerin. Not going to be able to find anyone from that. Hayward's low, and it's exchanged over towards construction. Knights at the very least now have got a bit of a presence over here, and there's still 50 seconds remaining. Trying their best to get back into this round, and they're doing okay.
Attackers have recovered their
Oh, but they still have to worry about that pulse in the flank. Dino does get a pick, so that does even it out. Coming to the final 40 seconds. Our surrounding site here, looking more like a cash push. Ethan will have something to say about it as Wildcard enter back. And here comes the push. Dino is in sight now with Diffuser, but his teammates are falling apart beside him.
20 seconds remaining. And really the numbers advantage well and truly with Wildcard. Juicy will creep up his red stairs, but that will be the end. Wildcard quit 2-0, and unlike Cafe, they will be 2 up in the map.
It's looking a bit tough for the Knights. Their attacks are looking half all right, but not quite there enough where it's looking like Wildcard are in a bit of danger. They could have almost secured that if their burst on the site was a little more fruitful in terms of the frags, but they ended up losing players as they got on. So there's no way that plan could go down, and by that stage, Dino was just a fish in a pond of sharks. Wildcard just surrounded him, and there was no chance at that stage. Wildcard looking pretty good with these defenses, and they'll continue their dominance moving towards gym and bedroom.
Which will probably play out in a similar manner. I would imagine Strider should have an easier time on the Kennel's wall, though. No pulse this time around, and generally there's less pressure on the Maverick opening up that Kennel's wall for gym bedroom compared to CCTV and Cash as well.
Sending the roam across towards Cash here, which is the standard that you will see when people defend gym and bedroom on Clubhouse. You really want to deny this map control on the east side for a couple of reasons. One is that it takes up a lot of time, and that is really critical, obviously, if you're going to win a successful defense. But I think more importantly is it denies the next best chance for taking map control around the bomb site. Because if you can't take this Cash construction control, what can you do? Because Master and Jim are the only other two rooms in that floor, and they're the bomb sites. So you have to really, really work hard from the windows and external positions to flush out the defenders playing site, and that can be really tricky. So I would expect the Knights to really try and clear out this Cash nice and early.
Knights aren't careful. This could very well run away from them. This map in particular, Wildcard. They get to 4-0. I don't know how likely a 4-2 half would then look for Knights. That's where it would certainly get very difficult to see that happen. I'm not going to go and say this is going to be 7-0. Certainly not 2-0. It's a long, long way to go. And we saw Knights take a little bit of time on Cafe before they got going. Maybe the same here as well in Clubhouse. We've got a lot of control over in Garage, pushing in now through from Kennel's wall into CCTV and Cash. So not too bad right now. Although this is the critical moment here with Juicy.
He will take advantage of that. It's Geo fragged out in that position. Pre-firing in the wrong direction, though. He actually gets flanked by Ethan coming up from blue storage. We're not expecting that at all. Will be a great refrag there for Wildcard. But it means that the Knights have really surrounded this position in Cash. They're finally getting some holes open and some great line of sight. It's Diesel being pinged out here, and he's completely under siege right now.
Minute 27 seconds remaining. This has been better from Knights. But is better going to be enough? Pat's still up. Ethan's still up. Two well-known fraggers here for Wildcard. They've been in high-regarded form tonight so far as well. 3v3 with Wildcard on the defense. Still kind of backed him in here with a minute 10 seconds remaining. Strider with diffuser in hand. In Cash at the moment. Now making his way through construction.
Looks like they're intent on taking logistics control here. I'm not sure if they've droned it or whether that was Hayward outside that's droned it. Potentially just face checking it, using that concussion as the intel, but they're gonna have to push through the smoke, which is really gonna be the advantage there for Pat. And it's really gonna be the end of Knights. Hayward all up to him. 40 seconds to go. He's out on the gym window. He's gonna try and take some shots off, and if he can get it down to 1v2, it might be more possible, but with 3 players from Wildcard all on full HP, it's a real tough ask.
Tough ask, and probably a tough ask for Knights here on Clubhouse in general. They gave their absolute all on Cafe, but how much can they really give here on Clubhouse? They're trying their best, but Wildcard just clearly superior right now. Pat will get the final kill of this round.
It's like the Knights are starting their attacks relatively okay. You know, they're staying toe-to-toe. They're refragging a little bit. They're getting the numbers down on the side of Wildcard. They're even obtaining some map control, but then it really falls apart. And again, I'm not too sure what they did with logistics there, whether a drone went through early that we missed, or whether they were simply relying on face checking it. And given it was the smoke, that was just never going to work. He can smoke that position. There was a crossfire also established from the main door. They needed more happening. And I think a big part of that was they never opened that jacuzzi wall.
Attackers need to
It's a
locate
bit like
the
almost
bomb.
sort of round 2 where they never even got to open up Kendall's wall. There's always something that's going wrong in these attack for Knights. You're right, they're starting well, but they're not able to execute when it matters the most. And typically sort of just a prior before going in and really trying to frag out, something has just always gone wrong. Whether it's something really big or something really small, that's just how it's been so far for Knights on their attack. Church and Arsenal, though, we go all the way back to that first round, and it's probably one of their better attacking rounds was back then on that first round here on Church Arsenal. So we'll see if they're able to just improve that little bit more to maybe take this bomb site. A cheeky electric claw from Ethan again, as we saw earlier on.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We talked earlier, the pass mark for the Knights right now in this half is really to get 2 rounds. So they've still got a good chance. There's 3 rounds left to play for the half. And they've now seen on each bomb site how Wildcard are trying to defend. And if they can see that Wildcard haven't changed something up, that's their chance. They know what they're facing, they can try and adapt to it. If they can do that, they might be able to get a few of these rounds under their belt. On top of that, on Cafe in the first half, they really clawed back also quite a hefty deficit there. They were down 4-1 at one stage. It's not like they aren't aware that they can't do it.
I mean, you're right, though. That's where you've got to look back at your previous history. In this case, as you said, Cafe, things started off pretty slow for them as well. The difference is on Cafe, they got that second round win, and so it was 1-1 at the very least. Yes, it did get to then 4-1, but then with only one more round and a half, they were able to make it 4-2. Whereas this is still 3 more rounds to be played. They haven't yet to find the opening round win here on Clubhouse. Minute 48. Dirt is fully secured for Wildcard as well. It is going to be another turtle strat. Not too much of a surprise. It worked out really well in the first round. Knights were able to sort of get down through certain avenues, find a pick or two, but for the most part, it's still, even the first round was still a pretty comfortable win for Wildcard.
Yeah, it was. And something that's different this time is I really feel like the Knights have struggled in the first half of this attack. They've obtained
They
some
have
kind of
no idea
control
where that
here.
electric lure is, do they?
No, and they haven't brought an IQ, and this is what I was saying, is they should be scanning out a lot of this info, especially when you know you're attacking Church. And IQ is so beneficial. On top of the fact of just finding electric claws, Wildcard's been playing so much Pulse, and IQ is a great counter to that.
C4 out from Pat. It worked out really well in the first round. Doesn't quite connect those so far here in the second round. 48 seconds though, and time now is of the essence for Knights. They've taken their sweet time in getting that hatch open in kitchen. Now a bit of pressure with the X-Kairos at Dirt. Only 35 seconds left remaining. Big round here. 4-0 is a massive hole to climb out of, but 3-1 just gives the Knights a bit of relief. And, well, that's one way to make your entry. Ethan, Pat, both just shut down immediately. Emo's able to at least get one back. Now he finds a second one back as Dino pushes straight in onto Arsenal for Knight. Diesel's going to be coming out of Dirt, though. How do you surprise him that easily? 2 versus 2 remaining. Diesel goes for another peek, but at the very least for Knights, he's trapped into Dirt here. Strider is getting that plant down. Dino covering, but very low health. Knows at least where Diesel is, but Emorin is the wild card still left to be dealt with.
Speaking of Immorin, he does step up and gets that kill. Strider all by himself having to defend this. He does get the Jaeger though. That puts him on the triple. In hot pursuit though is Diesel. Gets the pick. He's going to finish it off and we'll get the defuse here, Xenox.
Oh, and again, just messy towards the end though, but like round 1, similar for Knights. Slow start. They were able to kind of get a couple of frags, push on down, get onto the bomb site. But still, like round 1, goes the way of Wildcard, who have been holding up extremely well on their defense. 4 and zip right now. It's not looking good for Knights.
I think some things are just getting a bit messy for them. I'm not sure whether they always intended to execute into Arsenal or not, but usually if you're going to do the plant right under the kitchen hatch there in default, you'll check Dirt. You usually drone out Dirt, and you're usually aware if somebody is there. And like you said, Diesel completely surprised them. And I think that is such a detrimental effect on the round, and really that's where they lost it.
Struggling to see where things are going to turn around for Knights now as we head back to CCTV and Cash. Last time around in the second round, it was Strider who was sort of picked up early, even before he was even able to even open up Kennel's wall. That pretty much forced him to funnel through construction. Garage was never even really contested. I'd like to see Knights really put all of their focus then, I guess, onto Garage and Kennels. Make sure they get that Kennels wall open, try and gain control of Garage, clear the player up in Rafters. And then if you can, be a bit greedy, maybe try and send 1 or 2 through construction and really then sort of cover all avenues. But Wildcard will make it extremely difficult.
They will, because they have such a solid roam in vertical positions here that there's not too much that Knights will be able to do unless they get that Kennels wall open, because that will start to put some pressure on site and that will displace a couple of the positions. But Wildcard have been countering it so well. At least this time for the Knights, there's no pulse on the board. So that exact position of the Maverick isn't quite being telegraphed. Imorin is on the Valkyrie though, so I have to wonder whether maybe he got a sneaky cam in a position that will help him counter this Maverick trick.
The Goyo as well from Pat. Not sure how often you actually see the Goyo on CCTV and Cash. Actually didn't quite see where he put the Vulcan shields. Maybe one top red, one on the side.
I think I saw one go lounge for sure, so maybe all for the roam. There's one on site.
One on site. Are they both on site? No.
Pretty sure the other was lounge. I'm quite sure.
I know, I trust you. I trust you. 2 minutes.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
Something a bit different here for Knights to deal with, but also, as you said, no pulse this time, and has made life a lot easier for Strider.
Yep, but boy, those C4s have been so deadly for Wildcard. The Ash off the board, so maybe not as much utility lost there, but he hasn't made an impact at all with entry or any picks. A lot of pressure coming in from construction. Hey, we're just aware of some of these angles from below. It's definitely something that worked out well last time for Wildcard. Some of that flanking positions. Imorin's under a lot of pressure here on site by arrows and the Habana pellets opening up that angle. It's looking it better for the Knights, but they still are at that man disadvantage.
The only thing they don't really have control of right now, Knights, is Garage. Still got to holding up around Rafters. C4's thrown out, unable to detonate it because Hayward is able to get the frag onto Imorin. This is better from Knights, as you said, and it's the fact that they've got construction, Kennels all open up. So from both sides, they're able to put the pressure right onto Wildcard.
Oof, Ethan trying to get a little cheeky there at that peek out, but it's being watched. He's faking the runaway. In fact, he's going to try and go for it again. I wonder if it's still being watched or whether there's a drone on it. He's not going to attempt it again. I really thought he was. And in fact, I think he would have caught that player off guard. They're just sitting there repelled on their drone. Either way, 25 seconds to go. The Knights are going to have to get something happening right now.
20 seconds remaining. 4 up still for Knights. I was about to say 4 up, and they get Geo. Diesel follows immediately after that as well. Nice little hold spotted though through Ethan. Gets a second one. Can he get a third one? Oh my god! Ethan and Diesel combine. In about 2 seconds, they get 4 kills.
Oh man, Ethan has just been unstoppable so far in Clubhouse, and that was really the stamp on it. That's 5 rounds in a row for Wildcard. Ethan just getting away with murder, and 3-piece nugget coming out. 1 round left for the half. It's all looking red here. Wildcard are just steamrolling ahead. Ooh. Clean.
That's disgusting. No, that's not clean. That's dirty. That's not nice, and that's got to be demoralizing as well for Knights, because that was a round. That was their best round on Clubhouse so far, and they still lost.
Yep. Yep. That's not going to feel good at all. And they've been close a couple of these attacks. As you said, that was definitely the closest they've come, but here they are, still 5-0 down. We said 2 rounds would be probably the pass mark
Look
for
at
them.
Ethan.
They've lost that now.
10
oh
kills.
Boy, yep. Yep. Showing up for his team. As Pat did in the first map. I mean, Ethan also had a pretty good first map as well. Right now, you've really got to feel like Ethan might be more of an MVP for his team, but the general teamwork from Wildcard has just been fantastic, and the way they've adapted to what Knights have been throwing at them has been exactly what you would expect from Wildcard.
Oh, it's definitely been the Ethan and Pat show from Wildcard tonight. I actually don't even know if I'd be able to split them for MVP, like if we're including Cafe as well. Not that there is actually an MVP award, but, you know, just hypothetically, they've both been probably equal to each other, which is amazing news for Wildcard. Unfortunately for Knights, it's just been a bit of a disaster here on Clubhouse, and the fortunate news for them is that disaster is probably about to be over pretty soon. The question is, will it be 7-0, Raven?
Yep, and that's a great question. And we talked about the pressure of the 0 in Cafe. It was good that the Knights cleared that off nice and early. Maybe that has been a slight detriment to them here, adding a little bit of extra pressure. Wait and see whether that does eventuate. And this is just really all exclaiming that they had their chance in map 1. If they had taken Cafe, things might be playing out even different here. They could be riding the high of that, and they could be playing cleaner Siege.
Yeah, you got the ifs, ends, coulds, buts, whens, hows, etc. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing right now is just a masterclass performance from Wildcard on Clubhouse. They've been the better team. Opening frag goes to Juicy. It's not as if Knights actually haven't had a couple of opening frags here on Clubhouse either. They're just failing to convert. It's been a rough going for Geo as well. He's been fragged pretty early with the opening deaths, and he hasn't actually found a kill just yet.
And again, this is starting well for Knights, and I feel like we've said it a lot. This is looking good at this position, or the clock's fine, and their map control's all right. But they need to close it out. This is their last chance for the half. Emeren's got tagged up in a nice little spot there. A lot of the Knights still with a lot of HP as well. They are sitting poised to potentially take their first round here.
Yes, but it's the players that are alive that matter. Pat and Ethan are still up. Emeren's a really good sort of foil as well to the Pat and Ethan show too. Geo's very much struggled here on Clubhouse. Deals has been okay, but the fact that they haven't cleared out Pat and Ethan yet kind of just gives me the heebie-jeebies to see Knights kind of maybe just falter here at the end at this final hurdle. It's a pretty big hurdle though. Ethan sprays as he's concussed at the moment from Sophia and Josh. Into logistics still, Pat just holding, watching this hatch. Knights have got all the map control. They've got all the numbers. They've got everything going their way. And now they finally get Ethan. The big bad wolf is taken out. Pat's still up though, roaming around. Would need a big performance from here. Opens it up with a frag onto Dino. Somehow doesn't take any damage. Gets up, double kill. Gets his third kill. Pat's insane. Can't be stopped. He's like the Terminator running around, just killing everyone. 23 seconds. And it's a 2 versus 2, Raven.
You can never really count them out, like you said. Depends who's still alive. Pat is finally dead, though, which means it is up to Emo-Rin. He's quite capable of a clutch of his own. He does get a nice flick onto Hayward. That's diffused down. Xenox. That means Juicy is the one that has to stick this plant. And as the timer potentially closes to 0, it looks like Emo-Rin isn't quite sure where it is. C4 misses the mark, and now it's all up to this retake.
Juicy should know exactly where Emo's coming from as well. Change up the position, fakes one way, comes back the other, has got 30 seconds. So time is on the side of Emo, health is also on the side of Emo, and well, everything is on the side of Emo because it's 5-0 right now. Not too much pressure on this one. Watches it. Sitting in this bathroom is Juicy on very, very low health, and Emo's just being methodical. He knows exactly where he is, surely. Checks one side, checks the other side, and that's going to be 6-0. Knights still cannot get a round win on Clubhouse.
Nope. And we said last round was the closest they got. This round they actually got the diffuser down, but no, not to be. And Emo-Rin, Clutch Master, comes out with it. It kind of just felt like watching him retake that. It was just this inevitable thing. I don't know how you felt, but I just felt like he was definitely
I felt like it had
kill.
happened before it happened, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Been fragged pretty early with the opening deaths, and he hasn't actually found a kill just yet. Oh, that's me. Look, again, though, I mean, I think it speaks for itself. Pat has been insane today. You were speaking about Ethan and what Ethan's been capable of, and, you know, the 10 kills and everything. I'm sitting there making the case for Pat, and then he just says, all right, Xenox, all right, you know, I'll give you a 3K as a pat on the back there.
6-0, match point and series point now as we head back down to Church and Arsenal. It's been a bit of a theme, unfortunately, for Knights where they've come close quite a few times. Like, this could have easily, at this point, it's hard to say it, but it could have easily been something like 3-3 or 4-2.
Yeah, I totally feel that. I really do. If the conversion rate for Knights was just a bit better, I think this whole map could have been playing out differently, but it's not. It's Wildcard have been able to close out these rounds, some of them from absolute nowhere, and with Geo having quite the little impact, as you said, he was a lot of those opening deaths in that half, and he hasn't been able to find the scoreboard. So, in the way Knights, they've got to have a perfect halves themselves here, Xenox, if they want to save this series. They need 6 in a row.
Yeah, if you had said to me coming into this that Knights would require to win at least 6 rounds in a row in Clubhouse, I would have said, hey, maybe we're going to theme park. But no, it's not going to happen here. Wildcard, at some point, whether it's now and it's a 7-0, which is, look, it's a bit humiliating, but at the end of the day, for Knights, I think their realistic expectations would have always been that lower bracket. They would have given themselves every chance to beat Wildcard, but the realism is also saying, hey, look, these guys are on another level right now. We got a bit of catching up to do over the next few months.
Yeah, I feel like they would have backed themselves to an extent, saying, you know what, guys, if we can get this first map, maybe we can really be in it for this 2-1 win in this series. Yep. But you know what? We'll take lower bracket if not. And maybe that's how it's gone through. And I think given the way they've played against Wildcard, more so in Cafe, it's hard to say about Clubhouse though, because like we've said, their attacks are real 50-50. Half of it was good, half of it wasn't great. And I think they could really put up a good fight against Sinister. So if that does eventuate, that lower bracket match could be quite spicy.
I feel bad because the way we're talking is it's like it's already happened. But like, to be fair, it basically has already happened, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. And who knows? Maybe they do have a comeback in them, but given the way things have played out, it just doesn't feel like that.
They are on the defense. Who knows? That's not really the start you want, though. And at this point, maybe even Knights are just saying, get it over and done with. Let's just get out of here. Let's watch the VODs. Let's reset. Let's come back tomorrow where they will be taking on Sinister. Maybe they wouldn't have been expecting to take on Sinister. Of course, that happened earlier on in the night. OKAMI 2-0 against Sinister. Knights are going to have a tough ask again tomorrow. And if they are to win that series and progress forward, Raven, that would be a shock to think that Sinister basically just got dumped out of the competition in the playoffs 2-0.
Yeah, that prospect would definitely be disappointing for them, given this is the best season of anything they've ever had, and finished in second place. To be the first team out of Six Masters would for sure be devastating. Well, we'll see whether it gets there. 40 seconds to go. This attack has stalled out a bit from Wildcard, but they have great map control, they've got some good vertical pressure, and they have the man advantage.
30 seconds remaining. Dino's low, and as you said, with the band advantage, it's not looking good for Knights, but they are on the defense, so still Wildcard have to make their way in. Big opportunity for Knights to find a few frags as Wildcard push through these doorways and these corridors, and that's exactly what happens. Nice little wall opening up from Ethan, really quick, really methodical, with a bit of help as well from Diesel, Hemo, and while Wildcard are going to get the plant down, and they're going to get this win 4-1. That will do the round, unless Hayward can come up with something big. He's got a triple kill. He will have to get an ace plus the defuse to win the round here for Knights and at least avoid the 7-0. It's all on his shoulders. 30 seconds left.
Defenders have eyes on the
He's trying to fake them out. He's not 100% sure of the positions, though. Tries the pre-fire, not to be. Wildcard in very dominant fashion take that 7-0, and of course the series 2-0, progressing forward.
Well, this is why you don't say good luck to your opponents. It should be bad luck. Flawless victory, 7-0 in the Six Masters playoffs. I didn't think we would see that, even with how good Wildcard have been. When you look at as well, that first map on Cafe, which went 8-7 overtime. Knights had 2 overtime match points. Had they won one of those, we'd be going to theme park right now. Instead, that's it. The series is done. Wildcard move on to the upper bracket. They'll be taking on OKAMI tomorrow. Knights go down to the lower bracket, where, of course, they will be playing Sinister.
Both those matchups should be really exciting. But talking about this series tonight, what polarizing maps. An 8-7 on map 1 where it really looked like the Knights had a great shot, and then a 7-0 on map 2 where they couldn't get around to save them.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly two very different maps. In saying that, Cafe was the map choice as well for Knights, so not too surprising. I think it was just more the way that map had started. 4-1 in Wildcard's favor. We were getting a glimpse of their dominance, what they're capable of. We thought maybe, yeah, it could go 7-1, 7-2. That wouldn't be surprising. And then, of course, we got ourselves a really good battle between Knights, Wildcard on Cafe. Unfortunately, though, for Knights, we did end up seeing Wildcard dominate on Clubhouse, and that extent was 7-0.
Yeah, it was dominant, and it's just so unfortunate for the Knights because, like we've said it quite a lot, it feels like now, their attacks weren't terrible. The first half, most of their attacks actually were going fine. They could just never capitalize, and especially towards the end of that half, it just felt like Wildcard were just pulling clutches out of strange positions. Both instances, I think the Knights had like 5-2 man advantage leading into those final 20 seconds, yet Wildcard pulled it back.
They definitely showed sort of that they are the best team in Oceania right now, and that they've got what it takes, that when they do get challenged like that, they're not just going to fall over and falter, right? They're going to be up for the task. I mentioned it on Cafe. It was 2 match points technically to Knights, and Wildcard were able to withstand that on the attack as well, mind you, right? It's not like they were on defense. They were attacking and trying to fight off those match points that Knights had. So that was really, really well played from them, and sort of solidifies how strong they are as a team. And then Clubhouse, as you kind of mentioned, polar opposite. Like, it was just the Ethan and Pat show, like on steroids compared to Cafe, where those two were definitely the star players on Cafe, even more so than on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and then just sprinkling a bit of Imarin in there as well. He put out a couple of really big plays on both maps, but obviously the notable one there on Clubhouse was that final round of that first half, getting the clutch against Knights when it would have felt like they were finally getting one on the board, but no, Imarin, not to be, gets that clutch.
But our first interview from this series in particular, Silex from Wildcard, who will be very, very happy, as Dev likes to say, happy smile on that dial. Congratulations, mate. In the end, you got tested on Cafe 8-7, but then polar opposite on Clubhouse. Maybe just sort of talk us through there, the polar opposites between the two maps.
Not really much to say. They played really well on Cafe. We did some prep on them. A couple of things that we tried to do didn't work out so well. They caught us off guard a few times. A lot of trades as well. So yeah, they fought for that one. Bit of a nail biter. Bit too close for comfort for me. And Clubhouse, we got to start defense. We were really confident in that map. Kind of knew how they would play it. And yeah, ended up with the W on that one.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question about looking forward. So you guys will be up against OKAMI. How has that scenario played out for you guys? Did you really think that maybe OKAMI would be the opponents you'd get in the next phase of the bracket? Or has that become a bit of a surprise for you?
Well, I thought the Sinister OKAMI match was going to be a bit closer. I thought it'd go to 3 maps. I honestly thought Sinister would take it. Playing OKAMI, I mean, there's no major change between playing OKAMI or Sinister. We got to prep for both. So yeah, just different team that we expected to play. Doesn't change too much in the grand scheme of things. Still got to win it.
Going forward as well, again, which match do you look at more in terms of like wanting to fix the things that went wrong on Cafe, or looking to, I guess, look at the positives from Clubhouse, that level of domination? Do you look at both, or do you just maybe focus on wanting to fix things up a bit at like the issues that happened on Cafe?
Oh, you definitely got to look at your own mistakes a lot more than like what went well. Of course, you have to look at what went well because you got to reinforce those positives. But we're definitely going to look at what went wrong on Cafe and see what we can fix, so we don't make those same mistakes in the future.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, mate. Best of luck tomorrow in your matchup against OKAMI in the upper bracket.
No worries. See you guys.
Yeah. So really, in the end, you obviously do have to look at the things that go well, but I think the focus should be on, okay, where did we go wrong a bit on Cafe? How did we allow Knights to
at one point have to, match points.
Yeah, I think Cathay was probably much too close for comfort for them, considering they are up against some really strong opponents tomorrow in OKAMI. So for sure, they need to analyze that and figure out what was going wrong. Maybe part of it was that they had just some big struggles with those attacks, just in general, attacking in general on Cathay, which is actually a map that OKAMI could potentially thinking them to. And given that Wildcard only banned Border, you have to think about that kind of thing, right? They don't want to play Border, that's for sure. So they have to think about what the strong maps that are left that OKAMI might choose tomorrow.
Yeah, and obviously that's the... OKAMI's kind of probably not expecting to have been playing Wildcard this early on, but I think it's a really, really good test for them. I think they're actually lucky that even if they lose this, they then drop back down, they play Sinister, they can gain so much from this matchup against Wildcard. Whereas if they had lost the series, the odds are they probably maybe were going to play Sinister in the lower bracket anyway, but they wouldn't have had the opportunity to get a crack at Wildcard early on and see where they can then fix things up. So they get that sort of bonus. They get a free shot at Wildcard early on, see what happens. I'm definitely going to back Wildcard in to win that series. And then for Knights, well, they probably would have been expecting potentially to play against OKAMI, right? Now they're going to go play against Sinister. That's going to be a really tough ask.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to obviously both the series tomorrow. But for sure, the Knights going up against Sinister, that's a really tough lower bracket match to have. I think Sinister are going to be quite disappointed given how they played tonight. I think that will really fuel them to come back really strong tomorrow.
But our next interview and our final interview for the night, it's the ever lovely Strider from the Pittsburgh Knights. Mate, firstly, I just want to say everything from here is a bonus, really, because the last time we had a chat, I told you that you weren't even going to be able to make the playoffs, and yet here you are. So, obviously disappointing to lose Clubhouse in that fashion, but as a team, you've got to be happy pushing Wildcard to 8-7 on Cafe.
Yeah, definitely. As you guys said before, like it was really our attacks that were quite hurting us. But at the end of the day, like it is a defender-sided map, so we knew we could bring it back. It's just such a shame that when we got the last defense on 7-7, we just couldn't bring it home. We were very looking forward to playing Theme Park tonight.
Actually, that's definitely what I want to ask you about in terms of the actual video process. Were you really thinking that once you got map 1, that Theme Park was where you wanted to be for map 3? Maybe talk us through some of that thought process.
Yeah, so the maps tonight that we played were like, we completely predicted them. We had a feeling that Wildcard would take us to one of the 2 maps that we played last time, but maybe not Villa because we ended up scraping a few rounds in. But as you saw, like Clubhouse is just much weaker for us against them. But Theme Park, I mean, it's pretty much unknown for both of us, at least in the public eye, about how we each play. So it would have been really exciting to see how they play and just a bit of fresh gameplay, you know.
You drop down to the lower bracket going into tomorrow night. You're going to be facing Sinister. Would have you guys been expecting to play them in the lower bracket? Basically, sort of your thoughts there on them losing to OKAMI. And then on top of that, the next question would be also, have you got any sort of final secret strats that maybe haven't quite come out yet that you can show tomorrow against Sinister?
I mean, if I did have some secret strats, I certainly wouldn't be telling you them. Put it that way. But in terms of like Sinister or OKAMI, like at the end of the day, we actually, I mean, personally, I would have thought that we'd end up playing Sinister just based on just the seedings in general. But it doesn't really matter. As you saw, like they're both really capable teams, and Wildcard is especially capable. So if we can bring it to Wildcard, we feel as though that our gameplay is really going to step it up against OKAMI and Sinister. It doesn't matter really which one.
Yeah, certainly so. That match on Cafe was one for the Classics. Best of luck tomorrow night, mate. I know you guys are going to bring it your best.
Thanks, guys.
So we've got our lower bracket and our upper bracket set. Raven, OKAMI versus Wildcard tomorrow. And then in the elimination bracket, it is going to be, of course, Sinister versus Pittsburgh Knights. Both semifinals now completed, and the gauntlet process begins for either Sinister or Pittsburgh.
And that is such a big variable that you bring up, is that lower final is elimination. Now, obviously, final in the word there. So the loser is going to be out. And that's a big deal. That's a lot of pressure. And something you talked about in the middle of the cast is Sinister being the second seeded team coming into this. They really don't want to be the first one out. So for them to bail out in the lower bracket to the Knights, that would be an absolute fail for them. I think they're going to be gunning pretty hard in that match tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be a little bit disappointing for them to finish the regular season, a good regular season at that, then in the playoffs, getting kind of dumped out 2-0, and then, regardless of the result, I don't even think the result would matter. I don't even think it would matter if it's 2-1 or a 2-0. If they get eliminated, that's going to be disastrous. As much as I love the Pittsburgh Knights and everything, the storylines around them and the last, grasp heroics to somehow get into the playoffs, they're certainly going to be up against it here, because Sinister really should be throwing everything they've got here so that they're not going to go out in straight sets, which would then, of course, mean Pittsburgh. One of these two teams has gone out in straight sets. The more likely candidate to that is probably Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you would definitely think so. But as you said, and we've seen tonight, they had some really big glimmer of hope. Cafe was fantastically played from them against such a strong team like Wildcard. And they were half in it in Clubhouse, but they just never closed out those rounds. So I think that is going to be a real tight series to watch out for tomorrow. And of course, OKAMI Wildcard, battle of the top four there, of course. OKAMI and Wildcard have had a rich history. So I'm expecting that to also be a pretty close series.
I'm expecting it to be a cracking night of 6 Masters tomorrow night, so make sure you come back, tune in. I'm not going to be there. Guz will be taking my spot, but of course, Dev Martin will be there along with the lovely Raven. So make sure you tune in tomorrow night for the more 6 Masters playoffs action.
We'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, let us see it. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we'll never look back. Here we go, let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
I'll be gone in a second. No, I've learned my lessons. I'm picking up my weapons.
energy high as they coming to go. I believe in myself and I'm taking it home. I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone. Stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.